At this point in time, it'd be premature. The question was, is the manifesto and the information that we have received as their motivations. We are working diligently on that. There's certainly some indications within that, but there's not specifics enough. We have been, this is a very active and fluid investigation. Throughout the day, as you've been waiting and these teams have been out working out in the field, and they have been gathering more documents and information, so it would be premature for me at this point to really say exactly what the motivation might be from these writings, but we will be continuing to work on that and provide that information when we're able. The question is, did they know each other in any capacity? We are still exploring that. There's certainly some overlap with some, public meetings, I will say, with Senator Hoffman and the individual, but we don't know the nature of the relationship or if they actually knew each other.
Right, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
We were just listening in to the latest update from those Minnesota officials. Let's slide away for a 2-minute commercial break.
The time saver, 90 seconds and you're done. Stone Shaver, the time saver. Shop now at stoneshaver.com.
At the offices of Larry H. Parker, we're more than just attorneys. We're the powerhouse you need when the stakes are high, and we've spent decades fighting relentlessly for justice.
We have the experience and commitment to make a difference, and the results to prove it. Every case is unique, and we give each one the attention it deserves so you get the best possible outcome.
With us, you'll never settle for less than what's right. Call Larry H. Parker at 800-333-0000. We'll fight for you.
The full-size Honda Accord sedan is the most awarded vehicle in Car and Driver's 10 Best history. Save now. Drive an Accord for just $239 a month. In stock and just $239 a month. Get safety, performance, comfort, and fun with Accord. A Car and Driver 10 Best a record 39 times. Search your local Honda dealer today.
All right, welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. President Trump speaking earlier today at the military parade in D.C. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you to Vice President Vance, and thank you to our wonderful First Lady, and above all, thank you to the greatest, fiercest, and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth, the United States Army. Thank you very much. Because the Army keeps us free, you make us strong, and tonight you have made all Americans very proud. They're watching from all over the world, actually. Made them all very proud. Every other country celebrates their victories. It's about time America did too. That's what we're doing tonight. And watching this magnificent display, our souls are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning. So to every veteran across our land and right here in our nation's capital, including 6 recipients of the Congressional Medal of Honor, we love you, we honor you, and we salute your noble service to our flag and to our country. As we celebrate tonight, we also think of the hundreds of thousands of Army soldiers who have made the supreme sacrifice for our nation and selflessly laid down their lives in every war, from the Revolution to the War on Terror. To the Gold Star families with us today, the courage of your heroes is the bedrock on which our entire nation stands. We thank you. Yes, we thank you. Today we commemorate an event that did not just change American history, but changed the history of the entire world. With the creation of America's Army on June 14th, 1775, liberty got its shield and the freedom got its sword. Those first Army patriots in the American Revolution fought against a fearsome enemy and impossible odds, but they were armed with a righteous cause. They were led by an indomitable commander, a truly great man, General George Washington, and they were united by an eternal creed. Their motto was victory or death. Over the past 2.5 centuries, our warriors have shown unrivaled valor on fields of battle around the globe. With the frostbitten feet and bloody fist, they have marched into the flames and fury of combat, charged up mountains, stormed beaches, waded through torrents of gunfire, and leapt into skies thick with smoke and shrapnel. The U.S. Army has driven bayonets into the heart of sinister empires, crushed the ambitions of evil tyrants. Beneath the threads of American tanks, it's done so well, it's done so much, and sent the devil himself flying into full retreat. Time and again, America's enemies have learned that if you threaten the American people, our soldiers are coming for you. Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete. Because our soldiers never give up, never surrender, and never, ever quit. They fight, 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 and they win, win, win. And that's why no institution in history has entered more names into the roster of American heroes than the U.S. Army, the Congressional Medal of Honor, more than anyone or anything. There was Mad Anthony Wayne, asked by George Washington to lead a daring midnight raid up the cliffs of Stony Point with unloaded muskets and only their bayonets to fight the redcoats. Mad Anthony replied, "Issue the order, sir, and I will storm into hell for you." Then there was the Civil War general, John Corse, shot in the face in combat. He fired off a message to his commander: "I am short a cheekbone and one ear, but I am able to whip the hell out of all of them." He stayed on the front lines, it seemed forever. In World War II, there was the great Creighton Abrams, besieged on all sides by the Nazis at the Battle of the Bulge. He boldly proclaimed, "They've got us surrounded again, the poor bastards." This is the fighting spirit and unyielding force of the U.S. Army. It has never changed, and it will never, ever change, because there is no earthly force more powerful than the brave heart of a U.S. infantryman or an Army Ranger, paratrooper, or Green Beret. They are the best, they are the finest. From Bunker Hill to San Juan Hill, from Gettysburg to Guadalcanal, from Yorktown to Shiloh, and from the trenches of the Argonne to the mountains of Afghanistan, the Army has forged a legacy of unmatched courage, untold sacrifice, and unequaled and undying glory. Our soldiers have poured out their blood by the bucketful on Missionary Ridge and Heartbreak Ridge, on the sands of Sicily, Normandy, and the Philippines, and on the dusty streets of Da Nang, Baghdad, and Fallujah. Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free. We're the hottest country in the world right now. And our country will soon be greater and stronger than ever before. Down through history, we've been blessed beyond words by this valiant legion of Army warriors and patriots, heroes and legends. And tonight we affirm with unwavering certainty that in the years ahead and in every generation hence, whenever duty calls and whatever danger comes, the American soldier will be there. No matter the risk, no matter the obstacles, our warriors will charge into battle. They will plunge into the crucible of fire, and they will seize the crown of victory, because the United States of America will always have the grace of Almighty God and the iron will of the United States Army. Congratulations to everybody. We love our country. We've never done better. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Army, and God bless America. And now I'd like to ask our great First Lady to join me at the podium. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
The Army Golden Knights, I would like to present to you this flag, which was flown over our nation's capital in free fall during the Army's 250th birthday celebration.
Worked for all my life, and I had to start again. Just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today. 'Cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. But there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Happy birthday, Mr. President. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of
All right, President Trump speaking earlier today in D.C. Let's take a break. Back in 2 minutes.
Parents, we need magic too. So can we relax on a Disney cruise? Oh, yes. And fine dine extra finely. Double yes. Parents, you won't believe what a family vacation can be.
The best new cars. Honda. Make the best pre-owned cars. Honda certified pre-owned vehicles. Get the best value with Honda certified pre-owned vehicles. Get a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty and first-year oil changes on us. Plus, every certified pre-owned Honda goes through a 182-point inspection and is reconditioned like new by factory-trained technicians with genuine parts. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Insurance companies might claim to be on your side, but their priority is minimizing payoffs. That's where we come in.
We don't just handle claims, we fight. With a 99% success rate, free consultations, and no fees unless we win, we make sure nobody settles for less than what's right.
We analyze every detail of your case, leaving nothing to chance, so you can trust that you're in the best of hands.
Call Larry H. Parker today at 800-333-0000. We'll fight for you.
President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump in attendance, Vice President Vance, Secretary Hegseth. Millions of pounds of military hardware rolled down the U.S. Capitol's streets. This is the largest military parade the city has seen in decades. And there's their closing slate to wrap up the event. We still have a live vantage point of the stage itself. Standing by is my friend and presidential historian, James Robinault. He's been watching this along with me today. And James, you and I discussed the idea of doing this interview after the parade. You and I have been discussing this for weeks at this point, and I know you researched the history of the Army in preparation for today's segment. Did anything stick with you during your readings? Let's talk a little bit about the Army. That's what this was all about, after all.
Yeah, you know, we'll talk about why people feel conflicted about this particular event, but I think most people deeply admire our military and the Army. And the one thing I'll say, Austin, is that it's interesting as I watched all the testimonials that they played of different people talking about it, a lot of them talked about their family being in the Army for generations. And I think to a lot of people, the Army is like family. So this is very much a birthday party and a family type event for many people. It is for me too. My ancestors were in the Continental Army. And then I had two great-grandfathers who fought in the Civil War for Ohio Volunteer Infantries. One of them was Timothy Patrick Kelly, who was an Irish immigrant who came over because of the famine and then enlisted. And then my mom and my dad were both in the military in World War II. My dad was in the U.S. Airborne, very much a band of brothers kind of guy. His group came in to Europe right after the Battle of the Bulge. And my mom was a Navy Wave who went to help with the Navy administration. So this stuff, I think we can talk about the reasons people are conflicted about this particular event. But the Army itself, I think there's pretty universal admiration. And it's also so interesting to me that this feels like so many people talk about their family being involved in the military generation after generation.
Do you feel like our country's history is sometimes forgotten by the newer generations, like the fact that the Army is 250 years old? Do you think there's lots of young people who are learning that fact today?
Oh, undoubtedly, and I think there are a lot of older people too, you know, who don't know that we had an Army a year before the Declaration of Independence. which was pointed out as in one of these videos that they showed. And so I do think a lot of people are unaware of the history of the Army and of its sacrifices and its troubles and everything that it went through in our country's history to get us to where we are now. But I think that most people still instinctively have this admiration for people who have served and who, take on our adversaries and keep us free. I think people feel about that, but they really need to understand in more depth what the Army, where it came from, where it went through, what it went through, and what got us to today.
So you no doubt saw many of the images that we've been showing for the past few hours. Army members marching down the streets. We saw not an impossible, but almost lots and lots of military hardware, including images like this. You mentioned why there's been a lot of discussion about an event like this. James, what are you alluding to?
Yeah, so I think that people are uncomfortable with the fact that this coincides with President Trump's birthday. They see it as kind of a backdoor way to celebrate his birthday and to marry his leadership to the Army in a way that makes people uncomfortable. So I think that's one of the things. And I do think that what happened in Los Angeles last week, where we had military forces sent there, now in this case it was Marines, not Army, but military forces and National Guard to deal with protests when the governor and the local officials did not want them there. So I think that obviously we saw protests all around the country today about that. And so that begins to obscure a little bit the anniversary celebration here, which is an important anniversary. But maybe it would have been better to have it on the 4th of July or some other time rather than the coincidence of President Trump's birthday.
So the images of tanks rolling through the streets, Army members marching. I mean, do military parades like this happen in America, James? Again, you researched this before you and I hopped on to discuss this today. Have we seen anything like this before in D.C.?
We have, but it's rare. And what we've seen when there are military parades outside of, holidays like 4th of July and Memorial Day, and some inaugurations, and we can talk about that too. Outside of that, military parades in our country have always been after military victories. So the granddaddy of them all is the Grand Review after the Civil War, which was a 2-day affair in Washington, marching down in front of the White House. Andrew Johnson was then the president, newly installed because of Lincoln's assassination. General Grant sat with him. General Sherman sat with him. And the parade was 2 days long. The first day was the Army of the Potomac, which is the Eastern Theater of the Civil War. And the next day was Sherman's Army, which was the Western group. But it's like 150 to 200,000 troops passing by. This, my ancestor, Timothy Patrick Kelly, was there. I've got the records of him being there for that. So that was, known as the Grand Review. It's the biggest of all time. It is, one that will never be repeated with that sort of length and time involved. But then we get to, the First World War, and there were parades in New York City. New York City has a lot of these parades, and Washington, both at the end of the war in September of 1919. Then we get to the Second World War, and in 42, when we're just getting into the war, there was a big parade in New York City, about 30,000 troops as we were getting into that war. And then at the end of the war in 46, there was another big parade. So those were all after victories. Now, the one thing you'll notice is there are no military parades after Korea because that was considered a stalemate. There's certainly no military parades after Vietnam because that was considered a defeat. And in fact, that one famous movie, Born on the 4th of July, is kind of about that whole issue, if you remember. And then, we get to Afghanistan and Iraq. Those have not had military parades. The last time we had a military parade after a victory was the Gulf War, 1991 in Washington, D.C. So that's how long ago it's been. And that was after that very quick, 100-hour war that we had to get Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait. Some people said, the parade lasted longer than the war did, but that's the last time we did it. So what's unusual is we're doing the parade now without it's not tied to any military victory per se. It's just tied to the fact that we have a standing army and that we admire our army. So there is a real difference about doing it in this way. And I think it's another reason people feel uncomfortable. It's just not a tradition in our country to have military parades like this. It is, for example, Austin, a every year affair in France with Bastille Day, which is where Donald Trump saw that military parade in his first term in 2017 and became enamored with the idea, tried to do it in his first term. His people told him not to for the reasons we just talked about. And so now he's getting what he wanted to do from that first term in this military parade.
A lot of production quality in this whole it seemed like a program. This was a 3-hour-long program. It went from 6:30. Well, it started a little bit early. Let's say this up front. There were some worries that it was going to rain out. There was a bunch of rain expected to dump on it. There was even some discussion about whether or not we would see the fireworks show at all. But this was a heavily produced and no doubt expensive endeavor, James.
Yeah, and that's another thing that troubles people is spending this much money when we have Doge trying to eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse. Now, my own feeling is that $25 to $45 million, relatively speaking, given the importance of our Army to our history and so forth, is, to me, understandable on one level. But I think that also troubles people that we have that much money spent. Especially, I think people were more unhappy about bringing all the hardware that might tear up the streets, but it also just gives this appearance that we're trying to look a little bit like North Korea, a little bit like Russia, showing our hardware when we don't need to. I mean, we definitely are known as the best, military in the world, and we are far ahead of everybody else. We don't need to have show parades, and that is an issue that some people also grappled with. But, I think from the production standpoint, the Army obviously spent a lot of time working on it. It had kind of almost a Hollywood Disney type atmosphere. They even started, Austin, playing rock music at one point, which I thought was kind of a little bit interesting. And, some of these guys waving like they were in a Rose Bowl parade, So, it's just a mixture of things that I think are, some people I'm sure love this. And a lot of people, I think, understand the importance of celebrating the Army, but I think a lot of people found different parts of it disturbing.
I heard instrumental versions of Metallica songs, a Guns N' Roses song. I heard Barracuda at one point. There were a lot of songs. There was the instrumental versions of them, though. We saw some live country music. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I started listening. What are they doing this for? You hear, it's not military music, but I have to tell you, I think I understand why they did it. This was a huge recruiting tool, and they want to appeal to younger people who will see this as, cool to be in the Army. And so I think that was deliberately thought out. And I think that's why you heard that sort of music, which I think, probably Donald Trump didn't even understand why they were doing that music, but I think the Army did. And a lot of their videos in this thing were meant to help them in recruiting and retention, both of which are important. And if you're going to spend this kind of money, get some bang for your buck, no pun intended here, but, get some recruiting out of it. It's important that we recruit the best for our Army. And I think that was why they were playing rock music.
That was one of my questions for you, was going to be with the sources that you talk to, with the connections that you have. I'm sure you've talked about the idea of this parade with lots of people that you're connected with. Have you heard that there is an appetite from some people, whether it be military veterans, whether it just be supporters of the Army, whether it be people who want to see enrollment numbers go up? Have you heard that from anybody?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have heard that people very much think that it's important to look at. And one of the things I like about this parade is that they went back and they did have, the Continental Army represented, and they did have the various stages of the military represented. So in that way, it very nicely tied the Army with our country and its striving to be free and there was a lot of mention of democracy. There was mention of, have taken an oath swearing allegiance to the Constitution. So to that extent, I was pleased to see that, because I think a lot of people are worried that that President Trump was trying to tie this to his birthday and to an allegiance to him, which is very un-American, although he is the commander in chief. So, I think a lot of people in this last week have been, very conflicted because there's so much going on, including these assassinations in Minnesota. I mean, it's just a lot of people are feeling on edge right now. And another time, another place, I think this would be comforting to a lot of people and they would enjoy it a lot more. But I think it's the context right now that's causing the consternation.
We can't talk about this parade without mentioning the fact that around the country, we've been seeing images like this. This is a live vantage point in Los Angeles, I believe. I believe that's the LA Sheriff's Department. We just had a feed drop on us of protests in DC proper as well. Lots of vantage points of police scenes across the country. James, when we talk about the last week or so, we've been seeing lots of anti-Trump protests. We've been seeing lots of anti-ICE protests. Today, there was a nationwide movement, if you will, called the No Kings movement. This was a idea centered around the idea of repudiating the Trump administration. What's your reaction to some of the people that have been mobilized in basically every major metro around the country, it seems?
My own thought is that there's a very grassroots element to this. In every movement like this, there are going to be agitators and provocateurs and people who have their own agendas. For example, people floating the Palestinian flag, and to some extent, people don't even like to see people floating the Mexican flag, which is a little more understandable. But I think those outside of those people who are agitating in a certain way, what I see in these numbers is a very big grassroots element that says, don't just take people off the streets and deny them due process. That's very un-American. And don't send the military to quash protests that are essentially peaceful. Now, obviously, everybody wants to have secure borders. Everybody wants to, deal with the situation of illegal immigrants. But I think the heavy-handedness of the last 3 months, especially the last week or two, really started to raise alarm bells for people. And I think a lot of people started thinking, well, this could escalate and this could come to my state. And so that's why I think you see people in every city around the country coming out in very large numbers. Those people, that's grassroots. There are always agitators, but those people seem to be mostly grassroots.
James, I mentioned the idea that we saw protesters in D.C. moments ago. This is what we saw moments ago. This is not live. This is playback of some of the protest activity that we saw in D.C. Just moments ago. Obviously, we expected there to be some sort of protest in the area, not too far away from where the military parade was taking place. So this is D.C., and then let's go to Los Angeles. So we've got images of protests on both coasts. James, where do we go from here? I always like to move ahead when we talk about any subject. And I guess my question here, as far as moving ahead goes, what main threads are you following with the Trump administration? You're joining us during one of the busiest news days I can remember during the Trump administration. There is these nationwide protests. There's all the anti-ICE raids that have been going on in Los Angeles. There's, in the background of all this, the Israel and Iran conflict that's now seeming to get more and more intense. What are you watching for in the week ahead?
Well, the thing I found most interesting, Austin, was President Trump saying that essentially he was going to walk back some of these ICE detentions with farmers and others in the hospitality industry. That's a huge change. And it seems to me that I think he was becoming aware of the fact that ICE was going too far in pulling people out of, industries where they are needed. And I think if we can stand back and start to ratchet down a little bit some of these efforts, and also respect the courts as they tell, the administration what to do, and not tell the administration what, but as they rule on what the administration is doing to try and, keep things from getting out of hand where people just don't feel secure about what's happening with federal officers. That's got to happen, because I think that, otherwise we're going to have increasing chaos in the streets and increasing protests. And one of the problems about that is from our own history, when the Vietnam War was raging and we had protests, you saw what happened when the military turned on students at Kent State University here in Ohio, not far from where I'm sitting, and, killed 4 of them. So we've got to keep it under control. We've got to keep the military, to the extent we can, out of it. We've got to let local law enforcement handle it. And if they can't, that's a different story, but they seem to be able to. And we've got to have people on all sides remember that this has to be nonviolent protests, or, you're not going to have the leeway of people saying that the military shouldn't get involved. If they see violence, it causes a backlash. And so I think if we can keep temperatures cool, that's what I'm hoping for. And as I say, that signal of President Trump saying he will not go after, some of the farm workers and so forth, hopefully that will extend further to, there's a lot of immigrants that we need in our workforce. And so maybe that will temper things. We'll have to see.
We hope to see a calm night here as we go into the evening hours here on the West Coast. James Robinault, as always, we appreciate your insight. Take care. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Okay, Austin. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
The all-new Whoop is here, now more advanced than ever. Train smarter, sleep deeper, recover faster. Extend your healthy years. Understand your cycle phases. Now 7% smaller with 14 plus days of battery life. So your data never stops, and neither do you. Power your best performance with memberships made for every goal. Join Whoop today.
Juan Soto leads the Mets against Kyle Schwarber and the Phillies. Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
I am Polestar 3. I am designed to be driven. The drive of tomorrow. I am Polestar 3. Enjoy tariff-free pricing on Polestar 3, now through June 30th.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins. While they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
At the offices of Larry H. Parker, we're more than just attorneys. We're the powerhouse you need when the stakes are high, and we've spent decades fighting relentlessly for justice.
We have the experience and commitment to make a difference, and the results to prove it. Every case is unique, and we give each one the attention it deserves so you get the best possible outcome.
With us, you'll never settle for less than what's right. Call Larry H. Parker at 800-333-0000. We'll fight for you.
As Israel and Iran, they've continued to trade strikes as the conflict between the two continues. We have been checking in with analysts and experts almost nonstop since we saw Israel and Iran. First, it was Israel striking Iran targeting nuclear facilities, ballistic missile facilities, high-profile military targets, as well as high-profile scientists as well. You're looking at a live vantage point of Tel Aviv right now. The time is 4:39 in the morning, Israel Standard Time. We do have Mark Dubowitz standing by. He's the CEO of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Mark is here with me. And Mark, as always, we appreciate your time. There is so much going on around the world. We were just watching the protests. We had to get an update in on Israel and Iran. For folks that have been watching the military parade and now the protests, they've been watching that for the past 3 or 4 hours. Maybe they haven't heard any updates on the Middle East. What have people missed in the overnight hours, let's call it, Israel Standard Time? What's been happening?
So, Austin, it's another heavy day of fighting between Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Israelis have gone in and have taken out additional sites, major sites, nuclear-related sites, going after key commanders in the Islamic Revolutionary Guards, and are really doing everything they can to permanently disable the regime's ability to build nuclear weapons. And on the other end, while the Israelis have been very precise in going after regime officials and those in the security establishment, the Iranians have been lobbing hundreds of missiles at Israelis and going after civilians, and have killed 11 Israeli civilians, wounded over 300. So you really see that disparity between Israeli targeted strikes on Iranian security officials and Iranian strikes and the killing of Israeli civilians.
The video that's on our screen right now is video of damage inside Israel. We know that the Iron Dome protects from lots of airborne threats, but it's not perfect. We have seen damage on the ground. We don't know exactly where this is. This video was fed into our system moments ago. We don't have an exact location. But Mark, one thing that I was asking with the experts a lot yesterday was, are Israel and Iran at war? Are they officially at war? Does it matter at this point? They are fighting.
Well, they're at war. I mean, I don't know if they're officially at war, if there's any sort of an official declaration of war, but they certainly are at war. But I mean, it's very important to understand, Austin, that Iran has been at war with Israel for decades. Israel has shown a remarkable constraint, despite the fact that they have been terrorized by Iran-backed terror organizations for years. As you know, the Iranians fired over 400 missiles at Israel last year in April and October. And I think the Israelis have shown this remarkable restraint, but that all ended after the Iranian-backed Hamas invaded Israel, killed 1,200 Israelis, murdered, tortured, raped, and took hostages, Israeli and American hostages, 450 of them. And the Israelis said, that's it. We've shown too much restraint, and now it's time to fight back. And they are fighting back, and hopefully with some success in really demolishing Iran's capabilities, their nuclear weapons capabilities, their missile capabilities, and their terror proxies.
Is this what this has all been building up to for years, decades?
Yeah, for decades. And the Israelis have named this Operation Rising Lion, which is an interesting choice. I mean, I think there's two real interpretations of that. The first is, at some point, I mean, the most dangerous animal in the animal kingdom is the lioness, protecting her cubs. And I think in some respects, this is Israel rising up to really protect its citizens from decades of attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran. The second interpretation, which I think is equally interesting, is that rising lion, the lion and the sun, are the symbols of the flag of the pre-Islamic Republic Iran, when Iran was not being dominated by the mullahs, the clerics, and the Revolutionary Guards after the Islamist Revolution of 1979. So in some respects, this is a nod to the hope that with these strikes against this security establishment, this apparatus of internal repression, that the Iranian people will be able to come back to the streets as they've been on the streets since 2009 and really take back their flag and take back their country.
Are there any signs that this is going to end anytime soon, the back and forth between Iran and Israel, or does it seem like we're still very much in the middle of this?
Well, I think the back and forth, will probably not end, because as long as the Islamic Republic of Iran remains in power and dedicated to the destruction of Israel and to the building of nuclear weapons to advance that goal, then clearly the Israelis are not going to be able to allow this to continue. It could end in the sense, in the short term, if the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, makes the decision to return back to the negotiating table and to negotiate a deal with President Trump that fully dismantles his nuclear weapons program. There were, 5 rounds of negotiations, but the Iranians were refusing every offer by President Trump to come to some kind of an agreement. Now, this may be their only option, really, is to return to the negotiating table. If not, they're going to continue to get pounded by the Israeli Air Force, continue to be infiltrated by Mossad, and suffer severe damage. They also run the risk that the President of the United States may decide to join the Israelis and use U.S. military force to permanently, once and for all, destroy Iran's nuclear weapons program.
Is the Supreme Leader himself a target?
Israelis have made it very clear he is a target. And I think they were holding that in abeyance for now. And I'm warning the Supreme Leader that if he continues firing hundreds and hundreds of ballistic missiles targeting Israeli civilians, then they will go up that escalation ladder. They'll not only hit nuclear sites and military and security, but they'll go after economic targets and ultimately the Supreme Leader, who the Israelis could target and kill at will.
Is there any sort of catalyst that gets the U.S. more involved in this?
Well, I think there are a couple. I mean, the first is that there's despite the really incredible operation that Israel has run that has surprised many analysts, there is a nuclear facility called Fordo, which is buried under a mountain, hundreds of feet deep, and contains Iran's enrichment facilities where they've been spinning centrifuges and enriching uranium. It's not clear that the Israelis are going to be able to take that site out on their own. They lack the 30,000-pound massive ordnance penetrators that the U.S. Air Force has. They lack the B-2 strategic bombers that you need in order to carry and drop that ordnance. And so that's where the United States could play a role after the Israelis have cleared and destroyed all the air defenses, created a free pathway to the Fordo facility, taken out, many of these other key nodes of the Iranian nuclear, military, and security infrastructure. That could be the opportunity for President Trump to come in and really end the program. And for him, it would be a great success. And his legacy would be the president that finally ended Iran's nuclear weapons pursuits.
So a regime shift has been said to be one of the main, and let's talk about what a regime shift means in Iran. There's a lot of people that don't follow this conflict day to day like you and I do, but let's talk about the complex dynamics of the regime in Iran, and tell me a little bit about the general public of Iran too.
Yeah, 80% of Iranians despise this regime. They've been on the streets since 2009, millions of them yelling death to the dictator, asking American presidents, are you with us or with the dictator? Unfortunately, Presidents Biden and Obama in particular engaged with the dictator, wrote letters to the dictator in order to negotiate. Now, President Trump has done the same thing early in his term, but it's also very clear that President Trump was prepared to provide Israel with the support that it needed, the defensive support and helping protect Israel against missile attacks, but also very close coordination between U.S. Central Command and the Israeli Defense Forces. And I think President Trump appreciated that there was going to be no deal with Iran that would peacefully end this unless there was a credible threat of military force. But I think also all administrations in the U.S. have missed this opportunity to really provide maximum support to the Iranian people. Now, I mentioned they were on the streets in 2009, millions of them. They were also back on the streets every year since 2017. Again, yelling death to the dictator. In 2022, brave Iranian women, hundreds of thousands of them, back on the streets, ripping off their hijab, the forced and coercive sort of gender apartheid, as they would call it, that they have to wear these hijabs. And they ripped off the hijabs, took to the streets. The regime mowed them down, killed them, tortured, raped, used chemical weapons against Iranian schoolgirls to break the back of the women life freedom movement. And yet still, Iran is on the streets. There's been a big trucker strike in recent weeks. So there's really, again, 80% of this population that wants to see the end of the Islamic Republic. We don't need to send hundreds of thousands of U.S. troops or Israeli troops into Iran. What we need to do is support the Iranian people, provide them the material support they need, technology, money, perhaps weapons, so that they can actually take back their country and usher in a free and certainly far less threatening Iran.
What's the ultimate long-term goal here? A denuclearized Iran, of course, is the chief goal right now, but are they trying to impose a democracy there eventually?
I don't think with a form of government is that important, in my view, whether it's a democracy or a constitutional monarchy. I think the most important thing is it's an Iran free of these radical Islamist clerics, these theocrats that are not only brutally repressive to their own people, but have been threatening America and the region, not to mention have American blood on their hands. I mean, they've killed and maimed thousands of Americans. And I think as an American, I owe a debt of gratitude to the Israelis because they have brought justice to the terrorists backed by Iran who have killed American men and women for years and maimed them and taken them hostage. So I think the end goal at the end of the day is an Iran that whatever its form of government is not going to threaten the United States and Israel and our Gulf allies, and is going to give its people the opportunity for freedom and prosperity. And this is something that I think the majority of Iranians have demonstrated that they've been yearning for and struggling for since the Islamist Revolution of '79 took all of that away from them.
Mark Dubowitz is the CEO of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Always a pleasure, Mark. Thanks. Have a good rest of your night.
Thanks, Austin. Appreciate it.
So we continue to monitor not only these live images. We've been looking at vantage points of Tel Aviv, by the way, because we look to the skies to see if there's any military activity, perhaps anything being intercepted in the skies. Time right now is 4:52 in the morning, Israel Standard Time.
When you're injured in an accident, doctor bills, hospital expenses, and loss of work without pay are a lot to handle. You need to be compensated for those losses. For over 50 years, Larry H. Parker has fought the insurance companies to recover over $2 billion in settlements for people just like you. Because we believe no one should settle for less than what's right. And we only get paid when you win. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now turn our attention to Minnesota as we listen to officials for the latest update and what they're calling a targeted attack where 2 state lawmakers were shot.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bob Jacobson. I am the Commissioner of Public Safety, and it's my honor to serve in that position. We're here today to give some updates on the current investigation. First off, I would like to thank the law enforcement agencies and the public out there who are being vigilant, our law enforcement partners who are watching out for others in our community, the understanding and patience of the public as we work to find this individual and bring that person to justice. We know that it's been a difficult day for not only those who have worked with those legislators, but it's also a difficult day for those in the state of Minnesota who are working through this terrible tragedy. Today we have a few speakers who are going to, again, give some updates, and we will be available to answer some questions once all the speakers have had that opportunity to say a few words. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA.
Thanks, Commissioner. And today we are asking for the public's help at this point in time in locating Vance Luther Bolter, who is a 57-year-old white male who's 6 feet 1 inch tall, 220 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. I know this name has been reported in the media so far, and we are confirming as a person of interest that we are looking to locate in relation to this. At this time, we would ask the public, if you do locate him or see him, to call 911. Do not approach him. You should consider him armed and dangerous, and you should call 911 immediately with the information. He was seen last this morning wearing light-colored cowboy hat that you can see up here in the clothing there, with dark-colored long-sleeve collared shirt or coat, light pants, and carrying a dark bag. If you have any tips about the whereabouts or any information that would be helpful, you can call local police department, or you can call our BCA tip line at 877-996-6222, or email us at bca.tips@state.mn.us. We still don't know if additional people are involved, but this individual is the one that we're looking as a person of interest right now, but there may be other people with him, and we would like to speak to anybody that may have had contact with him at any point in time. So please connect with us, even if this has been some time ago today, so that we can follow up and continue to work together to keep our communities safe. And we, as the Commissioner noted, we'll take some questions at the end. But again, we are seeking the assistance of the public in locating him. I want to continue to say, as you see, there's hundreds of law enforcement officers working on this right now for the partners that you see up here today, as well from Champlin, Brooklyn Park, the State Patrol, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, FBI, ATF, just a myriad of partners working to try to locate this individual. And with that, I will turn it over to the mayor, and we'll answer questions at the end.
So hi, my name is Hollis Winston, Mayor of the City of Brooklyn Park. First, I want to extend my prayers to the Hoffman family, but also to the Hortman family as well. You know, there will come a time down the road for healing within us as a community, but right now I think what's required is a calming words and rhetoric. I want folks to make sure they listen to the facts from credible sources like law enforcement, but also to resist spreading misinformation. And then again, asking folks to listen to law enforcement in general when law enforcement has those specific asks. In Brooklyn Park and Champlin and our surrounding communities, in fact, the state, we're very much family. The Hoffman and Hortman families are very much our family. And so our prayers continuously go out to them. And it's very much a time for us to come together as a community and as a family. And I think people need to see it that way. I want to thank law enforcement, Governor Walz, Commissioner Jacobson, Sheriff Witt, FBI, various counties, local law enforcement. Even with our city of Brooklyn Park, we're seeing a ton of local law enforcement and county law enforcement just supporting our city overall. And we want to thank them for doing that. They're dedicated to keeping us safe and to securing justice. I would say to support them again, if you have information, there'll be information behind me. Please share that information. And again, please look and listen for valid information and share that. There will be a time to come together, and I think specifically for the city of Brooklyn Park and within our area, there'll be a time where we come together and we work through what we're going through now as a community. But I want to say this. you know, this individual did this to instill fear into our community, but they also wanted to create a distinct and singular point of view. When I listed all of that law enforcement coming together, that was really us as a state, as a community, from all different walks of life, coming together to work on what's happening. And I received calls from folks across the state, from all different ethnicities and communities as well, with an outpouring of support. So I want you to understand that as a city, but as a state, as a community, we're very much going to come together. We're going to see this through, and we're all going to work together to figure this out. So again, I want to thank our law enforcement, and I want to turn it over to the Mayor of Champlin Park.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Sabis, Mayor of Champlin, and on behalf of the City of Champlin, our Police Department, and our City Council, I want to extend a heartfelt thoughts and prayers to Senator John Hoffman and Representative Melissa Hortman and their families. We are deeply saddened by the senseless act of violence, and our hearts are with all those that have been affected. Our police department is working close partnership with state, local, and federal agencies to pursue this active investigation. We are incredibly grateful for their swift and responsible professional response and for the collaboration of commitment of every officer involved. We ask everyone to stay attentive, report anything that feels concerning, and most of all, continue to show kindness, respect, and care for one another. This is how we move forward together. And again, thank you all for being here. And again, I think Mayor Winston said it well that Hoffman family and the Hortman family are very much part of our communities, part of our fabric of our communities. And we really wish the families all the best. Thank you.
As folks have said, we'll take a few questions. Please don't forget to, in the first question, introduce yourself, your immediate organization with whom you're with, and if you have a question for a specific individual, call that out. Thank you.
From Fox 9, do you have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition?
The question was, do we have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition? We don't at this time. The last information we had is that he was out of surgery and was in stable condition at that time, but that certainly experienced significant injuries, so we'll have to continue to monitor that.
You said person of interest, so not a suspect, or is...
He's a suspect, one and the same for this particular case at this point in time.
Okay, so we can say suspect.
You can say suspect.
Adam Bucks with WCCO News. You know this guy, it was at least affiliated with some sort of security company, according to its own website, that has highly trained security individuals. Can you speak to the level of knowledge this person might have about, you know, using a gun or, you know, different security tactics that might separate him from a typical person walking down the street?
Yes, so the question was regarding the sophistication of the individual based on reports that he owned a security company. I certainly can't get into the details of the investigation. That'll all be part of that, and we'll explore all of that. We're aware of the connections that you reference, and the team will be dissecting that between the investigators, Brooklyn Park Police Department, and all of the state, the local, and federal partners that are working on that. Certainly, an individual will have some familiarity if that's the line of work that they're in with some of the tactics that you noted, but we'll be exploring that more fully.
One question about the photo that we're seeing in the cowboy hat and the jacket. Is that photo taken today?
That photo is today.
And is it from a ring camera in the residence of either of our law enforcement?
The question is it from a ring camera? It's not. This is from a business. So this is at a business location. We believe, as noted, that we believe he's was still in at this time. He was in the Twin Cities area, and that we are continuing to work and follow up on that. We believe he's working to potentially flee the area, and so that's why we're sharing that with that information now so that we can safely apprehend him.
Is there a way that you're in touch with the TSA? I know Governor Walz has been in contact with federal agents, as you have mentioned with the FBI.
Yeah.
Are airlines, you know, seeing his pictures so he doesn't board a plane?
So the question is, are we in contact with TSA? We've been in contact with all of the federal authorities that are relevant to this investigation. We will continue to be.
Are you able to share the time or location that photo was taken today?
The question is, can I share the time and location? This was this morning when this was taken. It was in the city of Minneapolis. That's at this point, I think, all that we can share as we work to follow up on that.
Are there any surveillance or ring camera video from either of the residents where the shooting takes place?
The question is, there's surveillance or ring camera. We do have various video from different locations. I don't want to get into specifics as part of the active investigation, but there is video that has been obtained by the investigators.
Can you talk about some of the other locations that you guys are working on, Green Isle, maybe William Fremont, Indianapolis?
So, yeah, we can, the question is, can we talk about some of the other locations? You know, because their teams are very active as part of an active investigation, I can't talk about the specifics. What I will tell you is the two locations you noted, in Minneapolis and in Green Isle, they are related to this investigation and the follow-up that the teams are doing.
I'm sorry, we're going to give it to Ellen, and then we're going to have one more question.
Can you talk a little bit more about the manifesto and what kind of motivation there might be? We're told that there might be some pro-choice lawmakers on this manifesto. If that has anything to do with the motivations here?
At this point in time, it'd be premature. The question was, is the manifesto and the information that we have received, is their motivations? We are working diligently on that. There's certainly some indications within that, but there's not specifics enough. We have been, this is a very active and fluid investigation. Throughout the day, as you've been waiting and these teams have been out working out in the field, and they have been gathering more documents and information. So it would be premature for me at this point to really say exactly what the motivation might be from these writings, but we will be continuing to work on that and provide that information when we're able.
Did they know each other? Like, did this man know either Representative Portland or Senator Hoffman in any capacity?
The question is, did they know each other in any capacity? We are still exploring that. There's certainly some overlap with some, public meetings, I will say, with Senator Hoffman and the individual, but we don't know the nature of the relationship or if they actually knew each other.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
We were just listening in to the latest update from those Minnesota officials. Let's slide away for a 2-minute commercial break.
We're down here in Wimberley, Texas, to build a smart home for Dustin Weber.
We want to welcome the Weber family to Wimberley.
Yesterday was just amazing.
The thought that has been put into these smart homes, they've thought of everything that will make his life better.
This home allows me the freedom to experience my children, taking them to bed. This home allows me the freedom to not slip and fall in the bathroom. It is a life-changing experience.
If you've been injured in an accident, you might feel like you're drowning in bills with no lifeline in sight. After an accident, you need help. Don't waste time. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker right away. We've won over $2 billion for our clients because we believe no one should settle for less than what's right. Consultations are always free, and you pay nothing until we win. Call Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
All right, welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. President Trump speaking earlier today at the military parade in D.C. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you to Vice President Vance, and thank you to our wonderful First Lady, and above all, thank you to the greatest, fiercest, and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth, the United States Army. Thank you very much. because the Army keeps us free. You make us strong, and tonight you have made all Americans very proud. They're watching from all over the world, actually. Made them all very proud. Every other country celebrates their victories. It's about time America did too. That's what we're doing tonight. And watching this magnificent display, our souls are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning. So to every veteran across our land and right here in our nation's capital, including 6 recipients of the Congressional Medal of Honor, we love you, we honor you, and we salute your noble service to our flag and to our country. As we celebrate tonight, we also think of the hundreds of thousands of Army soldiers who have made the supreme sacrifice for our nation and selflessly laid down their lives in every war, from the Revolution to the War on Terror. To the Gold Star families with us today, the courage of your heroes is the bedrock on which our entire nation stands. We thank you. Yes, we thank you. Today we commemorate an event that did not just change American history, but changed the history of the entire world. With the creation of America's Army on June 14th, 1775, liberty got its shield and the freedom got its sword. Those first Army patriots in the American Revolution fought against a fearsome enemy and impossible odds, but they were armed with a righteous cause. They were led by an indomitable commander, a truly great man, General George Washington, and they were united by an eternal creed. Their motto was victory or death. Over the past 2.5 centuries, our warriors have shown unrivaled valor on fields of battle around the globe. With the frostbitten feet and bloody fist, they have marched into the flames and fury of combat, charged up mountains, stormed beaches, waded through torrents of gunfire, and leapt into skies thick with smoke and shrapnel. The U.S. Army has driven bayonets into the heart of sinister empires, crushed the ambitions of evil tyrants. Beneath the threads of American tanks, it's done so well, it's done so much, and sent the devil himself flying into full retreat. Time and again, America's enemies have learned that if you threaten the American people, our soldiers are coming for you. Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete. Because our soldiers never give up, never surrender, and never, ever quit. They fight, 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 and they win, win, win. And that's why no institution in history has entered more names into the roster of American heroes than the U.S. Army, the Congressional Medal of Honor, more than anyone or anything. There was Mad Anthony Wayne, asked by George Washington to lead a daring midnight raid up the cliffs of Stony Point with unloaded muskets and only their bayonets to fight the redcoats. Mad Anthony replied, "Issue the order, sir, and I will storm into hell for you." Then there was the Civil War general, John Corse, shot in the face in combat. He fired off a message to his commander: "I am short a cheekbone and one ear, but I am able."
You're taking a live look at the White House over in Washington, D.C. As you can see, a very gloomy day there in our nation's capital. 7:55 on the East Coast, 4:55 in the morning. over on the West Coast. Thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Sunday, June 15th. My name is Carol Lahara, and I'll be with you throughout the next several hours, continuing to guide you through the day's top stories, also showcasing some live looks from around the world. Speaking of live looks from around the world, I want to take you to this, a scene that we're just getting into our newsroom right now. This is over in the Netherlands as we continue to see several of these Gaza war protesters gathering, hundreds of them there here in the Netherlands at this time. We are expecting some more of these protests and demonstrations to go on throughout the day today, as we usually do on the weekends. And that does transition us to one of the top stories of the day, as I want to bring you out to this live look as well. Over in northern Israel, we are following the latest on these attacks between Israel and Iran. The Associated Press reporting that the death toll did grow Sunday as Israel and Iran exchanged missile attacks for a third consecutive day, with Israel warning that worse is to come. Israel targeted Iran's defense ministry headquarters in Tehran and sites it alleged were associated with Iran's nuclear program, while Iranian missiles evaded Israeli air defenses and slammed into buildings deep inside Israel, causing civilian casualties. Now, I want to go more in depth on this conversation and everything that we know so far. And to do that, I'm going to bring onto the program now national security analyst, also retired Marines intelligence officer, Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you.
Good to see you, Carol.
So, Hal, we are getting moment by moment updates on this entire situation, but what is the most pressing thing that we're following right now?
Well, what we're seeing right now is the strikes by Israel. They have achieved what's called air superiority over Iran, the whole country. And they've used a term I haven't heard, which is called air sovereignty. I'm not quite sure what that means. That's a unique term I hadn't heard. But air superiority means that they dominate the airspace. Now, air supremacy would mean that they have complete control of the airspace. In other words, there's no really threat that would oppose them. And it sounds like they're quickly reaching that point with how they've attacked their air defenses, reduced their air defenses very systematically, not just through airstrikes, but through this massive covert Mossad and military intelligence or military special operations presence that they had infiltrated well into Iran, that took out a lot of their air defenses and ballistic missiles and other things right out. So that's really what I'm watching now. The other part, though, is what we're all watching, is Iran's response. And they've been firing ballistic missiles, and you've seen some evidence of that in the visuals of what's come out of Israel. Israel is not, it's not that they're not used to getting hit with missiles, but these are smaller missiles. These are those things I sometimes call flying trash cans that used to come out of Gaza, and then some larger missiles that would come out of southern Lebanon, but nothing on the scale of what you see here. Nothing with these massive ballistic missile warheads. They're conventional, they're not nuclear or anything, but they are huge, and you get to see just the sheer destructive force that these things have when they hit. They have, of course, the explosive force, then they have all that kinetic energy behind them, and they've been causing massive devastation. And where you see the loss of life are usually those areas where the home front warning system didn't quite pick up. In one very tragic case that happened last night, apparently it put the warning out, the early warning about 15 to 30 minutes out, or 10 minutes warning for a ballistic missile, apparently went out to the north and the south of where the missile actually ended up striking. And so whereas they got a 90-second warning with a siren, they didn't get the full warning to get those safe shelters. And of course, the results were pretty tragic, as you can see here. And they're still, it looks like, and reports from earlier today, they're still digging through all that rubble to try and find any potential victims of those just enormous strikes.
And before we continue on with some more of Iran's response and kind of what we're seeing down there in Israel, we did just get an update from the Israeli Defense Forces. It was all in Hebrew, so I can't play those remarks in full, unfortunately. But they did confirm that their strikes are continuing down there in Iran. Now, they're attacking several different facilities, really attacking Iran's infrastructure. What can we see in the coming days? What is the purpose behind that tactic?
Well, one thing they're hitting. Okay, first off, the main thing is they're trying to stop their nuclear infrastructure. They've been hitting that continuously. Now there are a couple of sites that they just don't have the aerial bombing capability to hit those underground shelters. That's ones where they actually would need the U.S. to step in and probably be looking at our B-2 stealth bombers with a particular thing called a massive ordnance penetrator that can actually carry a warhead about 30,000 pounds that could destroy those underground facilities. They don't have that. If Iran does attack U.S. bases in the Gulf, well, then the U.S. might get involved, and we might see something like that. But they don't have that. The other thing they're hitting, though, is they're hitting ballistic missiles. They're hitting a lot of ballistic missile locations, and basically reducing their offensive ballistic missile capability across the board. Obviously, hitting anything that can fire drones is being hit. But then they're hitting some other things which are kind of high impact. For example, the Sharan oil facility, massive oil facility. There's a storage tanks, I believe, south of Tehran, and then there's the oil refinery facility itself north. I think both of those were hit. Obviously, it causes a huge impact with the availability of oil and gas, not just around Tehran, but in the region and their ability to export it. But the other thing it does, and there's a certain psychological effect on this, is it launched massive oil plumes, oil smoke, and haze over Tehran, making it clear to every resident in the capital city that Tehran is clearly under attack. By the way, also making it clear that Tehran is completely vulnerable to attack. And that deals with trying to address the public confidence people might have in the regime and its ability to protect them. And that's kind of where Israel is sort of aiming its message, if you will. And actually, Prime Minister Netanyahu made that very clear. He actually delivered a message to say that, basically kind of encouraging the people of Iran to throw off the yoke, if you will, of this autocratic, theocratic regime, the Khamenei regime that's been ruling there since 1979. Basically, trying to build a wedge with that public that is largely dissatisfied with the Khamenei regime, and trying to build upon that by showing just how they are ineffective in protecting the Iranian people and these Iranian cities. So that's part of what we're seeing, but we're also seeing other infrastructure sites all around the country being hit. And we're actually seeing port cities being hit. My understanding, Bandar Abbas, as far down south, that was hit, and some other stuff, further north and all around the country. So the message is being received to Iranians all over the country that they are completely vulnerable to Israeli air attacks.
And you mentioned a little bit part of like the U.S. and what they may do to support Israel in this exchange of attacks here. President Trump has said that he does support Israel, however, has denied any direct involvement in these attacks. Iran's foreign minister has said the opposite, that the U.S. has been complicit. How is this messaging playing out within the wider region?
Well, it's been a little bit interesting. I mean, when the thing first kicked off, we were very emphatic that we had no knowledge of this. We weren't part of this thing, and then as time was kind of unrolling, it was kind of like, well, maybe we had some knowledge of it. And I think at this point we've kind of said, okay, so we knew it was going to happen, and we haven't said that quite that blatantly, but that's kind of what we've intimated, that we kind of knew this was going to happen. And then of course we've also intimated there's a lot worse to come, which indicates that we know more about what Israel's going to do than we originally had kind of said that we did know. With that said, President Trump has been very forceful in saying that Iran needs to come to the negotiating table. They need to negotiate their way out of this, or it's going to get a lot worse. And certainly, it's been very clear that if Iran hits any U.S. forces, U.S. installations, anything in the region, that this could turn into a little bit wider conflict. Now, with all that said, within President Trump's America First, MAGA base, if you will, there has been a number of voices saying, hey, don't let Bibi Netanyahu drag the U.S. into this massive war. So there are some political winds within his base that are pushing back on that. So it's not quite clear where the U.S. will go on this, but the U.S., just to be very clear, has a THAAD missile battery, which is a very high altitude air defense missile. We've had that there since the Biden administration put it in there. It's a battery of these very high altitude air defense missiles that have been used to protect Israel in these strikes. Also, the U.S. has been using fighters and ships and ground-based air defense through in the region to intercept missiles and drones that have been fired by Iran into Israel. So the U.S. is very actively involved with defending the air threats, missile and drones that have been going into Israel. We're not engaging anything offensive, and everybody's kind of watching to see what Iran does, because Iran is in a very, very tenuous position. This could be an existential situation for the regime there. And they're trying, on the one hand, their natural instincts are to just lash out in a very broad way. But they also realize if they do that, they could lash out, feel momentarily maybe self-actualized in saying that. And if the U.S. comes in, we could deliver certain things that would absolutely destroy certainly any thought of a nuclear program. There's one thing I might want to mention that's going on right now, and Israel announced today that they said this thing's going to take weeks, not days, and everybody's wondering when it's going to end. One of the big problems that Israel has, and this has always been known to planners, Iran has a lot of enriched uranium. They have a lot of components, at least it's believed they have a lot of components to put together a bomb, a warhead, if you will. They have a lot of ballistic missile capability, as we've seen, because they've been actually hitting Israel with ballistic missiles. The thought was that Iran was literally, if they'd ever put their mind to it, that within days they could actually create a viable fissioned nuclear warhead if they ever intended to do that. Part of the strikes initially was to take out that chain, if you will, that would allow that to take place. In other words, to intercept the different components, the different parts, the different ways that could happen. Part of it was taking out nuclear scientists who would be needed to put that device together. That was very extensively done, and a variety of other things. So they've been intercepting that. But the fear has always been that if they got to this point, whatever reticence that the regime may have had for creating a nuclear weapon might just suddenly melt away, and they say, just go ahead and do it. And that puts pressure on Israel to make sure that they destroy all the capabilities that Iran would have to create a nuclear weapon. And to give you an idea of how big this is, a nuclear weapon, they think that potentially they could have put together maybe, say, 15 nuclear warheads. That's internal Israel estimate that's kind of out there. Keep in mind, they fired 200 ballistic missiles into Israel. About 50 of those missiles apparently impacted in Israel, so a fourth of them did. So you can just kind of do the math. Israel is not a large country. It's about the size of New Jersey. So even one nuclear warhead getting through would be absolutely catastrophic to the state of Israel. Hence, there is a reason for them to really push to the nth degree to make sure that there is absolutely no possibility that that scenario could ever happen. And that's why I think today you heard weeks, not months. It's going to take weeks to reduce everything in there to a degree where they're satisfied that there is no possible way that Iran can make a nuclear missile, or make nuclear warhead, let alone launch it on a ballistic missile or any other means.
All right, so you spoke a little bit there about this issue, this concern coming forth with nuclear powers and such. But if we also think about other ways that Iran may be able to attack Israel in the coming days, in the coming weeks, as Israel has said this is going to last, can we see other kinds of attacks? What do you foresee happening, whether it be direct strikes, attacks through proxies, even cyber attacks?
Pretty much everything you just said. I would expect all this. I don't know what capability they will have in the cyber realm. I think Israel has pretty good intelligence on what they do. I mean, honestly, that's one of the things that somewhat shocked Iran, is just how thoroughly they were penetrated from an intelligence perspective by Israel. I mean, they literally had a drone base, clandestine drone base set up near Tehran, that they were able to launch these drone strikes all over the place. And it's really caught Iran off guard, just how they sort of permeated the country with this clandestine presence. I think they have a pretty good idea of what Iran might be able to do in the cyber realm. So I think they're fairly prepared for that. And I'm sure they're leaning forward on everything in that regard. The proxies is kind of interesting. You know, certainly Hamas can't really do anything more than it is doing. And that's, you know, barely hanging on. You got to remember, they really decimated Hezbollah, which was their crown jewel of all their proxies up in southern Lebanon. And Hezbollah does have some, remaining missiles, but Hezbollah is in such a dilapidated situation. You know, most have looked at this and said, I don't think that they would want to step up. And of course, part of the reason they don't want to step up is because they've lost that pipeline of weaponry that used to come through Syria under the Assad regime. That is completely cut off. So they have what they have, but if they were to launch missiles, they would probably invite something much larger upon them. And my understanding is that Israel has massed very large ground forces and other forces to the north in anticipation that Hezbollah may step in and try to do something. So they are prepared for that. I'm sure Hezbollah has figured out that Israel has massed forces up there as well. So that takes out that part of the equation. Not clear what the proxies would do, the Shiite militias in Iraq. There was a lot of discussion with the government that they might want to, kind of lay low on this, not do something that would make them a target. And frankly, if they did launch something, those planes that are going from Israel to attack targets in Iran, well, many of them overfly Iraqi airspace. So if the Shiite militias in Iraq were suddenly to start targeting Israel, there's a very good chance that Israel might divert some of those aircraft to deal with that problem in Iraq and cause some serious damage there. So there's a lot of reasons why they won't. And the other one is the Houthis, that are down in Yemen. Right now, they're under, we have an agreement, the U.S. and the Houthis kind of have an agreement not to target shipping. And the Houthis have been doing these one-off sort of targets. But keep in mind, prior to this thing with Iran, that Israel had gone in and attacked the Houthis, not just by air, but they actually did a naval strike on one of the largest, I think their largest port, as I recall. Very devastating strike using naval forces, maritime forces, which was a big shift, a big change. We hadn't seen that before. So that was sending a message to the Houthis saying, this is what we're capable of, and you might want to keep that in mind. And of course, right afterwards, the stuff started with Iran. But the message was definitely sent to the Houthis that they might want to restrain what they were doing to avoid bringing the full wrath of Israel there. So I don't know if the proxies are going to be able to really do that much, and I'm not sure if they are inclined to do that much more just because of the way the situation is now.
Hal, I keep showcasing this live image that we have over in northern Israel. I'm going to bring it in full for all of the viewers because you really get a sense of some of the destruction that happened over the last several days. I have to ask you about the Iron Dome. What did we learn about its capabilities when it comes to defense of territories in Israel based off of these recent attacks?
Well, the Iron Dome was one part of the air defense system. I think there's a David Sling and there's some other parts of it as well. Arrow missiles that they fire, which have higher altitude capability. What you're seeing here, the Iron Dome is extremely capable of taking out the missiles that they were getting from the Gaza Strip and the missiles that they were getting, for the most part, the missiles that they were getting from Hezbollah, from southern Lebanon. Very capable of dealing with that. Where the Iron Dome section of their air defense plan is not as good is dealing with these longer range, some say hypervelocity ballistic missiles that come in. That's where they have to rely on these other systems to intercept those. Now, within that, there are certain things they do. First you have to identify it, and then you have to basically assess where is it going to hit, and then you figure out if you want to try and take it out. Now, some of the missiles that are used are things where they fire a bunch of small sort of fragmentation or pebbles that will hit the missile. And the others are direct hit. The interceptor hits the missile coming in directly. And if you look at what Iran, mostly due to the distances involved, are firing, they're firing these larger ballistic missiles, which put a real strain on Israel's air defense capability. And these are the missiles that Iron Dome lower altitude system really doesn't do that well trying to stop against. That's where they have to rely on these other systems. And of course, as we see, they sometimes miss. Now, some of these things, in all fairness, some of these things are the impacts are going into open areas where they're really not causing a lot of damage. And then, of course, the real tragic one was where they knew where it was going and they put the alerts in the wrong areas. And the area where it actually hit, they didn't get the alert until it was literally like 90 seconds out. And of course, that's, tragically caused a lot of loss of life, a lot of injuries because of where it hit. But the other thing, too, is the Iranians are making really no effort to hit military targets. They are clearly aiming at civilian targets. Yes, absolutely a clear violation of the Geneva Convention law of war, but they're aiming directly at civilian targets to try and essentially terrorize, if you will, the Israeli population. And in that regard, I think, I don't know what Iran thinks, but the idea that they're going to terrorize the Israeli population is probably one of the greatest miscalculations I've ever heard of. But it's a pretty hardened population. I mean, they're very resilient. So, but that's what they're doing, and But you can see by the size of these warheads, it just causes a level of devastation and destruction that, frankly, we have not seen delivered on Israel. What we have seen is Israel delivering that kind of destruction in places like Gaza and Lebanon. But we certainly have not seen them doing, Israel getting this type of destruction because, frankly, no one was firing missiles with warheads that big before, and now they are.
All right, Hal, I do want to bring up this post on X from the Israeli Defense Forces because I want you to comment on it. They posted it a little while ago. We're going to hit play on this video. They say this: watch where we struck both Iran and Yemen. This is what the scale of our operational activity to eliminate Iran's influence across the region looks like. Any thoughts on this video?
Oh, I think they're making it very clear to everybody what's coming. I think that's a direct message to the Houthis. I think that's a direct message to Hezbollah and to the Shiite militias in Iraq and any other proxies in the region, which is, if you're going to test us, you're going to see what happens. You're going to see what the result is. And if you look at what's happening in Tehran right now, if you look at what Israel has been delivering as far as destruction in Yemen or in the Houthi territories, it's not something they're just saying. I mean, they have demonstrated they can hit them. The other thing too is there's nothing which really contains airstrikes by Israel in Yemen, in the Houthi territories, I should say. And there's obviously, we've already talked about the fact that they have air superiority over Iran right now. And that's another reason you're seeing them saying it's going to take weeks, not days, with Iran, is right now they can systematically go through and simply eliminate, destroy targets all across the country. You can't do that all in one strike. I mean, they only have so many planes they can put in the air at any given time, but they're going to go through and just keep hitting and hitting and hitting and hitting and destroying ballistic missile sites, command and control sites. They hit the as you mentioned right off, they hit the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters, and that, of course, two things that basically disrupts their ability to control ballistic missiles, amongst other things, to control proxies, because that's where they control all those proxies from. But the other thing is, it also sends a big message to everybody in the capital city that this, pinnacle, if you will, this cornerstone of the regime has just been taken out. And it says everything in Tehran is now vulnerable to being struck. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Israel did something rather interesting. They put out messages, and the fact that they can get these messages to the Iranian people, if they can get a text or a call, robocall or whatever, saying, hey, you need to evacuate your area because it's really close to a site where they're making missiles. Now, I don't know if they sent texts. I do know they put out this broad message saying if you live near any of these sites where they produce weapons and stuff, or where they have weapons, you need to evacuate that area. But I'm kind of wondering if they've also sent texts out. That Israel could do that. I could see where they could actually get into the Iranian phone system and send texts out. Now, you can imagine how disconcerting that would be for someone to get a text on their phone saying you need to evacuate or you may get hit with Israeli ordnance, sincerely, the state of Israel. That would be very disconcerting to an Iranian citizen sitting at home saying, how did they get my number and why am I getting this message? And that is part of the psychology that Israel's working with in going after them. But I have not got confirmation. It sounded like they may have done that, but I have not got confirmation that they actually did that.
Well, Hal, we're still waiting to learn several more details. These strikes, these attacks, only just starting a few days ago, could be lasting for several weeks now if it went the way that Israel is thinking it's going to go. And I'm sure that throughout the day today, we're going to continuously keep getting more of these updates. But Hal Kempfer, national security analyst, retired Marines intelligence officer, always good to have you here in the program. We'll check in soon.
All right. Thank you, Carol.
Of course. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break, bringing you back out live to this image that we do have out of northern Israel as we continue to follow this exchange of missile attacks between Israel and Iran.
The road to 2026 starts now with the Gold Cup. The Stars and Stripes face North America's best. Every shot, every pass, every moment counts. This is their chance to prove they belong on the world's greatest sports stage. The road to 2026 starts now. The Gold Cup on FS1.
Juan Soto leads the Mets against Kyle Schwarber and the Phillies. Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
At the offices of Larry H. Parker, we're more than just attorneys. We're the powerhouse you need when the stakes are high, and we've spent decades fighting relentlessly for justice.
We have the experience and commitment to make a difference, and the results to prove it. Every case is unique, and we give each one the attention it deserves so you get the best possible outcome.
With us, you'll never settle for less than what's right. Call Larry H. Parker at 800-333-0000. We'll fight for you.
Let's go! One more minute. And up.
Workout not going well?
It's these bargain bin glasses. I feel like it's eye strain. I can't even read the screen, and I'm getting a headache.
Try these blocks by Zenni. These block out blue light, which could help with your eye strain, headaches. They might even help you sleep better at night.
These are amazing.
I guess I'll go now?
Thank you.
Taking you back out live to this image that we have over in northern Israel as we are following the latest developments on these missile attacks between Israel and Iran. The death toll growing on Sunday. Now the region bracing for a drawn-out conflict after Israel's strikes hit nuclear and military facilities, killing several senior generals and top nuclear scientists. President Trump had said the U.S. has, quote, nothing to do with the attack on Iran, and warned Tehran to expect the full strength and might of the U.S. armed forces if it retaliates against the United States. Now, earlier this week, we did get some comments from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on this situation. Remember that Israel does expect for this conflict to last for several more weeks. But let's hear what the Prime Minister had to say.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
Those were the comments that we had earlier this week from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel, which views a nuclear-armed Iran as an existential threat, launched its attacks after weeks of escalating tensions over Iran's progressing nuclear program. Iran announced Thursday that it planned to activate a third nuclear enrichment facility shortly after the UN nuclear watchdog censored Iran for failing to comply with non-proliferation obligations. A live look out there once again in northern Israel following the latest out of the Middle East. We'll be right back.
Insurance companies might claim to be on your side, but their priority is minimizing payoffs. That's where we come in.
We don't just handle claims, we fight. With a 99% success rate, free consultations, and no fees unless we win, we make sure nobody settles for less than what's right.
We analyze every detail of your case, leaving nothing to chance, so you can trust that you're in the best of hands.
Call Larry H. Parker today at 800-333-0000. We'll fight for you.
When did your dad get a new car?
My mom buys him one true classic shirt, and now he's trying to reinvent himself or whatever.
My vibe just hits different now. You should have seen how I rizzed your mom last night.
Stop talking like that. You were born in the 1900s.
Don't be acting all sus because of my Pima Polo and chinos at Stretch.
Oh, maybe you should hit the gym.
Low key, maybe I will. In true classic activewear. Can I get a W in the chat, please?
Dad, please stop.
It's giving not proud of your dad's elevated wardrobe.
Welcome back and thank you for joining us here at Live Now from Fox, 8:35 in the morning here on the East Coast, 5:35 over on the West Coast. My name is Carol Lahara. Taking a live look out in Washington, D.C., a very gloomy day on this Sunday as we continue to follow some of the biggest stories of this week. Let's check in with our partners at Fox 5 in D.C. as their On the Hill program does tackle some of the biggest stories.
Good morning to you. It is Sunday, June 15th, 2025. Happy Father's Day to all our dads. We welcome you into Fox 5's On the Hill Live this Sunday morning. I'm Tom Fitzgerald. We are going to begin on the headlines. The massive military parade in D.C. on Saturday celebrated the Army's 250th anniversary. More than 6,000 soldiers, 128 Army tanks took part in the procession. The Golden Knights parachuted onto the National Mall, while helicopters and planes flew overhead. This 3-hour extravaganza was the largest military parade in decades in the nation's capital. President Trump presided over it all, watching from a grandstand in front of the White House. The parade also coincided with President Trump's 79th birthday. It also ended with fireworks and fanfare as the crowds watched along Constitution Avenue to the Lincoln Memorial. Soldiers marched in uniforms dating from all the way back in the Revolutionary War right up until modern times.
Because our soldiers never give up, never surrender, and never, ever quit. They fight, 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 and they win, win, win. And that's why no institution in history has entered more names into the roster of American heroes than the U.S. Army.
Well, it is the first parade of its kind in D.C. since back in 1991, which marked the end of the first Gulf War. The parade also sparked protests around the country in the DMV. They called these protests No Kings, and demonstrators marched against President Trump's immigration policies and other Trump administration policies. The protests followed recent unrest, of course, in Los Angeles over immigration raids where the president had deployed National Guard troops and the Marines. Meanwhile, in Minnesota this morning, a manhunt is underway after a brazen assassination attack on 2 state lawmakers yesterday morning. The shooting left 55-year-old Democrat Melissa Hortman and her husband dead, and 60-year-old John Hoffman and his wife wounded. The shooting suspect has been identified as Vance Bolter. Police reportedly exchanged gunfire with him, but he managed to escape. Investigators say they found a manifesto identifying other lawmakers and a No King sign inside the suspect's vehicle. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz called the shooting politically motivated. All right, let's turn to the situation overseas today. There's been an urgent warning from Israel's prime minister for Iranians to immediately evacuate military production factories, likely signaling a new wave of strikes there. Airstrikes began, as you remember, 3 days ago when Israel carried out airstrikes targeting Iran's nuclear facilities. Top military commanders and senior nuclear scientists. Iran retaliated, sending missiles. Let's bring in Rebecca Grant. She is following all this closely, a national security analyst and senior fellow at the Lexington Institute. Rebecca, thanks for being with us this morning. Let's start with why this is happening. Israel launched this strike. They're concerned about Iran's nuclear capability. How close was Iran to doing something that would have been getting the go-ahead had Iran not moved?
We thought. And so 2 key factors in the timing of this strike. One, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. And wow, everything we're seeing just reconfirms why that's the case. Iran had apparently done a little bit more work on the computer modeling for designing an actual weapon, as well as enriching too much uranium, enough for 9 to 15 bombs. Secondly, remember, Tom, Israel attacked and took down a lot of Iran's air defenses last fall. That meant this was, from a military standpoint, the right moment to go in and get air superiority over Iran to take out what is actually a very precise, targeted campaign to eliminate Iran's nuclear menace.
Rebecca, one of the things that obviously people in the United States, when they look at this, the question always becomes, will this blow up into a wider war within the Middle East? Could the United States be dragged in? Now, we've had in the last couple of years instances where Iran launched attacks at Israel. Israel was able to dispel them. How should we look at this? Is this a powder keg, or are these two, just exchanging, attacks, tit for tat right now, and it would be contained like this? How do you see this? How great is the threat of this escalating?
Well, it is a very dangerous situation, but Tom, that's the key word, contain. We have to contain Iran. And hey, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said we're not participating in the offensive strikes by Israel, but let me tell you, we are very involved. It's very game on in defense. We have 40,000 U.S. servicemen in the Middle East from Syria all the way through to that aircraft carrier in the Red Sea area. And so anytime Iran is launching strikes, our U.S. Space Force gets the tipper, the indications of that. We have to be sure those missiles are not going towards our U.S. forces. We are also assisting Israel, as we did last year. Our U.S. Navy does some of the exo-atmospheric kills against some of these ballistic missiles. But that's all to contain this. I think Israel's objective is to work through the target set to eliminate Iran's nuclear capability, but I believe we will be able to contain this and that it will at some point come to an end.
Rebecca, leading up to this attack, we were told that the U.S. had told military and diplomatic personnel that they could self-evacuate. The U.S. said it had no prior knowledge of this, but how closely coordinated was this from Israel's standpoint? And we are engaged right now in talks with Iran. Will those continue?
Well, President Trump would like, as would Europe and everybody else, to see Iran come back to the table and make a deal that would ultimately let IAEA inspectors from the UN verify that the nuke stuff is done. How closely involved were we? I think it's pretty clear that we knew this was coming. Of course, as I said, we have to watch all these operations very closely because of the forces that we have in the region. So I think, we're going to see Israel work through this target set, hoping that the Israeli population can ride it out. Iran has brought this on themselves. And you step back a step and imagine those skies over Tel Aviv with the possibility of 9 to 15 Iranian nuclear weapons in the air. We just cannot allow that to happen, either for U.S. interests, Israel obviously, or for the whole world. Iran has got to be denuked once and for all, and this is the moment for it to happen.
It's a scary situation, and one of the things that cannot be overlooked right now is that Iran is already engaged in a war against Hamas in Gaza. What kind of pressure does this put on Israel right now while they pursue that war against Hamas? Now they are engaged in a separate military struggle, maybe not so separate, with Iran.
And don't forget the threats are all around the compass. The Houthis who attacked the airport in Israel not so long ago, Hezbollah. Fortunately, Israel has really decimated the capabilities of those Iran-backed militia. But the pressure on Israel at this moment is very intense. And there is no question, though, that what Israelis military is carrying out in the most precise, quick way that they can is something that's going to make that region safer. And if President Trump has any hope of getting back to the Abraham Accords, more diplomatic resolution in the area, this has just got to be done. Remember, Iran really opened the door by attacking Israel last year and by enriching this uranium, which serves absolutely no purpose for civilian nuclear power. And so we just see Iran has proved that they are too dangerous to continue in this current situation, and they just have to have that nuclear capability removed.
All right, Rebecca Grant joining us live this morning and breaking down all of the situations throughout the Iran-Israel conflict right now. We're going to leave it there.
Thank you to our partners there at Fox 5 in D.C. for their On the Hill segment, taking a live look out of Capitol Hill. As we do step away for a quick commercial break, we'll check back in with Fox 5 after this.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
Walton Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
Parents, we need magic too. So can we relax on a Disney cruise? Oh, yes. And fine dine extra finely. Double yes. Parents, you won't believe what a family vacation can be.
When you're injured in an accident, doctor bills, hospital expenses, and loss of work without pay are a lot to handle. You need to be compensated for those losses. For over 50 years, Larry H. Parker has fought the insurance companies to recover over $2 billion in settlements for people just like you, because we believe no one should settle for less than what's right. and we only get paid when you win. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
Taking a live look at the White House on this Sunday, let's check back in with our partners at Fox 5 in D.C. for their On the Hill program.
Welcome back to Fox 5's On the Hill Live this Sunday morning. As we told you at the top of the broadcast today, the manhunt continues in a shocking murder in Minnesota. A lawmaker and her husband were killed in their homes. It shocked the community. It has shocked the nation this morning. The gunman also shot another lawmaker and his wife multiple times. They remain in the hospital. Governor Tim Walz says the killings were politically motivated. We want to bring in our political panel this morning. Good friends of the program here. Tim Parrish is a Republican strategist, and David Goodfriend, Democratic advisor and president of I Street Advocates. Obviously, we've talked a lot at this desk with both of you about the level of rhetoric in our country right now. This is beyond rhetoric. Governor Walz called this a political assassination. What should we take from this moment as far as people stepping back from where their rhetoric is and where their actions are?
Well, after any shooting, we're all sort of at a loss for words. I don't want to hear about thoughts and prayers. I want to hear about like the usual platitudes. We have a sickness in our society, and it's gun violence. It's a sickness. I also don't want to turn this into a kind of policy debate over guns. Those things usually end up being on a circular repeats pattern anyway. I do think this is different because we're starting to feel almost like political violence is normalized, and I feel like that's something that happens in other countries. I'm in the United States of America. Why do I hear about political assassinations and think that's somewhere else? It's not somewhere else. It's here. So we have political violence in the United States, and I think the first step is to just acknowledge that. We're now in the era of political violence in the United States. What do you do about it? Well, I would like to start at the top. I think when you criticize a judge for not ruling your way, and arrest a judge for not doing what you want, or call somebody in the other party something subhuman, you are responsible. You are responsible for that. So I'd like to see rhetoric at the top change, and I think that's a step.
I can remember the night of a presidential address in the wake of Gabby Giffords' shooting. Democrats and Republicans in Congress made a point of pairing up with each other and sitting with each other in a show of solidarity. Is that beyond reach right now? Have we gotten so far down the road that we can't get back to the point where Democrats and Republicans can disagree and fight and hammer it out on policy, but yet come together in a show to the country that that kind of thing that happened just now is not the norm. It's not acceptable. It shouldn't happen.
No, and I don't think we are beyond that, Tom. And I do think we've seen that. We've seen both Republicans and Democrats condemn this. I absolutely agree with my friend here that we've got to bring the temperature down. The rhetoric right now is, you know, people, it's okay to be passionate. It's okay to really get involved in the conversation. But it is. We're starting to normalize political violence. And I've traveled the world extensively throughout my career, and you do see these things in other countries. And when we read these stories and you read the headlines, you think, was that here in the United States of America? It's shocking. And I will say that my thoughts and prayers are legitimately with that community and with those families. Nobody should go through this, but we've got to bring down the temperature around our rhetoric, and we've got to get back to a place where we can disagree without being disagreeable.
Obviously, a lot of focus on the nation's capital yesterday with the parade for the 250th birthday of the United States Army. You know, clearly that's a big thing for the country. We're approaching the 250th birthday of the country. There's been a lot of concerns, though, about the cost of all of this, David. You know, DOJ came into town saying that they're going to cut out waste, fraud, and abuse. A lot of people were saying, well, that was wasteful, that we shouldn't have spent that money. It was a moment, though, that did bring some celebration to a country that hasn't really had a lot of celebrations the last 6 months or so. Is there value in that when you watched that parade yesterday, you were told the American story through the story and the journey of the United States Army?
Well, nobody's able to rain on his own parade better than Donald Trump. I mean, I would have loved a parade that celebrated the unity of the United States and our military. I mean, you served in the military and I didn't, and yet we both can feel pride in seeing our American service members. When I worked in the White House, I used to love to see how people in uniform would come and go and work with us on the civilian side, and that was a wonderful thing. We're the only country in the world that ever perfected that. And yet, it didn't work. And here's why. Because President Trump is now using the military on our people, the people of the United States, in a completely illegal, unconstitutional, unseemly way that undermines my ability to celebrate my military. I'm a taxpayer. I paid for that Army. They protect me just like they protect you. And yet Donald Trump managed to take that away from me because he sent the Marines to an American city when there was no need for him to do so. The police had it under control. The state had it under control. He was doing it to be provocative. He's dividing this country, and he's hurting the military because 50 states had protests against him yesterday. 50. All 50 states. Everybody should have been watching that parade with pride. Instead, the president managed to even screw that up so that now we have people marching in the streets of America against him, against his use of the military in an American city.
Tim, there have been
Just wanted to dip in there briefly to some more of that program, courtesy of our partners at Fox 5 in D.C. Now, as you heard, they were talking a little bit about one of the other major stories of this week, which were these anti-ICE protests that were happening all over the country, more specifically down in Los Angeles. Taking a live look there in LA, 5:53 on the West Coast. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will talk about all of those ICE raids and the demonstrations that have been sparked.
If you've been injured in an accident, you might feel like you're drowning in bills with no lifeline in sight. After an accident, you need help. Don't waste time. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker right away. We've won over $2 billion for our clients because we believe no one should settle for less than what's right. Consultations are always free, and you pay nothing until we win. Call Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox as we turn to another one of the major stories of this week. Taking a look here at some video from earlier in the week. Images that we have been seeing for several days. This one specifically out of Los Angeles, as we saw hundreds of people turn out onto the streets, not just in LA, but across the country to protest some of these ICE raids. We also have images of said ICE raids, this one coming out of Mississippi. Now, I want to get to the bottom of this and kind of discuss everything that we have been seeing and really the process when it comes to becoming an official U.S. citizen, as we keep watch for the president's administration and what they're doing to enforce some of their immigration efforts. So to do that, I'd like to bring into the program now immigration attorney Elizabeth Ricci. Elizabeth, always good to see you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back.
Of course. Let's just start with the basics. I'm sure you have been monitoring all of these situations. When you look at some of these ICE raids that are happening in several cities, do you see anything inherently wrong about it? Is there anything unlawful, or from your standpoint, is everything being conducted in an appropriate manner?
Well, to say everything across the board, I wouldn't go that far. ICE has wide discretion, wide authority to make arrests, to do detentions. But I think the concern is the manner in which they are doing those, the raids, going into homes. So ICE has the authority to go into a home with consent or a warrant, or to investigate a workplace. But I think the manner in which they are doing it is causing concern, and people are enforcement officers. Many of them are and have masks on. So that's a concern. It creates distrust in the community, especially, do you know, is this a law enforcement? Is it not? So we saw this weekend in your previous segment, the assassination of the lawmaker in Minnesota. The suspect in that case had been pretending to be law enforcement and had uniforms and lights and things like that to make him appear as law enforcement. So people are concerned, are these legitimate raids in a sense, is this really a federal official conducting it? And I think people need to realize that immigration violations are civil, they're not criminal. So when we are treating people like criminals, as we've seen in these raids, it creates some due process concerns. People are entitled to attorneys at their own expense, not government expense, because they are not being treated as criminals officially. So there's a lot of confusion and a lot of distrust right now. And as your previous panelists were saying, I think we need to bring the temperature down and come together a little bit better than we have been recently.
So because there is so much concern, as you did just mention, with people, you know, all over the place because of sort of a mistrust that has kind of been placed when it comes to these specific efforts, what exactly, if we can just get like a bullet point list, are ICE agents allowed to do when they conduct these raids? And more importantly, under the law, how do they go into these raids?
Sure. So as I said, they do have wide authority. They can conduct investigations. They can execute search warrants, arrests. They can detain. They can conduct workplace raids and enforcement operations, issue administrative subpoenas for immigration records, but they still have to protect constitutional rights. For example, against unlawful searches and seizures. They have to have a warrant to enter a home unless they have consent. And immigrants need to know that they are allowed to have representation, as I mentioned, even without government funds. They have to do so on their own, and they're also entitled to an interpreter. So people need to understand what their own rights are and what law enforcement's rights and responsibilities are.
Kind of going off of that tangent a little bit, you know, if someone finds themselves in this situation, it's possible that, you know, they're nervous, they don't really know how to handle it, they don't know what to say. What is something important for, you know, an immigrant to keep in mind, or migrant to keep in mind, if they are detained by ICE, let's say they are taken away? I mean, what should their next steps be? What should they even say in the first place?
Well, the concern should be for everyone right now, because we are seeing ICE even detain and arrest U.S. citizens. So I think now is the time to carry your documentation. I normally would tell people leave it in a safe at home so you don't lose it, but now is the time to have those documents with you, your US passport, your birth certificate. If you are undocumented, however, remember you have the right to remain silent. You do have the right to an attorney at your own expense. If you are concerned about being picked up, whether it's on your work site or having law enforcement come into your home, you should have a power of attorney prepared so that your family is taken care of. If you are arrested, you have a trusted friend or relative who can pick up children at camp, access bank accounts, access your home. It's much more difficult to manage those things if you're being detained or if you're out of the country.
You've been mentioning a few times here that if you are detained, you do have a right to have that power of an attorney. But how long does that process take between someone getting detained and then being able to make that phone call, for example, being able to make those connections to see when they would be able to be released or even what's in store for them?
It depends. We had a big raid in Tallahassee where I am a few weeks ago, and we're getting calls still from people who were picked up or friends and relatives of people who were picked up. Ideally, you are able to make that call quickly, but we have seen some resistance, unfortunately, from ICE, especially in sharing alien numbers with people who are detained. So it makes it very difficult to represent them, and it makes it difficult for those individuals to share important information with their friends and family to be able to get representation for a bond, for example, so they could be released or request an immigration benefit. What's funny, ironically, is that many people who are picked up in these raids, if they are a result of a criminal investigation, usually the case is labor trafficking, or they've been in the United States for 10 years, don't have serious criminal histories, because remember, immigration violations are civil, not criminal, and have US citizen kids or permanent resident family, they can actually request a benefit through court. They can request an S or a T visa if they've been smuggled or trafficked. They can request a green card in court if they meet certain criteria. So often these raids and these arrests are allowing people an opportunity to legalize that they didn't have previously.
Something else that I've seen just being comment about regarding this entire situation is, some people saying that if you've been in the country for this many years, why are you not a U.S. citizen yet? If you were, you wouldn't be in this trouble. Of course, you did mention that still U.S. citizens do find themselves in these situations. But is it really that easy to just come to the U.S. and then become a citizen? What's that process like?
Well, there's a few ways to obtain citizenship. The two most common, now this is my professorial hat going on, are Juris Solis, which means born on U.S. land. That's what the 14th Amendment provides for. Or Juris Sanguinis, meaning you received it through blood. For example, the late Senator John McCain, Senator Ted Cruz, they were not born in this country, but they received citizenship by birth through a citizen parent. So those are the common ways. And then you also have through naturalization. But to naturalize, you have to first be a green card holder. How are we going to get that green card? Through employment, Elon Musk, for example. Through family, Melania sponsored her parents. Refugee or asylee, we see that very commonly with Cubans. But the line is extremely long, in some cases over 20 years. So when people say get in line, they do so not realizing how long that line really is.
And then just another point kind of adding to that, talking about how people get their green card. We've also seen some cases where someone is not a citizen, but they are married to a U.S. citizen, which is a step to get a green card. When these people are detained, or if they're detained, is their process a little bit different perhaps, or is everyone that's detained kind of just jumbled up together going through the same steps?
Again, it depends. So person who's married to a U.S. citizen but is here undocumented, meaning they entered without permission or they entered with permission and then overstayed, if they meet certain criteria, have been here for 10 years, don't have a certain serious criminal history, they can ask a judge for relief to adjust through that family member. But if they don't meet the criteria, they have to leave the United States and usually cannot come back for 10 years. So it's a very strict bar, which is actually antithetical to legalization because people aren't willing to leave for those 10 years to be able to legalize through that spouse. So it's kind of perpetuating more undocumented immigration, ironically.
All right, Elizabeth. So what I learned here is that obviously it can be a bit more complicated. It's not really just a black and white situation, but it remains a concern, not just if you're an immigrant of this country, but even for some U.S. citizens. Elizabeth, before I let you go, is there anything else that you'd like to add, something that you have your eye on regarding this entire situation, the ICE raids and even the protests that we've been seeing?
Well, I have my eye on the fact that the administration is actively pursuing 50,000 denaturalization cases. In other words, they are looking to take citizenship away from people who receive their citizenship not through birth or blood. And it is very important that if you are considering filing for citizenship, when you do so, you answer the questions truthfully, including the one about whether you've ever committed a crime for which you were not arrested, because that is now the basis of denaturalizing in the future.
Elizabeth Ricci, immigration attorney, always good to have you here at Live Now from Fox. Thank you for, again, breaking down this situation. I always think it's good to kind of rehash the facts when it comes to immigration and how people can obtain even U.S. citizenship and how long that process takes. So you have a good rest of your Sunday, and we'll talk soon.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break. Actually, no, before we do that, I want to go back to another major event from earlier this week, taking you out to this live picture that we have over in Los Angeles. So we saw several press conferences discussing these anti-ICE protests as well as the administration's efforts when it comes to immigration. Now, in one of those press conferences, it was headlined by Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and a California senator was actually removed from that press conference. It really just showcased how contentious several of these meetings can get. I want to play out some of the remarks that Senator Padilla of California made after he was removed, and then afterward, we'll also hear from the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. But first, here's Senator Padilla.
You guys have some questions. I'm going to read a brief statement. I will not be taking questions, but allow me to read my statement. I'm here in Los Angeles today, and I was here in the federal building, in the conference room, awaiting a scheduled briefing from federal officials as part of my responsibility as a senator to provide oversight and accountability. While I was waiting for the briefing with General Guillot, I learned that Secretary Noem was having a press conference a couple of doors down the hall. Since the beginning of the year, but especially over the course of recent weeks, several of my colleagues, have been asking the Department of Homeland Security for more information and more answers on their increasingly extreme immigration enforcement actions. And we've gotten little to no information in response to our inquiries. And so I came to the press conference to hear what she had to say, to see if I could learn any new additional information. And at one point, I had a question. And let me emphasize, just as we've emphasized the right for people to peacefully protest and to stand up for their First Amendment rights, for our fundamental rights. I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground, and I was handcuffed. I was not arrested. I was not detained. I will say this. If this is how this administration responds to a senator with a question, if this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to cooks, to day laborers, throughout the Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country. We will hold this administration accountable. And we'll have more to say. We'll have more to say in the coming days.
So short remarks that you just heard there from Senator Padilla. Take a look at this. It's a post from the senator, including the video in which he was forcibly removed from that press conference hosted by Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem. Now, with this video, the senator wrote this: "If that's what they do to a United States senator with a question, imagine what they do to farm workers, day laborers, cooks, and the other nonviolent immigrants they are targeting in California and across the country, or any American that dares to speak up. I will not stop." So you see him there being forced to the ground by some of the officials that were in that briefing. Now, the senator said he was not arrested. He was handcuffed, however, and we're going to wait to see if he makes some more remarks in the coming days on this situation. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break. On the other side of that, we'll listen to some of the remarks from Secretary Noem. Back out live to this image that we have in Los Angeles, California, 6:13 in the morning there on the West Coast, 9:13 here on the East Coast, as we continue to follow some of the latest developments regarding immigration enforcement across the country. Earlier this week, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem was in Los Angeles holding a press conference. Let's take a look.
I'll get this situated for you. You bet. Yeah.
Test 1 2. Test.
Good? Not yet. Good morning, everybody. Grateful that you all are here. My name is Kristi Noem. I am the Department of Homeland Security Secretary for President Donald J. Trump. And I am so thankful for the men and women of law enforcement who have been working every single day to bring law and order and peace back to the citizens of Los Angeles and to the state of California. As you know, we've seen under this last week some operations that have been working to bring in criminals that have been out on our streets for far too long. Our HSI and ICE individuals have been out conducting operations with our government partners to make sure that these criminals, bad actors, murderers, rapists, pedophiles, traffickers, and drug traffickers are brought in and brought to justice finally under this administration. I do want to thank the men and women of law enforcement. They've been absolute rock stars in what they've done to protect this community and to protect this city. I want to specifically name those that are under the umbrella within our components, under the Department of Homeland Security. That has been our ICE officers who have been on the front line out there interdicting with many of these dangerous criminals. Also HSI with their investigative skill set and tactical teams have been absolutely imperative to us in helping us make sure we're running operations and really targeting these bad actors. Our Federal Protective Services and also our Border Patrol agents have come and been partners with us in an incredible way. They bring a skill set that has helped us have a whole of government approach under the Department of Homeland Security that has never happened before. The assets that they have and the willingness to do their jobs that this president has allowed them to do has been absolutely incredible. But what you see standing behind me too is also other federal partners that have come to the table that are here to bring safety and security to the city of Los Angeles. I want to specifically thank the Army. I want to thank the Marines, the National Guard, our soldiers, our military men and women who have shown up here to help make sure that we have security. Not only do they protect our country around the world, but they're doing it every single day here in the United States of America too, and doing it as service, public service to the people in this country because they took an oath to uphold the law. We also have a U.S. attorney here who has been aggressive, has been making sure that we don't pick winners and losers in this country, that the rule of law will be followed, and that people who break the law and perpetuate violence will be brought to justice. They will be prosecuted, and there will be consequences for that kind of activity. The Department of Justice is here and has a presence in our Incident Command Center, as well as the DEA, the FBI, and their investigative teams have been fantastic with their leadership. And we also have the IRS here that's helping us track how these violent protesters are funded. What NGOs out there, what unions, what other individuals may be funding these violent perpetuators that are in these protests that take people who may be wanting to come and be peaceful, but instead turn these into very violent activities that go after law enforcement. That's just simply not acceptable. And I also want to thank our U.S. Marshals. They've been so great in helping us to secure facilities, but also operations, and also with transportation, that as soon as someone is arrested and brought into incarceration, that they are transported out and able to face prosecution and the consequences for their crimes. I want people to know that while these officers and these agencies and our military are here doing this work and these operations, that the people across this country are so grateful. They are so grateful for the work that is being done here in Los Angeles. They are setting an example for what is happening across the country in other cities, and putting together a model and a blueprint for how we can continue to work to make every single community great again and safe again for our kids and for our grandkids far into the future. I've been in many different states with all the different components that I represent over the last 4 or 5 days, and everywhere I go, people stop me and say, tell everybody who's working in Los Angeles that is working to bring safety to those city streets and to those families and protect those small business, tell them thank you. Tell them God bless you, that I hope that they are safe and they have been suffering. The people that live here under the policies of Governor Newsom and under the policies of Mayor Bass, and they recognize that it's a huge disservice to the people who have to try to raise their families here, and that these agents and that these law enforcement officers are working to change that and give them an opportunity to be successful and to live the American dream. Listen, many officers have been assaulted over the last several days. We did see before that assaults against law enforcement and ICE officers go up over 400%. In this situation, we've seen that increase even more. It's not acceptable. If you assault a law enforcement officer, we are going to come after you and we are going to arrest you, prosecute you, and put you away. That is not going to work. And under this administration with President Trump's leadership, one person is not better than another. Just because you think you're here as a citizen or because you're a member of a certain group or you're not a citizen, it doesn't mean that you're going to be protected and not face consequences from the laws that this country stands for. We have a constitution. We follow that constitution and the laws that have been passed by our Congress, and we're going to make sure they are equally applied to every single person as it applies under the Constitution here in Los Angeles, but also across the country. As our law enforcement officers have been assaulted, they've been pelted with rocks and bricks. Their cars have been set on fire. Molotov cocktails have been used. We have seen people throw bottles and hammers at them. We've also seen that they have been attacked and verbally spit on or punched or assaulted, and it's just not acceptable. The Department of Homeland Security and the officers and the agencies and the departments and the military people that are working on this operation will continue to sustain and increase our operations in this city. We are not going away. We are staying here to liberate this city from the socialist and the burdensome leadership that this governor and that this mayor have placed on this country and what they have tried to insert into this city. So I want to say thank you to every single person that has been able to do this. Also, I want to talk specifically to the rioters and to the politicians in Los Angeles. I also want to talk about specifically how many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty, how they have been targeted, and how their families have been put in jeopardy, and that we're not going to allow that anymore as well. That those individuals who are purposely endangering our ICE agents and our law enforcement officers and their families will be prosecuted for what they are doing as far as perpetuating violence on them. I want to know that the American people are grateful for our law enforcement officers. We will always respect them, and that President Trump is thankful for the leadership that has been shown by all of these agencies. In fact, President Trump did call in, and I did visit with him today, and he also visited with all of these agencies here this morning and thanked them for what they are doing to make sure that they are protecting the United States of America. The images that we've seen out of Los Angeles the last several days has simply been un-American by the protesters and the violence that we've seen perpetuated. Masked thugs are assaulting police officers. They're setting vehicles on fire. They're waving foreign flags on American soil while burning American flags. And they've damaged public property and destroyed private businesses. We need to make sure that we are continuing to protect the citizens that live here and want this community to be safe. Let me give you just a few examples of those who have been rioting that many politicians like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass are defending. There was a Vietnamese illegal alien who committed a mass shooting at a graduation party in 1994 that we've been able to take off the streets. A Filipino illegal alien that was convicted of an assault with intent to commit rape that we've been able to bring up into custody and incarceration. You see behind you some more profiles of individuals that have brought into custody through the operations we have here. A Mexican illegal alien convicted of willfully cruelty to a child, and on and on and on. Those individuals and those criminals are now off the streets of Los Angeles because of the activities that have been conducted here in the last several days and will continue to operate for days to come. When these riots first began on Friday night, a federal law enforcement building was surrounded by over 1,000 violent rioters, and it took Los Angeles Police Department 2 hours to respond. So we are going to continue to operate with our federal partners and continue to keep asking the governor and the mayor for their support and their backup in these operations to make sure that all of our law enforcement officers are protected while they do their work. We're going to protect American cities from lawlessness, and we'll do what it takes to put the American citizens first and make sure they have the opportunity to sleep safely in their beds at night. I just want to say God bless all of our men and women of the military that serve, all of those who serve in our law enforcement agencies and in public service that make great sacrifices away from their homes and from their families, but they do it because they believe in America, and they believe in freedom, and they believe in law and order, and that is what we are doing right here today and will continue to do for days to come until Los Angeles once again is at peace. So with that, we'll turn it over to our next speaker, which I believe will be Todd Lyons from ICE.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm Todd Lyons. I'm the acting ICE director. Also, I'm the National Incident Commander for the situation. But I would just like to say thank you to Secretary Noem. She said it best. There's really not much more I can say. It's without her leadership that we wouldn't be out here conducting this mission. President Trump fully has our back on this one, and we're doing the will of the American people. I want to thank the brave men and women of ICE, HSI, ERO, our attorneys with the Office of Public Legal Counsel, because without them, this would not be possible. They put their lives on the line every day. You also see my fellow agency heads here with me and many that are not up here on stage. The men and women of law enforcement have been putting themselves in harm's way every night since we've been here in Los Angeles. What we've done here is taken a whole of government approach for this immigration mission. You know, under the last administration, there was millions upon millions of people that we don't know who came into this country. They were let in, that now have turned violent criminals. Also, we have known suspected terrorists and gang members. Since January 20th, we've been making arrests in Los Angeles and all around the country. But specifically, we've focused on gang members, human traffickers, violent drug dealers, and rapists. You know, the Secretary brought it up. You know, the rhetoric of a lot of elected officials and people, what really caused this. We've heard so much. If ICE had a criminal warrant, if ICE had a judicial warrant, cities would cooperate with us. On this past Friday, you saw that. You saw the men and women of ICE and these other DOJ partners executing a criminal warrant on a criminal immigration enforcement case. Yet the city turned against us and we had violent protesters. And that just won't happen because the men and women of ICE won't be deterred by this. We're going to be out there every day conducting our law enforcement mission. No protesters are going to block our way because the brave men and women of ICE and these DOJ partners you see up here, along with our partners with the Los Angeles Police Department, are going to ensure that we handle these protesters, but we are out there safely conducting these operations, and we will get the worst off the street. And I also like to thank the Department of Defense and National Guard who has come here to assist us on that. You know, we will prosecute all these cases. Just, you know, the Secretary highlighted so many, you see them up here. But we have a wanted man from Mexico who fled and hid in Los Angeles for killing a woman. You have an MS-13 gang member who killed 2 individuals during a botched catalytic converter theft ring case. These aren't the individuals you want in Los Angeles. These aren't the individuals you want in the United States. ICE is going to keep doing their job, and we're going to do it to our best of our ability with our DOJ partners. But with the Secretary's leadership and the full support of the U.S. Attorney to prosecute these criminals, we will continue enforcing the immigration mission that President Trump and the American people expect us to do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the FBI.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. My name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of FBI Los Angeles. As you know, the FBI has been assisting the Department of Homeland Security with immigration enforcement since February. We're just one of many field offices doing this nationwide as directed by the Attorney General, and we're accustomed to providing investigative and technical assistance to law enforcement at all levels on a regular basis. We have agents embedded with our operational teams with DHS. Our help vary depending on what DHS needs, and they let us know moment by moment. We have significant tactical resources across the enterprise here throughout our 7-county AOR to assist and support these efforts. That said, we find ourselves defending operations from violent offenders. The FBI safeguards constitutionally protected rights. We investigate civil rights violations on a daily basis, but some activity keeps taking place among righteous protesters is not civil. It's violent. We're going to investigate allegations of violence, whether it's assault on law enforcement officers or civilians, looting, arson, doxing, or damage to public property. So please, I'm asking the community, do not put your life in jeopardy by hurting someone or destroying property. You will be held accountable by the FBI, and it's not worth it. I'd like to highlight 2 cases for you to show what the FBI's line of effort is in this overall DHS-led operation. Elpidio Reyna is a fugitive. He is wanted for the alleged assault of a federal officer in the city of Paramount in California on June 7th, 2025. Reyna allegedly threw rocks at law enforcement vehicles on Alondra Boulevard in Paramount and injured a federal officer. Reyna is 40 years old, weighs around 165 pounds, and is 5'7". Reyna has a tattoo on his left arm with the word Carmen on it. We have photos of him on display. Reyna will be caught, and when he is, he will face a statutory maximum penalty of 8 years in prison. This is such a priority for the United States government that there is a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to his arrest. Let me repeat that, $50,000 for information leading to his arrest. The second case I'd like to highlight is on a subject named Alejandro Oriana. Alejandro was providing masks and face shields to violent rioters throughout the week and was arrested by our SWAT teams this morning. With the success and appreciation and assistance from the United States Attorney's Office, that case is ongoing, but Ariana is in custody as we speak. If you have information or evidence of violent acts, please either call 1-800-CALL-FBI, visit tips.fbi.gov, or send images or video to our digital tip line at fbi.gov/LA Office Assault. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Chief Bovino, United States Border Patrol. Thank you, Chief.
So we're listening here to some remarks made earlier this week over in Los Angeles, California, regarding some of this immigration enforcement. There you did hear from Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and you also saw the moment in which California Senator Alex Padilla did get removed from that press conference. We're going to continue to go back and forth to some more of those remarks a little later on in the program. But right now, we do want to step away for a brief commercial break, taking a live look out there in Los Angeles. We'll be right back. Taking a live look out of Capitol Hill on this Sunday, as we do want to tackle another major headline from earlier this week. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. removing every member of a scientific committee that advises the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on how to use vaccines and pledged to replace them with his own picks. Major physicians and public health groups criticized the move to oust all 17 members of the advisory committee on immunization practices. Kennedy, who is one of the nation's leading anti-vaccine activists before becoming the nation's top health official, has said who he would appoint to the panel, but that it would convene also in just 2 weeks there in Atlanta. Now, I want to talk about this major development here that we haven't really had a chance to speak on because there has been so much breaking news this week. But to do so, I'd like to bring into the program now Dr. Evan Nadler. He is the former co-director of the Children's Obesity Program at Children's National Hospital, also a surgeon and founder of ProCare Consultants. Dr. Nadler, thanks for being with us.
Well, thanks for having me, and happy Father's Day to all the fathers that are out there.
Of course, thank you. Happy Father's Day to you as well. Happy Sunday. Let's start with the implications of this move by the health secretary. Now, what could be some of the short and long-term effects of removing all 17 of these members?
Well, you know, I think the removing all 17 at the same time obviously is going to raise eyebrows in the medical community because it suggests there was no individual vetting of the different current ACIP members or the Advisory Committee and Immunization Practices Committee. So the short term is that everybody's going to get their feathers ruffled, and there's going to be a lot of back and forth about how terrible this is and what it's going to mean. But I try not to get too caught up in that until we see some of the work that this group is actually going to do.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the work that has been done by this committee whose members have been removed. So looking back over the years, what is this committee responsible for? What have been some of the major wins of that committee?
Right. So the way the structure is set up is that this is an advisory committee. So they actually don't make any rules other than they make recommendations. And those recommendations still have to be signed off by the director of the CDC. And even before that, the vaccine in question has to be approved by the FDA. So there's quite a bit of work that's done even before the ACIP members get to render an opinion. So, there's been lots of sort of controversy about during COVID what the group recommended versus the recent change in those recommendations. But in general, again, these are recommendations. These aren't necessarily policy. So folks have to remember that when they're thinking about who's on this board.
And Dr. Nather, what kind of research goes into some of those recommendations? What are the practices that are used? How long does it take really to get to that point where officially we can make a recommendation? Just to give our viewers a little bit more context as to kind of the work that goes into this.
Sure. Well, everybody remembers 2019, 2020 and how quickly everything had to move. And so that's not the typical pattern of how things go. It's much more common where there are lots of studies and lots of data available for this group to go over. And, it's not something that is generally taken lightly, which does call a little bit into question how this new group of appointees are going to be ready to have a meeting in 2 weeks, since they weren't necessarily aware, or maybe they were, that they were going to be committee members. And usually it takes a little bit more than 2 weeks to get up to speed on whatever's being reviewed in that committee meeting that month.
Yeah, we never really know what goes on behind the scenes. So not too clear as if people were privy to this change, this major change happening there, and if they knew that they would be the ones stepping into this role. Dr. Nather, as someone who's really immersed in this entire medical field, you deal with so many families. You worked at the Children's Hospital. So, of course, a lot of parents have questions when it comes to vaccine guidance, especially at this point where, we're kind of in limbo a little bit here, as we just saw this entire committee be ousted. We're waiting to see what Secretary Kennedy is going to do moving forward. What would be, before I get to your best advice, actually, what are some of the concerns that you hear on the ground from families?
Yeah, I think the most common concern is that the ACIP recommendations and then the CDC recommendations drive the insurance industry coverage of these vaccinations. So most of the concerns I hear are around, if I want to get my kid a COVID vaccine, is it still going to be paid for by my insurer? And I think that's why the language changed slightly from when RFK first announced changes to the healthy children being recommended to get the vaccine. He said that it was no longer going to be recommended. And then the CDC came out and said, well, it's actually going to be a decision between parents and their doctors or their providers. And so I think that's the concern, is that people won't have access. And I think everybody always wants choice and have some influence in decisions. People don't like being mandated to do much of anything. And I think the same holds true with vaccines. I think, giving people information is great. Giving strong recommendations that one should get a vaccine or not is good. And then people still have the opportunity to decline. No one's forcing them to get the vaccines. Although the healthy children being removed was a problem, because healthy children make up at least half of the kids who were getting admitted to hospitals for COVID infections, and then long COVID is a bigger problem in kids than it is in adults. So I think that's why the language was walked back.
It's very interesting that insurance costs and whether people have access is one of the biggest concerns. I wouldn't have guessed that, honestly, because you hear some people say that they're concerned over just the effects of it long term. Really, is it effective for children? Kind of what the future holds in that. Going on to that, what would be your advice to anyone who is concerned possibly about some of the side effects, perhaps not even of just a COVID vaccine, but all vaccines in general? And we're talking to parents who may be hesitant to get their children immunized.
Sure. I think, before COVID, there was no politicization of medical recommendations, right? Everybody just did their medical business. They put out their recommendations, their reports, their science. And most people on the day-to-day just took it at face value. And it wasn't until COVID, unfortunately, where it became this hotly contested political firestorm. And I think the recommendation for me to families would be to try to shut out the political noise and talk to their providers about the different vaccines that are available and whether those vaccinations are right for their individual situation. And I think personally, all of the previously approved vaccines and recommendations are likely to stand up no matter what additional science comes out. But it is possible that the COVID vaccine and the other mRNA vaccines might take a little more time before we know exactly the pros and cons of each one under development.
Everything does take time. We really have to wait and see kind of how all this plays out, especially because this was a breaking news story from just this past week. So we'll see what this new committee has to say in a couple of weeks from now when they are expected to meet. Dr. Evan Nadler, thank you for joining us. Is there anything else that you would like to add before I let you go? Something you have an eye on or any other point you'd like to make regarding vaccines?
Well, I mean, I think the short of it is that replacing the committee members is kind of in my mind, sort of an obvious. I think RFK sort of had to do that because of all the pressure he was getting from the MAHA movement that sort of made his political career. But I would sort of agree with you that let's just pump the brakes a bit and wait to see what actually happens before we go off the rails and start, screaming about the next set of recommendations that come out. Let's let the committee do their thing. Let's see what they say. And then if it's appropriate, we can come out and say, you know what, those recommendations don't really fit or aren't backed in the science that's out there. Because maybe they will be. Maybe they'll be fine and no one will need to get so upset about all this. But time will tell.
Always good to proceed with caution before we react. Dr. Evan Nadler, again, always good to see you. Thank you for joining us. We'll be monitoring the situation and we'll check in with you soon.
My pleasure. Thanks again and happy Father's Day again to everybody.
Of course, you as well. Thank you. I do want to bring up this post from the health secretary before we head out to another quick commercial break. It's pretty lengthy, but I'll read the beginning of it. It says this: on Monday, I take a major step towards restoring public trust in vaccines by reconstituting the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, ACIP. I retired the 17 current members of the committee. I'm now repopulating ACIP with the 8 new members who will attend ACIP's scheduled June 25th meeting. The slate includes highly credentialed scientists, leading public health experts, and some of America's most accomplished physicians. All of these individuals are committed to evidence-based medicine, gold standard science, and common sense. They have each committed to demanding definitive safety and efficacy data before making any new vaccine recommendations. The committee will review safety and efficacy data for the current schedule as well. And then he does go on to list some of those nominees. Of course, you could check out that entire post if you just head to his account on X. We'll be right back.
Insurance companies might claim to be on your side, but their priority is minimizing payoffs. That's where we come in.
We don't just handle claims, we fight. With a 99% success rate, free consultations, and no fees unless we win, we make sure nobody settles for less than what's right.
We analyze every detail of your case, leaving nothing to chance, so you can trust that you're in the best of hands.
Call Larry H. Parker today at 800-333-0000. We'll fight for you.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I needed a website.
And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins.
While they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox as we continue to discuss some more of President Trump's administration. Just before the commercial break, I had an in-depth conversation discussing the fact that Health Secretary R.F. Kennedy Jr. did remove every member from the committee that advises the Center for Disease Control and Prevention on how to use vaccines. And we are expecting a meeting of those new committee members within the next couple of weeks. I do want to head over to another press conference that we had earlier this week, however, featuring the health secretary in his Make America Healthy Again tour as he visits cities across the country. Let's watch.
Today, chronic disease in our children is up to 60%. We spend about $1.7 trillion a year treating it. The cost is going up 2% faster than our economy is growing, so it's unsustainable. Secretary Rawlins pointed out about 75% of our kids can't qualify for military service, but the injuries are much deeper. We have a whole generation that's plagued by autoimmune diseases, by neurological diseases, by allergic diseases, food allergies, peanut allergies, etc. The fertility in our children has dropped dramatically. Girls are reaching puberty 6 years earlier. American teenage boys have sperm counts that are about 50% of 65-year-old men. Their testosterone is about half of what a 65-year-old man has. So this is a crisis for our country. The cancer rates are also exploding. We know that the part of the problem is that we're not giving our children good food. The exposures are coming from chemical additives in our food. And we need to create, and then just bad food, sugar drinks like sodas. And for 20 years, Democrats and Republicans have been talking about this on Capitol Hill and saying, why are we paying for this? If somebody wants to drink a soda pop, we have no problem with that. We believe that we have freedom of choice in this country. Taxpayer dollars should not be funding these injuries to our children. And we pay for it twice. We pay for it through the SNAP program, and we pay for it later on with diabetes and obesity. And we pay for that at CMS, which is my agency, through Medicaid and Medicare. And President Trump has asked us to make America healthy again. the first time in our history, we have a Secretary of Agriculture of USDA, Brooke Rollins, who has the courage and gumption to actually do what people have been talking about for years and years and years on both sides of the aisle. And one of the reasons this hasn't happened before is because the lobbying headwinds, the power of these industries, of the sugar industries, and particularly sugar soda. And Secretary Rollins told me, yeah, they came to my office. And I said, what did you tell them? And she said, we're paying for nutrition, and there's no nutrition in your product. And that one of the leaders of the lobbying group said, well, this program is not about nutrition. And she said, it's called the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. It's about nutrition, and there's no nutrition in these products. We shouldn't be paying for them with taxpayer money. President Trump is not only promising to make America healthy again and acting on that promise, but also he takes very seriously his responsibility to be a steward over American finances. And this is money wasted. It's money that is poisoning people. It is poisoning a generation of the poorest kids in our country. And then we pay a high price for that in the explosion of chronic disease. I'm very grateful for your leadership and your partner. We have a very, very close, not only partnership, but also a friendship. We're working on the dietary guidelines. We're shrinking the dietary guidelines from what President Biden gave us, 453 pages, that reflect all of the industry interference and influence that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. And we're going to give people nutritionists, doctors, physicians, school lunch programs of the military, dietary guidelines that are 4 or 5 pages written in plain English that people can understand. So we can start giving our kids good food again, and food is medicine, and we're going to start making them healthier by giving them better food and not paying for the food that is making them sicker. It makes no sense. And I want to thank the governors. Brooke and I have been all over the country, to West Virginia, to Arizona, to Utah, and working with these governors. We're standing up now and petitioning to Secretary Rollins for SNAP waivers, and people have answered the call, and we're very, very happy with that. And we have 2 of the leaders, I think, just Governor Sanders, Huckabee Sanders, and Governor Brune, who are here today. And I want to thank Congressman Baer for his leadership on this issue. 2 of them have made it now to the finish line. I want to thank you, Governor Sanders, for not only applying for the waiver, then doing the paperwork and jumping through all the hoops that we need to get this across the finish line. And I'm very excited about actually watching Secretary Rollins sign a waiver with Arkansas today.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'll be very brief, but this is an exciting day, not just for the state of Arkansas, but frankly for the entire country. For us to be able to take action that has been talked about for so long, to Secretary Kennedy's point, both sides of the aisle have said this was a priority, yet it took Donald Trump getting elected, putting the right team in place to make it happen. If you had said even a year ago that these waivers would be getting signed so quickly, I don't think most people would believe you. But the changes that this president is empowering his team to make for the betterment of all Americans is something.
We're listening here to the governor of Arkansas speaking at this Make America Healthy Again event that was hosted by Health Secretary Kennedy. This was earlier this week, and it comes on the heels of the fact that Secretary Kennedy did oust all 17 members of the advisory committee that advises on vaccines to the CDC. We do have to step away for another quick commercial break, continuing with more of your top stories after this. Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Sunday, June 15th. My name is Carol Lahara. We're going to continue with some more of these top headlines that we have been following from throughout the week and also today. I want to head back to these international headlines that we have been covering all morning long, and we will continue to do so throughout this Sunday as I read some of the information from the Associated Press here, and we take a live look out in Tel Aviv in Israel. Now, the death toll did grow on Sunday as Israel and Iran exchanged missile attacks for a third consecutive day, with Israel warning that worse is to come. Israel targeted Iran's defense ministry headquarters in Tehran and sites it alleged were associated with Iran's nuclear program, while Iranian missiles evaded Israeli air defenses and slammed into buildings deep inside Israel. In Israel, at least 10 people were killed in Iranian strikes overnight and into Sunday, according to Israel's Magen David Adom Rescue Service, bringing the country's total death toll to 13. The country's main international airport and airspace remained closed for a third day. There was no update to an Iranian death toll released the day before by Iran's UN ambassador, who said 78 people had been killed and more than 320 wounded. The region braced for drawn-out conflict after Israel's strikes hit nuclear military facilities, killing several senior generals and top nuclear scientists. President Trump has said that the U.S. had, quote, nothing to do with the attack on Iran and warned Tehran to expect the full strength and might of the U.S. armed forces if it retaliates against the United States. Again, that is the latest reporting courtesy of the Associated Press. Continuing on with this, I do want to bring in some comments from earlier this week, the United Nations Security Council convening on this very topic, and the representative to the United States did speak briefly, short comments, but I'd like to play them for you next.
United States. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo and Director General Rafael Grossi, for your briefing. Yesterday, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran's regime has, since its founding, repeatedly called for the State of Israel's eradication, launched unprovoked, direct, and proxy attacks on Israeli civilians, and spread terror, instability, and untold human suffering throughout the region. As we speak, Iran is firing missiles at civilian areas across Israel, including in Tel Aviv. As President Trump has repeatedly said, this dangerous regime cannot be allowed to have nuclear weapons. Israel advised us this action was necessary for its self-defense. Every sovereign nation has the right to defend itself, and Israel is no exception. The United States was informed of the strikes ahead of time, but was not militarily involved in these strikes. Our absolute foremost priority is the protection of U.S. citizens, personnel, and forces in the region. As Secretary Rubio said, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. Let me be crystal clear. No government, proxy, or independent actor should target American citizens, American bases, or other American infrastructure in the region. The consequences for Iran would be dire. President Trump was elected with a sweeping mandate from the American people to advance peace and to avoid the grave mistakes of past administrations that led to forever wars. We seek a secure peace. As President Trump said, the violence should come to an end, and Iran should make a deal so that there is, quote, no more death, no more destruction, close quote. The United States will continue to seek a diplomatic resolution that ensures Iran will never acquire a nuclear weapon or pose a threat to stability in the Middle East. Iran's leadership would be wise to negotiate at this time. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for his statement.
All right, so listening to those brief comments there from the U.S. representative to the United Nations, we're taking a live look again. They're out of Tel Aviv in Israel as we continue to follow the latest with what's happening over in the Middle East. Now, I'd like to bring into the conversation now Benjamin Allison. He is a graduate fellow with the Clements Center for National Security. Benjamin, good to see you on this Sunday.
Good to be here, Carell.
So let's start with just an overview and the basics here. When we talk about Israel and how they were able to carry out these precise attacks deep within Tehran, what does that tell us about their intelligence capabilities?
Well, we've long known that Israel has probably the most formidable intelligence capabilities in the Middle East by a pretty wide margin. This has been demonstrated time and again by their repeated actions over the years against various Iranian military and political officials, but also against the military and political establishments of various groups that Tehran backs. So, for example, against members of Hamas, members of Hezbollah. Of course, you'll remember back in September, the Israeli pager operation that targeted members of Hezbollah, the airstrikes that took out most of Hezbollah's leadership around that time as well. Also last year in Tehran, Ismail Haniyeh, who was one of the top leaders in Hamas, was there in Iran, and the Israelis took him out in an operation. And so this is just, those are just a couple examples of the extent of Israeli intelligence capabilities, and these are being demonstrated yet again in these most recent attacks, where they've been able to, in some cases, very precisely eliminate certain members of the Iranian military leadership. I've seen at least one photo of an apartment complex, the outer wall of an apartment complex that just has a hole in it, and the rest of the apartment complex is still standing, demonstrating their ability to be incredibly precise when they want to. And so this, of course, contrasts quite starkly with the level of precision, or the lack thereof, that we've seen them use in Gaza. But yeah, I mean, incredible intelligence and military capabilities by the Israelis in being able to carry out these attacks, not only in leadership decapitation operations against the Iranian leadership, but also in terms of attacking their nuclear sites, and also in some cases their ballistic missile and drone sites throughout the country.
Ben, something that we have been talking about for the last several weeks are these talks that the U.S. was involved in regarding Iran's nuclear program. Those talks have been canceled. So now that they are at a halt, is there still a path toward diplomacy and de-escalation?
There is, but that path just got a lot more difficult, a lot less clear. Because for Iran, this attack, on the one hand, you could make the argument that this attack will drive them, this war with Israel will drive them to the negotiating table because of Israel's clear ability to take out large swaths of the upper echelons of its political and military leadership, or in this case, I should just say military leadership. On the other hand, this will only reaffirm Tehran's desire for a nuclear weapon. The primary purpose of having nuclear weapons since the late 40s, early 50s has been deterrence, meaning you're preventing another country from using nuclear weapons or conventional weapons against you. Of course, this sort of deterrence doesn't always work in terms of preventing conventional weapon attacks. We see this, for example, in Ukraine's ability to strike deep within Russia using conventional weapons. We see this also with Iran's ability to directly strike Israel using conventional weapons, and for Israel to only respond using conventional weapons rather than nuclear weapons. But there is a certain security that comes with having a nuclear weapon. And this is why, in many ways, Tehran has pursued that sort of technology. Now, one can argue, of course, that they actually want to use that weapon against the Israeli state. They consistently say things like "death to America," "death to Israel," but it is worth keeping in mind Israel, for decades, has had a nuclear program. They have somewhere between 80 and 400 nuclear weapons, and so for Tehran to develop, say, 1 or 2 nuclear weapons and try to use them against Israel when Israel has 80 to 400 such weapons, that seems like a bad bet, and it seems more likely that the weapon would be a means of deterrence. And so really it's an open question whether the Iranians will want to come back to the table, because on the one hand, Israel can just continue to keep attacking them, both their various nuclear facilities and their leadership structures, and degrade their capabilities in a conventional sense, so attacking their missile and drone sites, for example, and their Air Force bases. But on the other hand, they're going to so Iran is going to want the shooting to stop, as it were. But on the other hand, what would they be getting out of negotiations? Because right now, it appears that the Trump administration would be pushing for no enrichment whatsoever. That would include not being able to enrich for medical research purposes, for energy production purposes, et cetera. And that sort of Libya option, as it is called, because of Muammar Gaddafi, the former dictator of Libya, giving up his nuclear weapons in the wake of the U.S. invasion of Iraq back in 2003, that didn't work out for him. And so Tehran knows that. And so them giving up any nuclear program whatsoever, I think just would make them feel insecure. So really, it's an open question as to whether they will want to return to the table. I think the thing that would be most likely to happen is that they might entertain negotiations, but that they would try to stipulate conditions ahead of time, saying we're not going to give up all of our nuclear program, or they would have to have serious security guarantees from the United States, from the United Nations, in order to do so. So really, it remains unclear whether there will be a diplomatic path out of this. And a lot of that also depends on whether President Trump is willing to restrain the Israelis from engaging in further attacks.
That's an interesting point that you just mentioned. If you could elaborate a little bit more, talking about Iran saying that they're going to want some contingencies in place if they are going to put a halt to this nuclear program, is that likely coming from the U.S. and from the United Nations? Do you think that they would work with Iran given the situation?
I'm not sure. Part of the problem here is that in the negotiations that were happening between the United States and Iran in the lead up to this attack by Israel, the United States kept changing its position in negotiations. On the one hand, initially, they were saying, well, Iran can keep a civilian nuclear program, which would be used for, as I mentioned earlier, things like medical purposes, like radiation, forms of therapy, stuff like that, but also energy production. Nuclear is an incredibly powerful way to generate energy and electricity. The problem is the United States changed its negotiating position kind of in the middle of the stream, as it were, and basically shifted to more of a position of, no, actually, you can have no enrichment whatsoever. You cannot have any sort of nuclear program at all. And the Iranians did not take kindly to that. Now, it is worth noting that the Iranian regime was recently censured a few days ago by the International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA, for being effectively in violation of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, or NPT. Iran is a signatory to that, but they signed it back in 1970, or they ratified it back in 1970, and that was 9 years before the Islamic Revolution took place, which ousted the Shah of Iran. And so whether the Iranian regime feels that it actually is beholden to the Non-Proliferation Treaty is another question. Israel, of course, has not signed the NPT. And so, but even if, even with Iran in violation of the NPT, there are no actual enforcement mechanisms. and no formal enforcement mechanisms, at least. And certainly, Israel, as a non-signatory, is not supposed to be the state that would be enforcing it through military action. That's nowhere in the treaty. And so it really remains an open question whether the United States would even consider that option of allowing them to keep a civilian nuclear program. It seems likely that they wouldn't. President Trump just this morning received a letter from members of Congress pushing him in negotiations to A, seek out a diplomatic solution to this crisis, but B, to not accept any sort of option that would leave Iran with any sort of nuclear program. Most of the folks who were signatories to that letter were Democrats. There was one Republican who joined, but there are certainly plenty of folks within Congress and within the president's own party who would not want to see him give Iran the ability to continue their nuclear program in any way, shape, or form. And so it's I hate to come on here and say I don't know, but I really don't know. It is so unclear what exactly the path forward is going to be, because the negotiations are kind of locked in this sort of catch-22 for all sides involved.
You know, it's totally fine to come on here and say you don't know, because there is a lot of uncertainty here. I think it wouldn't, be fair or honest to, even act like if we know how everything is going to play out. Here on our screens, I just wanted to put up this post from the Israel Defense Forces just to keep people up to date on what's happening on the ground. This was posted within the last hour. I would say sirens sounding across all of Israel as another missile barrage is launched from Iran. So really the conflict, the attacks is still actively happening at this moment. Ben, I want to stay though with this nuclear angle, because we have been seeing what was going to come out of it, like I said, for the last several weeks. When we talk about Iran's nuclear program, how badly was it set back because of these attacks from Israel? Was it set back at all? What are they looking at here?
We're still waiting for the smoke to clear, but it does appear that Israel was able to severely degrade Iran's nuclear capabilities. The big target, though, for Israel is the Fordo nuclear site, which is buried in a mountain in Iran. And the biggest challenge that the Israelis have right now is that they're not able to reach that site because it is so deep in that mountain. And so that is part of the reason why they're actually trying to get the United States involved, because we have bunker buster bombs that are stronger and more just better than what the Israelis have. And we also have higher technology bombers. And so in order to reach that most important nuclear facility deep in that mountain, they would need us to be involved. They would need the United States. And so really, it's not 100% clear how much Iranian nuclear capabilities have been degraded, but it is definitely significant. Now, whether they would be able to continue with just Fordo or some of the other sites that are still remaining is unclear. But they definitely have taken a major hit here, particularly with the assassination of several top brass in their nuclear program.
When we look at the wider region, is there a concern from other nations now, given these attacks, that they may want to go forth with their own nuclear program?
I'm sure. I mean, the Saudis have long wanted their own nuclear program, which they claim would be for civilian purposes. Mohammed bin Salman, who is the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia, said in an interview a few years ago pretty openly that, well, given that Iran has a nuclear program and we know that they're pursuing a nuclear weapon, we would need for our national security to have such a program ourselves. And of course, there have been talks over the last few years about the United States giving the Saudis their own nuclear program and then saying, oh, it's only for civilian use, which, very, very well may be the case. And there is an argument to be made that, well, it's better that we give it to them than the Russians or the Chinese, who would be likely less probable to actually provide oversight of such a program. But there is definitely a desire, at least by the Saudis, and I'm sure by other states in the region, to have their own nuclear programs. Whether that will happen is an open question. Russia, if I'm remembering correctly, is a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and so they, if they sent those turnkey facilities to some of these states, they would be in violation, as far as I understand it. But I'm sure that they want nuclear capabilities. They want, and especially if they're going to pursue a nuclear weapon, these various Arab states, the main reason they would want it is for the purposes I mentioned earlier, deterrence.
A lot of open-ended questions here. A lot of things that we're still waiting to figure out. But again, this is a pretty recent. Israel has said that this is expected to go on for several weeks now. Ben, because there are so many open-ended questions, a lot of uncertainties right now, and we're really waiting to see as the dust settles before we get a bigger scope as to what's going on there on the ground. Is there anything you feel that you need to mention that's important for our viewers to know, given this specific topic, even with the limited information that we have?
The United States is already involved in this conflict. We have been shooting down missiles and drones that have been en route to Israel. We've been defending Israel effectively. Our bases are currently at risk. I mean, even in that clip from the UN that you showed earlier, clearly the United States is trying to warn Iran and its various proxies off of attacking us because we have so many bases and personnel and embassies throughout the region. And so I would say that, yeah, we're already involved in this conflict. The question is whether we become more involved or whether we take action to restrain Israel and Iran from continuing to attack each other, or if we end up deciding, yeah, we're going to move forward and we're going to help the Israelis attack the Fordo site. So that's really what I would be keeping an eye on in terms of American involvement, and hopefully no American troops end up getting or diplomatic personnel end up getting hurt as a result of this. But we'll have to see what happens in the next few days and weeks.
Yeah, and I have so many follow-up questions, I feel, but they all kind of flow in the realm of hypotheticals and possibilities. So maybe it would be best to not kind of even get deeper on that. But throughout the day today, of course, we're probably going to get a lot more updates throughout the next few days, throughout the next several weeks. Ben, anything else that you'd like to add before I let you go on this topic? I know that, it's a pretty big one there, U.S. involvement with this entire situation, and I'm sure that that's really what's top of mind and really how that would impact us in the short and long term. But what are your thoughts, final thoughts?
I would say that while this is going on, the Israeli government is still prosecuting its war in Gaza. And reportedly attacks there have stepped up. There is no ceasefire in sight in Gaza, as far as I can tell. And so Israel is fighting effectively a two-front war right now. One against a conventional adversary in Iran, and the other in the form of Hamas on its border. And so there's no real peace deal. There's no real grand peace deal in sight right now. Although President Trump did this morning again call explicitly for peace, we'll have to see whether he's willing to apply pressure to bring that to fruition.
Benjamin Allison, always good to see you here, a graduate fellow at the Clements Center for National Security. We appreciate your time. We'll check in soon.
Thank you.
Speaking of President Trump, I do want to put up this statement that he did issue today regarding this conflict between Iran and Israel. He says this, quote, "Iran and Israel should make a deal, and will make a deal, just like I got India and Pakistan to make. In that case, by using trade with the United States to bring reason, cohesion, and sanity into the talks with two excellent leaders who were able to quickly make a decision and stop. Also, during my first term, Serbia and Kosovo were going at it hot and heavy, as they have for many decades, and this longtime conflict was ready to break out into war. I stopped it. Biden had hurt the longer-term prospects with some very stupid decisions, but I will fix it again." That was in parentheses there. Another case is Egypt and Ethiopia and their fight over a massive dam that is having an effect on the magnificent Nile River. There is peace, at least for now, because of my intervention, and it will stay that way. Likewise, we will have peace soon between Israel and Iran. Many calls and meetings now taking place. I do a lot and never get credit for anything, but that's okay. The people understand. make the Middle East great again. That was President Trump in a statement from earlier today. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break, back out live to this image that we have in Tel Aviv. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow the conflict in the Middle East, specifically between Israel and Iran. Back out live to this image that we have over in Tel Aviv. Earlier this morning, I did showcase some of the remarks that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had made right after those attacks started happening, in which he discusses that Israel is going to do whatever it takes over the next several days. And Israel has announced that this may take several weeks to resolve. But let's dip back into those comments, very short, from earlier this week.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
Listening there to the comments made earlier this week by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu regarding the ongoing attacks between Israel and Iran. Taking a live look out there in Tel Aviv. We'll be right back. We are bringing you live looks from around the world on this Sunday. Take a look at this, a march for silence held in Colombia. Now, this is in regards to the senator down there, Miguel Uribe, who was shot in the head earlier this week. And now Colombians from all over the country are walking out there in several cities showing their solidarity. I want to read some of the copy here from the Associated Press and the reporting from earlier this week regarding that entire situation. As we know, the Colombian authorities on Tuesday of last week charged a 15-year-old with attempted murder for the assassination attempt of Miguel Uribe, the conservative presidential candidate who was shot in the head and is now in critical condition still. The Attorney General's office said the teenager shot at Uribe during a rally in Bogota's Modelia neighborhood and was captured fleeing the scene with a gun. The teenager, whose name has not been released, pleaded not guilty to the charges. He is currently recovering in a hospital from leg wounds. Colombia's defense minister said last week that authorities are still investigating who may have been behind the attack of the 39-year-old senator and one of the nation's most visible opposition figures. Armed groups in Colombia frequently recruit minors for assassinations and other crimes, a practice driven by the lenient penalties they face under Colombian law. The teenager charged with attempted murder on Tuesday faces up to 8 years in detention. A judge has ordered his detention at a juvenile center once he leaves the hospital. And you can see there some of the signs reading Fuerza Uribe, strength to Miguel, excuse me. Now, the attack on Uribe has been widely condemned in Colombia, where many voters are concerned about the country's deteriorating security situation. Uribe, whose maternal grandfather was a Colombian president, is the son of Diana Turbay, a prominent news anchor who was assassinated in 1991 after being kidnapped by the powerful Medellin cartel. Colombian opposition parties have asked for greater security guarantees in the wake of the attack, with some urging the president to moderate his rhetoric as the nation prepares for presidential elections next year. On Tuesday, the senator's wife addressed journalists outside the hospital where he is being treated, calling for unity and calm. So just wanted to bring you this, just one of the images that we get from several of these cameras and photographers, journalists there on the ground here in Colombia, as this March of Silence continues. And we'll be showcasing these images as long as we do have that camera set up. I want to bring us back here, though, to the U.S., heading back to some more of the headlines from earlier this week and a press conference that I aired early on this Sunday. Didn't get a chance to finish, though, bringing us back down to Los Angeles, where earlier this week we did hear from several law enforcement officials at a press conference that was hosted by Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem regarding some of the immigration enforcement. Let's continue to listen in to those speakers.
Right now, as we speak, our primary mission here in Los Angeles revolves around Title 8 United States Code. Let me say that again. Title 8 United States Code. Those are our immigration statutes. If you look behind us at these pictures on the wall, immigration's not a victimless crime. A lot of bad people, a lot of bad things are in our country now, including Los Angeles. For Customs and Border Protection, that's why we're here right now, is to remove those bad people and bad things, whether illegal aliens, drugs, or otherwise. We're here and we're not going away. Border Patrol, Office of Field Operations, and Air and Marine, you'll see us in Los Angeles. You'll continue to see us in Los Angeles, not going anywhere soon. As for the violence and the demonstrators, violence will not deter us, the CBP mission here in Los Angeles. I believe we saw that last Sunday night out at Paramount. We continued to conduct our patrols as we saw necessary in the middle of that riot. And we'll continue to do that from here on out. Our allied law enforcement agencies, many of whom you've already heard from, whether it's HSI, ERO, FBI, ATF, and all others, join with us as we conduct that Title 8 mission. Very historic. First time I've ever seen it in my almost 30-year career. It's actually breathtaking. Many millions of illegal aliens have passed across that border over the past several years. It's our job to get them out. And that's what we are going to do, and that's what we're doing right now. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kenny Cooper. I'm a Special Agent in Charge, ATF, LA Field Division. The Department of Justice will not be deterred from enforcing this nation's laws. ATF is on the ground doing what we do best, fighting violent crime and protecting our communities regardless of the environment around us. Our agents are trained to operate in high-threat, high-tension situations. When federal authorities move to execute court-authorized warrants, we support that mission with professionalism, precision, and resolve. ATF stands shoulder to shoulder with our federal partners in this whole of government approach. ATF stands also shoulder to shoulder, including to carry out our immigration enforcement mission. If a criminal threat intersects with that mission, we bring our full capacities to the table. Let's be clear, obstructing a lawful federal operation, especially through violence or threats, is not protective activity. It's a crime. And those who cross that line will be held to account. We don't get to pick and choose when to enforce the law. Our job is to uphold it, always. ATF will continue to pursue violent offenders, support our partners, and keep doing the hard work this public demands. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bill Saley, the United States Attorney for the Central District of California. On behalf of my
While we do want to continue with some more of those remarks that were made earlier this week in Los Angeles, we're going to step away for a quick commercial break. A couple of live looks there on your screen, one out of Colombia and the other out of Tel Aviv in Israel. Let's continue to listen in to some of the remarks made earlier this week regarding immigration enforcement across the country.
Known criminals, which is the primary focus of most of our missions to date. I want to also thank the National Guard and the military. We had judicial warrants to do what we did on both Friday and Saturday. And the amount of resistance and organized agitators that showed up to try to impede us was overwhelming. And we're really grateful to the President for deploying the Guard, which allowed us to continue our mission undeterred, to enforce the law, and to keep our people and our buildings safe. And that's really important. And my office has been aggressive in bringing charges. We charged several people over the weekend who dared to assault our agents. They threw rocks, they threw stones, they were breaking up concrete. It was out of control and it was violent. And some people in the state of California have been conditioned to think that there's no consequences for criminal activity. And you know, that might be true for the state of California, but it's not true with the federal government. And we will bring charges and you will go to federal prison. This is the federal government. This is not the state government. As the President said, if you spit, we hit, and we'll hit you with a felony. And we're committed to that. We're continuing to conduct, we're looking at hundreds of suspects. We're collecting media, social media, videos. We'll be combing over that stuff for weeks and months with the FBI. And just because you think you got away with something over the weekend, think again. In a few months from now, you could get a knock at your door. So anyone who's thinking about showing up to these protests to commit violence, I really caution you to think again. It's not worth it. We charged 2 individuals yesterday with throwing Molotov cocktails at police officers. That is extremely dangerous and could lead to death. They're now looking at explosives charges charged by the federal government and more charges to come. So I just want to reiterate that we will be aggressive, we will be filing, and we will be swift in our deliverance of justice. And I want to thank our partners at the FBI and the ATF and DHS and all our agencies for their hard work. It has not been easy. They've been working around the clock, but they're undeterred. And I can tell you, speaking to them, they are more committed than ever to delivering on the promise of the President to make America safe again. And we need that in California probably more than anywhere else. So with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate that, and everyone for their comments. And with that, we're going to open it up to questions, but we're going to keep it specifically to questions that pertain to this topic and some of the operations that are ongoing here in Los Angeles and how we will sustain and build on those operations in the future. So do you want to go first?
Matt Rivers,
Yes.
ABC News.
Yes.
A question for you about future planning. We know that there's more protests planned for this weekend.
Yes.
Is DHS actively planning on requesting more assistance from DoD, more troops, given those protests that are coming? Is this the administration's new playbook?
You know, what I would say is that I'm not going to telegraph exact statistics and numbers and what we are doing as far as participation with the military, but we do have several thousand engaged here in Los Angeles right now. We are assessing this weekend's threat levels, not just here, but in cities across the country, and pre-deploying assets. So we're using every tool that we have in our toolbox and pre-staging people, task forces, special swift response teams, people with specific gifts and talents that they can contribute to areas that we think they may be needed this weekend, so that we can prevent any kind of violence from being perpetuated.
But it's on the table, the idea of bringing more troops.
You know, I would say the president has the right to utilize every authority that he has under the Constitution to utilize Title X and to bring in military assets and National Guard units as needed, and he'll continue to assess that and use his prerogative to decide when it's necessary. Yeah.
Madam Secretary, you had previously asked the Defense Secretary to direct troops to arrest people. Is that something you'd still like to see?
You know, I think what I had talked was a conversation with the Department of Defense to ask them to use the authorities that they have in conjunction with the president to make sure that there's consequences for people who perpetuate violence. So that is what the assessment is, and they're being utilized to the fullest extent to which the president wishes to at this point in time. And I'm so thankful we have a U.S. attorney and a Department of Justice that is going out there and prosecuting these crimes as well. That's something that was very different under the Biden administration, that is a game changer now. We have a president now that believes in the rule of law and that is going to make sure that when people break the law, no matter who you are, that you will be prosecuted and you will be brought to justice. Yes, sir.
Madam Secretary,
yes.
Salvador Duran with the Innovation Network.
Yep.
Two questions for you. The first one is, do you have an estimated number of people that have been detained and deported? And the second question I have to ask you, would you please address Senator Padilla's interruption to your press conference?
You know, I'm not.
Even pressing charges for what we just witnessed here.
Oh, you know what? I don't even know the senator. He did not request a meeting with me or to speak with me. So when I leave here, I'll have a conversation with him and visit and find out really what his concerns were. I think everybody in America would agree that that wasn't appropriate. That if you wanted to have a civil discussion, especially as a leader, a public official, that you would reach out and try to have a conversation. For instance, I have left voicemails for Governor Newsom wanting to have a conversation. Has he returned them? No, he hasn't. I know that the White House has reached out and had conversations with Mayor Bass as well. And so that's what you do to try to start these conversations and ask for partnerships. Unfortunately, we haven't met that in this area. I'll visit with the senator and find out really what his concerns are and what we can do.
And as far as the estimate number of people that have
You know, what I would say is that we have over 1,500 people that we have been interdicting with, arresting for different situations, and we will continue to build on that. That's been just over the last few days. Know that we have more assets now today than we did yesterday. We had more yesterday than we did the day before, so we are only building momentum. This is only going to continue and be increased until we have peace on the streets of Los Angeles. The president has told me, Christy, use everything that we have to make sure that the citizens of Los Angeles know that we care about them, that they have lived with crime for far too long, and that we want them to be able to walk their children to school in the morning and feel safe. We want them to, small businesses downtown, to not have to worry about getting burned to the ground because some organized crime nonprofit funder is deciding that now is the time to send a political message or an agenda. So we're going to stay here and build our operations until we make sure that we liberate the city of Los Angeles. Yes, back there. I'm going to do two more if that's okay. Go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit about the specific number in terms of immigration-related arrests that you make, both daily and in LA specifically?
Well, we literally have tens of thousands of targets. So I think that's what's more important. People should know that there are millions of people that are in this city illegally. And that we have, I would say, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of targets that we will be going after. Remember, this president has repeatedly said that he's going after criminals and the worst of the worst. And we're going after people that are in work sites that are trafficking drugs, that are trafficking human beings. We're DNA testing children, because many times when you see people claiming that their family members or the children they have with them that are theirs, many times when we DNA test them, they're not. They're really peddling our children, and they have human slavery going on, child trafficking, pedophilia. So we are going after those individuals that we have intelligence on, and we will continue to only build on that. And yes, I'm sorry, I didn't get to you right away.
No, there is some rhetoric out there that some of the people who have been detained, arrested, in detention are not criminals or do not have a criminal history. Can you address that? There's a lot of rhetoric out there that claims...
Well, there's a lot of rhetoric and there's a lot of false information and a lot of fake news. So I'd appreciate it if you guys would start covering the facts. And we'll get you all that information that we possibly can. Now, there may be people that because of the targets that we were out there arresting, that were with those individuals, they were collaterals, that were spending time with them, and all those people will be vetted. And remembering, still in the United States, if you come into this country illegally, you have committed a crime. And so when you do that, we have to go through and follow the law and make sure that we're adjudicating that and dealing with that appropriately. So the president's targets and priorities are the criminals that have perpetuated violence. But also, once again, I'm going to remind everybody, you have the opportunity to self-deport. We will buy you a plane ticket. We will give you $1,000 when you land in your home country or if you go home to Mexico, and then we will get you scheduled so that you can come back to this country legally. You will have the opportunity to come back to the United States of America. If you don't do that and you wait until we come and arrest you and have to remove you, you will never get the chance to come and live in the United States of America again. The president has been clear on this. So I'd encourage you to get on the CBP Home app, and you can self-deport today, and we will facilitate that. You can take your entire family with you, people and your loved ones, and we will facilitate you coming to this country correctly. Everybody has the opportunity to do that. If you wait until we have to arrest you, you will never get to be an American, much less live here and work here and be able to pursue the American dream. Last question.
Madam Secretary, Alejandro Ortiz with Telemundo 52.
Yes.
So we were just listening here to an update from earlier this week featuring Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem. This was given over in Los Angeles, California, as we saw several of those protests happening against ICE raids. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox on this Sunday, June 15th. We are quickly approaching the top of the next hour, 10:55 in the morning here on the East Coast, 7:55 over on the West Coast. Our next story takes us out to Minnesota. Take a look at this as we are seeing that the search does continue for the suspect accused in the shooting of two Minnesota state lawmakers. This is a photo of that suspect. According to the Associated Press, massive search is stretching into its second day for a man who authorities say posed as a police officer and fatally shot a Democratic state lawmaker in her suburban Minneapolis home, an act Governor Tim Walz called, quote, a politically motivated assassination. Authorities said the suspect also shot and wounded a second lawmaker and was trying to flee the area. Let's get to a full report on everything that happened regarding this situation from Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen.
Former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were shot and killed early Saturday in their suburban Brooklyn Park home just north of Minneapolis. A second state lawmaker, Senator John Hoffman, and his wife were also shot multiple times in nearby Champlin. Police believe both shootings were targeted and politically motivated.
We must all, Minnesota and across the country, stand against all forms of political violence.
Authorities say it all began around 2 a.m. in Champlin with a 911 call. As investigators responded to the Hoffman shooting, officers were proactively dispatched to the Hortman's home. That's where officers encountered the gunman dressed in a fake uniform. They exchanged gunfire, but the suspect managed to escape. Police later found the fake police cruiser and discovered a manifesto that identified several lawmakers and other state officials.
We are asking for the public's help at this point in time in locating Vance Luther Bolter, who is a 57-year-old white male.
State authorities say security has been heightened for those mentioned on that manifesto. Capitol Police, as well as the president, have also been briefed. President Trump released a statement saying, in part, quote, our Attorney General Pam Bondi and the FBI are investigating the situation, and they will be prosecuting anyone involved to the fullest extent of the law. Such horrific violence will not be tolerated. Out of an abundance of caution, the governor is urging Minnesotans not to attend any political rallies in the state until the suspect is caught. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Thank you to Connor Hansen for that report. We are taking a live look here out of St. Paul in Minnesota. Late last night on Saturday, we did get the latest update from investigators. And now that we know that that search is still continuing, let's listen in to what they had to say.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bob Jacobson. I am the Commissioner of Public Safety, and it's my honor to serve in that position. We're here today to give some updates on the current investigation. First off, I would like to thank the law enforcement agencies and the public out there who are being vigilant, our law enforcement partners who are watching out for others in our community, the understanding and patience of the public as we work to find this individual and bring that person to justice. We know that it's been a difficult day for not only those who have worked with those legislators, but it's also a difficult day for those in the state of Minnesota who are working through this terrible tragedy. Today we have a few speakers who are going to, again, give some updates, and we will be available to answer some questions once all the speakers have had that opportunity to say a few words. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA.
Vance Luther Bolter, who is a 57-year-old white male who's 6 feet 1 inch tall, 220 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. I know this name has been reported in the media so far, and we are confirming as a person of interest that we are looking to locate in relation to this. At this time, we would ask the public, if you do locate him or see him, to call 911. Do not approach him. You should consider him armed and dangerous, and you should call 911 immediately with the information. He was seen last this morning wearing light-colored cowboy hat that you can see up here in the clothing there, with dark-colored long-sleeve collared shirt or coat, light pants, and carrying a dark bag. If you have any tips about the whereabouts or any information that would be helpful, you can call local police department, or you can call our BCA tip line at 877-996-6222, or email us at bca.tips@state.mn.us. We still don't know if additional people are involved, but this individual is the one that we're looking as a person of interest right now, but there may be other people with him, and we would like to speak to anybody that may have had contact with him at any point in time. So please connect with us, even if this has been some time ago today, so that we can follow up and continue to work together to keep our communities safe. And we, as the Commissioner noted, we'll take some questions at the end, but again, we are seeking the assistance of the public in locating him. I want to continue to say, as you see, there's hundreds of law enforcement officers working on this right now for the partners that you see up here today, as well from Champlin, Brooklyn Park, the State Patrol, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, FBI, ATF, just a myriad of partners working to try to locate this individual. And with that, I will turn it over to the mayor, and we'll answer questions at the end.
So hi, my name is Hollis Winston, Mayor of the City of Brooklyn Park. First, I want to extend my prayers to the Hoffman family, but also to the Hortman family as well. You know, there will come a time down the road for healing within us as a community, but right now I think what's required is a calming words and rhetoric. I want folks to make sure they listen to the facts from credible sources like law enforcement, but also to resist spreading misinformation. And then again, asking folks to listen to law enforcement in general when law enforcement has those specific asks. In Brooklyn Park and Champlin and our surrounding communities, in fact, the state, we're very much family. The Hoffman and Hortman families are very much our family, and so our prayers continuously go out to them, and it's very much a time for us to come together as a community and as a family, and I think people need to see it that way. I want to thank law enforcement, Governor Walz, Commissioner Jacobson, Sheriff Witt, FBI, various counties, local law enforcement. Even with our city of Brooklyn Park, we're seeing a ton of local law enforcement and county law enforcement just supporting our city overall, and we want to thank them for doing that. They're dedicated to keeping us safe and to securing justice. I would say to support them again, if you have information, there'll be information behind me. Please share that information. And again, please look and listen for valid information and share that. There will be a time to come together, and I think specifically for the city of Brooklyn Park and within our area, there'll be a time where we come together and we work through what we're going through now as a community. But I want to say this. You know, this individual did this to instill fear into our community, but they also wanted to create a distinct and singular point of view. When I listed all of that law enforcement coming together, that was really us as a state, as a community, from all different walks of life coming together to work on what's happening. And I received calls from folks across the state, from all different ethnicities and communities as well, with an outpouring of support. So I want you to understand that as a city, but as a state, as a community, we're very much going to come together. We're going to see this through, and we're all going to work together to figure this out. So again, I want to thank our law enforcement, and I want to turn it over to the Mayor of Champlin Park.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Sabis, Mayor of Champlin, and on behalf of the City of Champlin, our Police Department, and our City Council, I want to extend a heartfelt thoughts and prayers to Senator John Hoffman and Representative Melissa Hortman and their families. We are deeply saddened by the senseless act of violence, and our hearts are with all those that have been affected. Our police department is working close partnership with state, local, and federal agencies to pursue this active investigation. We are incredibly grateful for their swift and responsible professional response and for the collaboration of commitment of every officer involved. We ask everyone to stay attentive, report anything that feels concerning, and most of all, continue to show kindness, respect, and care for one another. This is how we move forward together. And again, thank you all for being here. And again, I think Mayor Winston said it well that Hoffman family and the Hortman family are very much part of our communities, part of our fabric of our communities, and we really wish the families all the best. Thank you.
As folks have said, we'll take a few questions. Please don't forget to, in your first question, introduce yourself, your immediate organization with whom you're with, and if you have a question for a specific individual, call that out. Thank you.
Fort Howard from Fox 9. Do you have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition?
The question was, do we have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition? We don't at this time. The last information we had is that he was out of surgery and was in stable condition at that time, but that certainly experienced significant injuries, so we'll have to continue to monitor that.
You said person of interest, so not a suspect, or is...
He's a suspect, one and the same for this particular case at this point in time.
Okay, so we can say suspect.
You can say suspect.
Adam Duxer with WCCO News. You know this guy. It was at least affiliated with some sort of security company, according to its own website, that has highly trained security individuals. Can you speak to the level of knowledge this person might have about, using a gun or, different security tactics that might separate him from a typical person walking down the street?
Yes, so the question was regarding the sophistication of the individual based on reports that he owned a security company. I certainly can't get into the details of the investigation. That'll all be part of that, and we'll explore all of that. We're aware of the connections that you reference, and the team will be dissecting that between the investigators, Brooklyn Park Police Department, and all of the state, the local, and federal partners that are working on that. Certainly, an individual will have some familiarity if that's the line of work that they're in with some of the tactics that you noted, but we'll be exploring that more fully.
One question about the photo that we're seeing in the cowboy hat and the jacket. Is that photo taken today?
That photo is today.
And is it from a ring camera at the residence of either of our homes?
The question is it from a ring camera? It's not. This is from a business, so this is at a business location. We believe, as noted, that we believe he's was still in at this time. He was in the Twin Cities area, and that we are continuing to work and follow up on that. We believe he's working to potentially flee the area, and so that's why we're sharing that with that information now so that we can safely apprehend him.
Is there a way that you're in touch with the TSA? I know Governor Walz has been in contact with federal agencies, you have mentioned with the FBI.
Yep.
Are airlines, seeing his pictures of it is important?
Yeah, so the question is, are we in contact with TSA? We've been in contact with all of the federal authorities that are relevant to this investigation. We will continue to be.
Are you able to share the time or location that photo was taken today?
The question is, can I share the time and location? This was this morning when this was taken. It was in the city of Minneapolis. That's at this point, I think, all that we can share as we work to follow up on that.
Are there any surveillance or ring camera video from either of the residents where the shooting takes place?
The question is, there's surveillance or ring camera. We do have various video from different locations. I don't want to get into specifics as part of the active investigation, but there is video that has been obtained by the investigators.
Can you talk about some of the other locations that you guys are working on, Green Isle, maybe at 49th, Fremont, and Minneapolis?
So, yeah, we can, the question is, can we talk about some of the other locations? Because our teams are very active as part of an active investigation, I can't talk about the specifics. What I will tell you is the two locations you noted in Minneapolis and in Green Isle, they are related to this investigation and the follow-up that the teams are doing.
I'm going to give Ellen, I'm sorry, we're going to give it to Ellen, and then we're going to have one more question.
Can you talk a little bit more about the manifesto and what kind of motivation it might be? We're told that there might be some socialist lawmakers on this manifesto. If that has anything to do with the motivation here?
At this point in time, it would be premature. The question was, is the manifesto and the information that we have received, is their motivations? We are working diligently on that. There's certainly some indications within that, but there's not specifics enough. We have been, this is a very active and fluid investigation, throughout the day as you've been waiting and these teams have been out working out in the field, and they have been gathering more documents and information, so it would be premature for me at this point to really say exactly what the motivation might be from these writings, but we will be continuing to work on that and provide that information when we're able.
Walker Senior from the search committee. Do you have a sense, did they know each other? Like, did this man know either Representative Foreman or Senator Hoffman in any capacity?
The question is, do they know each other in any capacity? We are still exploring that. There's certainly some overlap with some, public meetings, I will say, with Senator Hoffman and the individual, but we don't know the nature of the relationship or if they actually knew each other.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
So that was the update that we had, the latest update from investigators. They did release a photo of the suspect in question here, suspected of shooting 2 Minnesota state lawmakers. One has died. Authorities identifying the suspect as 57-year-old Vance Bolter. The FBI issuing a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to his arrest and conviction. They shared the photo taken Saturday of Bolter wearing a tan cowboy hat and asked the public to report sightings. Hundreds of law enforcement officers fanned out in search for that suspect, but authorities have not yet given any details on a possible motive. As of last night, it's possible that we do get another update from investigators later on today. Bolter is a former political appointee who served on the same state workforce development board as Hoffman, records show, though it was not clear if or how well they knew each other. The attacks prompted warnings to other state elected officials and the cancellation of a planned No Kings demonstration against President Trump, though some went ahead anyway. Some of those demonstrations we did showcase for you. They happened yesterday. A Minnesota official did tell the Associated Press that the suspect's writings contained information targeting prominent lawmakers who have been outspoken in favor of abortion rights. The official spoke on the condition of anonymity because the investigation was still ongoing. Law enforcement agents recovered several AK-style firearms from the suspect's vehicle, and he was believed to still be armed with a pistol. The person who gave that information to the EP could not publicly discuss details, though, of the investigation and spoke, again, on the condition of anonymity. So we just wanted to bring you that latest update with some photos here provided from law enforcement of the suspect that still is on the run at this time. That massive search continuing there as former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were killed in their Brooklyn Park home early Saturday. Senator John Hoffman, who is also a Democrat, and his wife Yvette, they were injured in their Champlin address about 9 miles away. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break, taking you out live to this image that we have over in St. Paul, Minnesota. We'll be right back. Taking a live look here at the White House over in Washington, D.C. on this Sunday, 11:15 on the East Coast, 8:15 in the morning over on the West Coast. Let's check in with our partners at Fox 5 in D.C. as they cover some of the week's biggest stories in their On the Hill program.
Good morning to you. It is Sunday, June 15th, 2025. Happy Father's Day to all our dads. We welcome you into Fox 5's On the Hill Live this Sunday morning. I'm Tom Fitzgerald. We are going to begin on the headlines. The massive military parade in D.C. on Saturday celebrated the Army's 250th anniversary. More than 6,000 soldiers, 128 Army tanks took part in the procession. The Golden Knights parachuted onto the National Mall, while helicopters and planes flew overhead. This 3-hour extravaganza was the largest military parade in decades in the nation's capital. President Trump presided over it all, watching from a grandstand in front of the White House. The parade also coincided with President Trump's 79th birthday. It also ended with fireworks and fanfare as the crowds watched along Constitution Avenue to the Lincoln Memorial. Soldiers marched in uniforms dating from all the way back in the Revolutionary War right up until modern times.
Because our soldiers never give up, never surrender, and never, ever quit. They fight, 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 and they win, win, win. And that's why no institution in history has entered more names into the roster of American heroes than the U.S. Army.
Well, it is the first parade of its kind in D.C. since back in 1991, which marked the end of the first Gulf War. The parade also sparked protests around the country in the DMV. They called these protests No Kings, and demonstrators marched against President Trump's immigration policies and other Trump administration policies. The protests followed recent unrest, of course, in Los Angeles over immigration raids where the president had deployed National Guard troops and the Marines. Meanwhile, in Minnesota this morning, a manhunt is underway after a brazen assassination attack on 2 state lawmakers yesterday morning. The shooting left 55-year-old Democrat Melissa Hortman and her husband dead, and 60-year-old John Hoffman and his wife wounded. The shooting suspect has been identified as Vance Bolter. Police reportedly exchanged gunfire with him, but he managed to escape. Investigators say they found a manifesto identifying other lawmakers and a No King sign inside the suspect's vehicle. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz called the shooting politically motivated. All right, let's turn to the situation overseas today. There's been an urgent warning from Israel's prime minister for Iranians to immediately evacuate military production factories, likely signaling a new wave of strikes there. Airstrikes began, as you remember, 3 days ago when Israel carried out airstrikes targeting Iran's nuclear facilities. Top military commanders and senior nuclear scientists. Iran retaliated, sending missiles. Let's bring in Rebecca Grant. She is following all this closely, a national security analyst and senior fellow at the Lexington Institute. Rebecca, thanks for being with us this morning. Let's start with why this is happening. Israel launched this strike. They're concerned about Iran's nuclear capability. How close was Iran to doing something that would have been getting the go-ahead had Iran not moved?
We thought. And so 2 key factors in the timing of this strike. One, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. And wow, everything we're seeing just reconfirms why that's the case. Iran had apparently done a little bit more work on the computer modeling for designing an actual weapon, as well as enriching too much uranium, enough for 9 to 15 bombs. Secondly, remember, Tom, Israel attacked and took down a lot of Iran's air defenses last fall. That meant this was, from a military standpoint, the right moment to go in and get air superiority over Iran to take out what is actually a very precise, targeted campaign to eliminate Iran's nuclear menace.
Rebecca, one of the things that obviously people in the United States, when they look at this, the question always becomes, will this blow up into a wider war within the Middle East? Could the United States be dragged in? Now, we've had in the last couple of years instances where Iran launched attacks at Israel, and Israel was able to dispel them. How should we look at this? Is this a powder keg, or are these two, just exchanging, attacks tit for tat right now, and it would be contained like this. How do you see this? How great is the threat of this escalating?
Well, it is a very dangerous situation, but Tom, that's the key word, contain. We have to contain Iran. And hey, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said we're not participating in the offensive strikes by Israel, but let me tell you, we are very involved. It's very game on in defense. We have 40,000 U.S. servicemen in the Middle East from Syria all the way through to that aircraft carrier in the Red Sea area. And so anytime Iran is launching strikes, our U.S. Space Force gets the tipper, the indications of that. We have to be sure those missiles are not going towards our U.S. forces. We are also assisting Israel, as we did last year. Our U.S. Navy does some of the exo-atmospheric kills against some of these ballistic missiles. But that's all to contain this. I think Israel's objective is to work through the target set to eliminate Iran's nuclear capability, but I believe we will be able to contain this and that it will at some point come to an end.
Rebecca, leading up to this attack, we were told that the U.S. had told military and diplomatic personnel that they could self-evacuate. The U.S. said it had no prior knowledge of this, but how closely coordinated was this from Israel's standpoint? And we are engaged right now in talks with Iran. Will those continue?
Well, President Trump would like, as would Europe and everybody else, to see Iran come back to the table and make a deal that would ultimately let IAEA inspectors from the UN verify that the nuke stuff is done. How closely involved were we? I think it's pretty clear that we knew this was coming. Of course, as I said, we have to watch all these operations very closely because of the forces that we have in the region. So I think, we're going to see Israel work through this target set, hoping that the Israeli population can ride it out. Iran has brought this on themselves. And you step back a step and imagine those skies over Tel Aviv with the possibility of 9 to 15 Iranian nuclear weapons in the air. We just cannot allow that to happen, either for U.S. interests, Israel obviously, or for the whole world. Iran has got to be denuked once and for all, and this is the moment for it to happen.
It's a scary situation, and one of the things that cannot be overlooked right now is that Iran is already engaged in a war against Hamas in Gaza. What kind of pressure does this put on Israel right now while they pursue that war against Hamas? Now they are engaged in a separate military struggle, maybe not so separate, with Iran.
And don't forget the threats are all around the compass. The Houthis who attacked the airport in Israel not so long ago, Hezbollah. Fortunately, Israel has really decimated the capabilities of those Iran-backed militia. But the pressure on Israel at this moment is very intense. And there is no question, though, that what Israelis military is carrying out in the most precise, quick way that they can is something that's going to make that region safer. And if President Trump has any hope of getting back to the Abraham Accords, more diplomatic resolution in the area, this has just got to be done. Remember, Iran really opened the door by attacking Israel last year and by enriching this uranium, which serves absolutely no purpose for civilian nuclear power. And so we just see Iran has proved that they are too dangerous to continue in this current situation, and they just have to have that nuclear capability removed.
All right, Rebecca Grant joining us live this morning and breaking down all of the situations throughout the Iran-Israel conflict right now. We're going to leave it there. Fox 5's On the Hill continues right after this. Welcome back to Fox 5's On the Hill live this Sunday morning. As we told you at the top of the broadcast today, the manhunt continues in a shocking murder in Minnesota. A lawmaker and her husband were killed in their homes. It shocked the community. It has shocked the nation this morning. The gunman also shot another lawmaker and his wife multiple times. They remain in the hospital. Governor Tim Walz says the killings were politically motivated. We want to bring in our political panel this morning. Good friends of the program here. Tim Parrish is a Republican strategist, and David Goodfriend, Democratic advisor and president of I Street Advocates. Obviously, we've talked a lot at this desk with both of you about the level of rhetoric in our country right now. This is beyond rhetoric. Governor Walz called this political assassination. What should we take from this moment as far as people stepping back from where their rhetoric is and where their actions are?
Well, after any shooting, we're all sort of at a loss for words. I don't want to hear about thoughts and prayers. I don't want to hear about like the usual platitudes. We have a sickness in our society, and it's gun violence. It's a sickness. I also don't want to turn this into a kind of policy debate over guns. Those things usually end up being on a circular repeats pattern anyway. I do think this is different because we're starting to feel almost like political violence is normalized, and I feel like that's something that happens in other countries. I'm in the United States of America. Why do I hear about political assassinations and think that's somewhere else? It's not somewhere else. It's here. So we have political violence in the United States, and I think the first step is to just acknowledge that. We're now in the era of political violence in the United States. What do you do about it? Well, I would like to start at the top. I think when you criticize a judge for not ruling your way, and arrest a judge for not doing what you want, or call somebody in the other party something subhuman, you are responsible. You are responsible for that. So I'd like to see rhetoric at the top change, and I think that's a step.
I can remember the night of a presidential address in the wake of Gabby Giffords' shooting. Democrats and Republicans in Congress made a point of pairing up with each other and sitting with each other in a show of solidarity. Is that beyond reach right now? Or have we gotten so far down the road that we can't get back to the point where Democrats and Republicans can disagree and fight and hammer it out on policy, but yet come together in a show to the country that that kind of thing that happened just now is not the norm. It's not acceptable. It shouldn't happen.
No, and I don't think we are beyond that, Tom. And I do think we've seen that. We've seen both Republicans and Democrats condemn this. I absolutely agree with my friend here that we've got to bring the temperature down. The rhetoric right now is, people, it's okay to be passionate. It's okay to really get involved in the conversation. But it is. We're starting to normalize political violence. And I've traveled the world extensively throughout my career, and you do see these things in other countries. And when we read these stories and you read the headlines, you think, was that here in the United States of America? It's shocking. And I will say that my thoughts and prayers are legitimately with that community and with those families. Nobody should go through this, but we've got to bring down the temperature around our rhetoric, and we've got to get back to a place where we can disagree without being disagreeable.
Obviously, a lot of focus on the nation's capital yesterday with the parade for the 250th birthday of the United States Army. Clearly that's a big thing for the country. We're approaching the 250th birthday of the country. There's been a lot of concerns, though, about the cost of all of this, David. DOJ came into town saying that they're going to cut out waste, fraud, and abuse. A lot of people were saying, well, that was wasteful, that we shouldn't have spent that money. It was a moment, though, that did bring some celebration to a country that hasn't really had a lot of celebrations the last 6 months or so. Is there value in that when you watched that parade yesterday, you were told the American story through the story and the journey of the United States Army?
Well, nobody's able to rain on his own parade better than Donald Trump. I mean, I would have loved a parade that celebrated the unity of the United States and our military. I mean, you served in the military and I didn't, and yet we both can feel pride in seeing our American service members. When I worked in the White House, I used to love to see how people in uniform would come and go and work with us on the civilian side, and that was a wonderful thing. We're the only country in the world that ever perfected that. And yet, it didn't work. And here's why. Because President Trump is now using the military on our people, the people of the United States, in a completely illegal, unconstitutional, unseemly way that undermines my ability to celebrate my military. I'm a taxpayer. I paid for that army. They protect me just like they protect you. And yet Donald Trump managed to take that away from me because he sent the Marines to an American city when there was no need for him to do so. The police had it under control. The state had it under control. He was doing it to be provocative. He's dividing this country, and he's hurting the military because 50 states had protests against him yesterday. 50. all 50 states. Everybody should have been watching that parade with pride. Instead, the president managed to even screw that up so that now we have people marching in the streets of America against him, against his use of the military in an American city.
Tim, there have been estimates anywhere from $35 to $40 million of the cost of that. Some Democrats have said that might be money that was better spent on veterans benefits or, in some other way. You're also, having the Army work on its birthday as well, too, in a very big way. Are those legitimate concerns, or are people just throwing sour grapes at this because they don't like the president and they will, criticize things he does like?
Yeah, look, I'm gonna keep a more positive tone to this. I do think there's some legitimacy. I think it's healthy when lawmakers ask questions about how we spend money. That's completely okay. But I'll tell you a quick story. I was sitting in a restaurant in D.C. I saw these young soldiers come in last week. They were so proud and so excited that they had an opportunity to really put on display their service to the country in their nation's capital, and it was a really heartfelt moment. And I think a lot of that translated. I think the American people got to see that. And look, also the Army uses this as a recruiting tool. If you were there, we saw a lot of the technologies and a lot of the coolness behind serving in the Army. The Army absolutely uses this as a recruiting tool. And look, I watched it on TV. I wasn't physically there, but I was very proud, even as a Marine, to see our young soldiers marching down the street. And there was so much pride and so much, I thought it was very jubilant time here in D.C. to see those young soldiers.
Yeah, by the way, the 250th birthday of the Navy is in October. The Marines' birthday is in November.
That's right.
So I'm guessing the Marines and the Navy are probably going to want equal time.
No. Look, the Marines are at work. The Marines are going to be out working. And I do want to say real quick, I think it's fascinating that even on the Army's birthday, we've still found a way to talk about the United States Marine Corps. Super important. Yeah.
All right. Well, we thank you so much for joining us this morning. We'll continue our conversation. All right. We're going to continue here in just a moment on Fox 5's On the Hill. Joining us next, D.C. Council Member at Large Robert White joins us live in studio. Fox 5's On the Hill continues right after this.
Thank you to our partners at Fox 5 DC for their On the Hill program, in which they tackle some of the biggest news stories of the week and the headlines that we will continue to follow for you here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Taking a live look there out of Capitol Hill in DC, still a gloomy and stormy day. We'll be right back.
When you're injured in an accident, doctor bills, hospital expenses, and loss of work without pay are a lot to handle. You need to be compensated for those losses. For over 50 years, Larry H. Parker has fought the insurance companies to recover over $2 billion in settlements for people just like you, because we believe no one should settle for less than what's right, and we only get paid when you win. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
At Everhome Suites, we're your whenever home. Whenever your new project takes you away, whenever life gets tricky, whenever you need to be there for someone, whenever you need a place that's kinda like home. Apartment-style suites, fully equipped kitchens, on-site laundry, lobby marketplace, 24-hour fitness center. When your whenever happens, Everhome Suites.
We're taking a live look here at the New York City skyline. As you can see, very hazy, very gloomy, and a lot of storms coming down here on the East Coast. We were seeing a similar picture over in D.C. as we took some live looks of the Capitol building as well as the White House. Speaking of New York, we are expecting some remarks to start very soon. Take a look at this. It's a shot of a podium set up here as we are waiting for Senator Schumer to speak on the shootings of those two Minnesota lawmakers. It's one of the biggest stories from this weekend, and we have been covering it there in full force. At the top of this last hour, I played out for you those latest remarks from investigators down there on the ground as the search for the suspect continues. Our partners at Fox 9 in Minneapolis say that the manhunt for Vance Bolter is in its second day, with law enforcement identifying him as the suspect who fatally shot Minnesota Representative Melissa Fortman and her husband, as well as injured Senator John Hoffman and his wife. Representative Fortman and her husband Mark were fatally shot in their Brooklyn Park home early on Saturday morning. Senator John Hoffman and his wife were shot in their Champlin home. Yvette Hoffman, who threw her body on their daughter to protect her in the shooting, is awake and alert, while Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said they were cautiously optimistic about Senator Hoffman. And as we can see here, it looks like they're still trying to get some microphones set up, but the senator here is expected to speak on some of these shootings that happened from over the weekend. And as we know, we also had statements from President Donald Trump and several other lawmakers who are really denouncing this form of political violence that we have been seeing, especially here in this fatal shooting. Now, the suspect, we had shown photos of you before, still on the run there. The FBI offering about a $50,000 reward for any information that leads to that suspect's arrest and a conviction. So while they're still here setting up those microphones, let's head back to some more of these comments and the top headlines, courtesy of our partners at Fox 5 in D.C., with more of their On the Hill programming. And if we do see Senator Schumer step up here to this podium, we'll dip in.
Welcome back to Fox 5's On the Hill Live this Sunday morning. Could D.C.'s new RFK Stadium deal with the Commanders be in jeopardy? Well, Mayor Muriel Bowser indicated that the money in her budget plans to develop the old RFK Stadium site could be in danger because the mayor warns that the council doesn't pass the plan by July 15th. The Commanders could consider other options. Joining us live this morning, Council Member at Large Robert White Jr. is in the studio to talk more about this deal and where we are with D.C. in general. First of all, thanks for being here with us. So we were with the mayor last week, and she has been turning up the pressure on you council members to pass this plan. She said that if you don't do this by July 15th, that the team could explore other options. She says the team is outraged. Are they, and will you?
In none of my conversations with the team have they expressed outrage. But remember, Tom, the mayor gave us a late budget and an RFK deal on an unreasonable timeline with inaccurate math on what it's going to cost the city and the revenue benefits to the city. So we have a responsibility to examine this and make sure we're doing something that's going to be in the best interest of our city.
Now, as you know, the reason that budget was late was because the Congress of the United States cut $1 billion out of your FY25 plan. That also necessitated a new supplemental budget for 25, and then there was the FY26. I want to focus in on the RFK Stadium. What is your position on that deal right now? Are you a yes, a no, a maybe, and what questions do you have about it?
I'm like most residents. I want to see the stadium here, but the Commanders are not making a gift to D.C. They're making an investment. Residents want it to be an investment for us. Right now, all of the revenue is going to the team and the stadium. I don't see anything left for the city. So as we enter into a deficit for the first time in 30 years, we want to get to a yes, but that yes has to be to the financial benefit and jobs benefit of the district residents.
The situation with the
So there, once again, just dipping in briefly to some of the coverage from our partners at Fox 5 in D.C. and they're on the Hill. But I do want to head out to New York City as we continue to talk about some of the major headlines coming out of the Big Apple there, taking that live look. But we're going to be joined now by Fox 5's Lisa Evers. Lisa, always good to see you. Thanks for being with us here on this Sunday. Let's talk some of the headlines out of NYC. So the first one I want to get to is the trial against Sean Diddy Combs. It was in its week 5 last week, heading into week 6. What did we see?
Well, what we saw last week was more testimony from this accuser, a witness who goes by the name Jane. And she was talking about the abuse she suffered, claims she suffered at the hands of Diddy, but also about the financial arrangements, which really got into the high 6 figures. So it was quite eye-popping. He was paying, it turns out from testimony, Diddy was paying her $10,000 a month rent on her 5,300 square foot home in Los Angeles with a private yard in a very nice neighborhood. It was also revealed that he gave her $20,000 for a business that she was starting that was actually starting to make profits, but she never paid him back for that. So it wasn't a loan, it was just an outright gift. Thousands of dollars here for clothes, thousands of dollars here, very expensive jewelry gifts, and just this tremendous amount of financial support that he had given her over a period of time. But of course, it was contingent on her participating in these freak-offs, which they called hotel nights, whenever he wanted them. So it's really very confusing, I think, for some of the people, certainly for the court watchers and the press, but also for the jury. It has to be raising questions because the whole issue surrounding the sex trafficking charge, one of the charges that Combs is facing has to do with, were these women in consensual sexual relationships, as his defense team claims, or were they being coerced into this into this lifestyle, as prosecutors claim? But then when you're talking about trips on private jets to Turks and Caicos, and you're talking about all these benefits of her affiliation with him, then it really raises a lot of questions about that. So that was one thing. Then there was another thing. Kanye West made an appearance at the courthouse on Friday, a surprise appearance. He did not get into the main courtroom. He was on what they call the family list, because the family gives the court officers and the U.S. Marshals, police there that are in charge of the security for the whole courtroom, the list of who can be allowed in that section. He did not go into the main courtroom. They didn't quite know what to do with him, so then they brought him down into one of the overflow rooms, because there's so many spectators and so much media for this trial. And the actual courtroom itself, even though this, it's a very high ceiling, there's marble, there's polished wood everywhere, but there's not that much seating. So they have 2 overflow courtrooms available, usually of which can each hold about at least 200 people, each one, for the overflow media and the overflow public. So they took him down to a third one, which was basically just him by himself. And then he left once other people found out that's where he was, and they started to go there. But the other big issue from the week that is hanging over this, and actually has been hanging over the testimony for a couple of days, is questions about this juror number 6. He is a 41-year-old Black man. He works in communications in a correctional facility, and there were questions about whether he actually lived in the Southern District, which is the district that the federal district that this case is being brought in and tried in, or whether he had moved across the river to New Jersey to live with his fiance. So there are questions about that. The prosecutor said he was not forthcoming about it, and they've really tried to avoid having people on the jury, because I sat in on some of the jury selection when they were going through that process, the part that was public and open to the media, and they were really trying to avoid people who wanted to be on the jury because it was such a high-profile thing, because it would give them some kind of clout or some kind of fame. So what the judge really has been postponing this since the beginning of last week, and then tomorrow he's saying he's going to make a decision about whether or not this juror is going to stay on the jury, or whether he's going to be kicked off. And the timing of this is pretty critical, because tomorrow we start week 6 of this trial. We're still in the prosecution phase. Now, they said they're going to wrap up next week, but then there's the federal holiday on Thursday of Juneteenth. So that's going to take one day away from the court, from court time. So, and then we still have to hear the defense case, which is expected to take several more weeks. So the fact that most of the prosecution case has gone on with this juror in place is significant, but then the prosecution and the defense, not the defense so much, but the prosecution and the court says, you know what, we have the 6 jurors, we have the 6 alternates already screened, already approved by both sides, already completely vetted, so that they could basically, if it came down to it by Monday night or Tuesday morning, if they had to replace juror number 6, they could replace him with somebody fairly seamlessly. However, the defense is arguing against that. Diddy's defense team saying, we do not want a black man who is 41 years old, who says his favorite music is 90s hip hop and reggaeton, to be off the jury, because they feel automatically he would be more sympathetic to Combs, at least in terms of understanding his lifestyle and this whole hip hop celebrity culture that Diddy was, really actually one of the founding fathers in creating. So a lot of questions with that. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens next time. There was also a mistrial motion, a second one that was denied by the judge. Now, the legal experts tell me that's not uncommon, because when we hear mistrial, we're like going, oh, whoa, is that a really big thing? But a lot of times, apparently, defense lawyers in cases like this, they will file these requests for mistrial because it will give them, it basically will support arguments in the future should they get a guilty verdict and should they need to try to get that verdict overturned or have some other issue further down the line. It's good for them to have their objections on the record, officially on the court record. But a lot going on here. I mean, it's unbelievable. A lot of trials, you're like, okay, there's one headline for the day. And with this trial, I have to tell you, it's like, even by the time we do our noon news and have only had a couple of hours of court, I'm like, okay, let me just sift through this and what's the big headline that we should really be focusing on? But there's always several. It's incredible, really.
Well, we always appreciate that you can join us here, Lisa, to cover all of those headlines, because you're right. And there is still so many eyes on this case and still so much to go. But we're going to be checking in with you, of course, throughout the next several weeks, kind of seeing how everything plays out. Thanks for recapping week 5 and letting us know what to look forward to ahead on week 6. Fox 5's Lisa Evers. You take care.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Take care.
Of course. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break, bringing you out to this live picture that I was showcasing on your screen there in Times Square, New York City.
Switch to Square and join over 4 million businesses worldwide. Switch to fast setup and even faster checkouts. Switch to making every sale the way you want and the way they want, too. Switch to one system connecting every tool to every task, even as your business grows. Gain time and peace of mind with tools that bring everything together. Switch to Square today. Visit square.com to get started.
I want to go over some of the major headlines that we are following on this Sunday as we take a live look out there in Tel Aviv, Israel. One of the top stories being that the death toll grew as Israel and Iran exchanged missile attacks for a third consecutive day, with Israel warning that worse is to come. Israel's targeted Iran's Defense Ministry headquarters in Tehran and sites it alleged were associated with Iran's nuclear program, while Iranian missiles evaded Israeli air defenses and slammed into buildings deep inside Israel. Now, in Israel, at least 10 people were killed in Iranian strikes overnight into Sunday. The country's main international airport and airspace remained closed for a third day. There was no update to an Iranian death toll released the day before by Iran's UN ambassador, who said 78 people had been killed and more than 320 wounded. Another top story that we're following, the massive search was stretching into its second day for a man who authorities say posed as a police officer and fatally shot a Democratic state lawmaker in her suburban Minneapolis home. An act Governor Tim Walz called, quote, a politically motivated assassination. Authorities said the suspect also shot and wounded a second lawmaker and was trying to flee the area. Now, that suspect was identified as 57-year-old Vance Bolter, and the FBI did issue a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to his arrest and conviction. They shared photos of the suspect in which he was wearing a tan cowboy hat and asked the public to report sightings. Hundreds of law enforcement officers fanned out in search for that suspect. And then also we continue to monitor demonstrations that are happening across the country in reference to these ICE raids. President Donald Trump did thank an appeals court this week for temporarily freezing a judge's order that said he could not take control of California's National Guard and deploy its troops to Los Angeles. This week, the president ordered the deployment of roughly 4,000 National Guard troops and 700 Marines to the second largest U.S. city following protest over his stepped-up enforcement of immigration laws. On Friday, a military commander said about 200 Marines had moved into Los Angeles to protect federal property and personnel. Police there said about 470 protesters have been detained or arrested since Saturday and reported a relatively quiet night in the city's streets late Thursday. Most of the sprawling city of 4 million people has been spared. Any disruptions of protests have been concentrated to just a few blocks downtown near City Hall and a federal detention center. So all of these stories we're going to continue to monitor throughout this day. We're going to have more experts coming onto the program, of course, as we follow any new developments. We're stepping away for another quick commercial break, continuing our coverage after this. Thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Sunday, June 15th. My name is Carol Lahara. I want to head back out to those remarks made earlier this week by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as we follow the latest developments in the Middle East. On the other side, my colleague Stephanie Quinu will continue the coverage.
Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed, never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere.
That was the very latest from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as he was discussing the airstrikes between Israel and Iran. This is a live look right here of Tel Aviv in Israel as the exchange in airstrikes continues. And I did want to just recap briefly before bringing on Alex Trayman, who is the CEO and Jerusalem bureau chief of the Jewish News Syndicate, to discuss more on this developing story. Israel continuing airstrikes across Iran for a third day and threatening even greater force, as we just heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu, as some Iranian missiles evaded Israeli air defenses, hitting buildings in Israel. Planned talks on Iran's nuclear program have been canceled, and the region is now bracing for a prolonged conflict after Israel's surprise bombardment of Iran's nuclear and military sites on Friday, which killed several top generals and nuclear scientists. Iran said Israel also struck 2 oil refineries. The Israeli military, in a social media post, warning Iranians to evacuate arms factories, signaling what could be a further widening of the campaign. And at around noon local time today, explosions were heard again in Tehran, the capital of Iran. President Trump has expressed full support for Israel's actions while warning Iran that it can only avoid further destruction by agreeing to a new nuclear deal. Iran's foreign minister said earlier today that if the Israeli strikes on Iran stop, then, quote, our responses will also stop. He said that the United States, quote, is a partner in these attacks and must take full responsibility. To speak more on this, I do want to bring in Alex Trayman right now to continue our discussion. And Alex, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on this Sunday.
Stephanie, thanks for having me.
A lot of developments in the past number of days. We were hearing from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that they will meet force with force and they will not stop at anything short of destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities as it continues to make progress on that front. You know, what is the timeline? What is the end goal for Israel?
I don't think anybody knows the precise timeline. We've heard reports that this could last anywhere from 2 weeks to several weeks. It will depend, how the attacks go and what the countermeasures look like. But certainly, the goals are to make sure that Iran can no longer threaten Israel with the ballistic missiles that they've been firing in hundreds since this conflict escalated just last week, and also to make sure that the nuclear program is set back significantly, such that the nuclear breakout, which Israel has warned Iran had decided that they were going to run for, was no longer going to be a reality or a threat to Israel or for anyone else for that matter.
And Alex, I did want to just share this new social media post from the IDF saying the IAF struck an Iranian refueling aircraft at an airport in eastern Iran, about 2,300 kilometers from Israel. The IAF is operating to establish aerial superiority over Iranian airspace, and this does mark the longest range strike conducted since the beginning of the conflict. As we take a look at the very latest update from the IDF, what do you make of it? How do you explain this to our viewers?
Well, certainly the Israeli Air Force, which is operating several countries away from its border, is operating with complete immunity over the skies of Iran. And this was done in part because of the attacks that Israel had done, retaliating for earlier missile barrages at earlier points in this war, taking out the air defenses. But really, Israel, I think, even stunned itself by how successful it's been in taking out all of the air defenses so far, proving that it can hit any target it wants, anywhere at any time in Iran. The precision accuracy, the ability to hit over 2,000 kilometers away, to be able to refuel as it needs, get back to Israel, go in shifts. Really, right now, an unprecedented aerial attack, I think, in the history of warfare by Israel right now, deep inside Iran.
And you were, touching upon this just a little bit in just what you said, but in terms of the timing of, Friday's airstrikes, it was a surprise, but it had been years in the making. Israel and the IDF really laying the groundwork, working deep undercover. And you were explaining a little bit about the message that it's sending, not just to Iran, but really to the world. Can you expound upon that with the timing, but also the message right now?
Well, I think the message is critical. I mean, this was not just a preemptive strike with trying to prevent Iran from doing what it might be willing or able to do to Israel in the future. This is really the culmination of a war that began over 600 days ago when Hamas crossed the border, entered into Israel, took 250 people hostage, killed 1,200 others. But simultaneously, Israel was attacked by Hezbollah into Israel's north, from the Houthis in Yemen. All of these three organizations, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, are Iranian terror proxies. And so it was understood that this war would begin with Hamas in Gaza. They committed the atrocity on October 7th, would move to the much larger terror threat, which was Hezbollah, to Israel's north and southern Lebanon, and would ultimately culminate with the head of that terror octopus, which is Iran, and Israel demonstrating to the world that it will not tolerate terror. It will not tolerate attacks. It is willing to go to almost all ends of the region, maybe all ends of the earth, to protect itself and its future.
And Alex, you were touching upon the proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iran being the head of the octopus, the proxies being the tentacles. How do the proxies factor into the latest exchange in the airstrikes? We've been seeing Iran use its proxies so it could claim no responsibility. But now that has changed. So how do these proxies factor in at this point?
Well, Iran had always hoped that its proxies would serve as a deterrent against Israel's attack on Iranian nuclear facilities. And so very interesting that Israel understood the strategy of Iran and worked to file down these terror proxies one by one, starting with Hamas, which has been dramatically degraded, then to file down Hezbollah, which was believed to be Iran's greatest asset in its fight against Israel, to the extent that since this latest round has started, Hezbollah hasn't fired a single rocket or drone at Israel. So Israel defanged Iran's forward-facing military against the Jewish state, and that has left it open to Israeli attacks, only with the remaining ballistic missiles that it has to fire from 2,000 kilometers away at Israel. And Israel is proving that even while some do get through, that they are able to intercept the overwhelming majority of those ballistic missiles.
And Iran gaining nuclear capability, that's not just a concern for Israel, but really for the international community at large. When it comes to international security, can you talk about how critical of a juncture the world is at right now?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen already that Iran destabilized Iraq. It has destabilized Syria. It has destabilized Lebanon. It has destabilized Gaza. It has destabilized Yemen. And it has done this on the route to being a nuclear breakout state. And we saw the damage that they did to Israel before they achieved nuclear capabilities. And we could only imagine how much worse that terror could be if Iran was operating under a nuclear umbrella that could always threaten a nuclear strike if Israel were to attack any of its terror proxies. We've also seen how Iran has provided ballistic missiles and drone technology to the Russians to be used in their war against Ukraine. So here we are seeing the filing down of one of the critical axis pieces against America and the West. You have China, Russia, and Iran, and Israel doing the dirty work of taking one of the most radical elements of this axis out of the picture.
You know, and let's talk about that. President Trump has been very vocal in terms of supporting Israel, the two very strong in their allyship. When it comes to, actually getting directly involved, where do you see that? Do you see that actually happening? As you mentioned, Israel right now doing the heavy lifting.
Well, Israel is doing the heavy lifting, but it's being done with weapons that were provided by the Trump administration. It is being done in full coordination with the Trump administration. I think everybody can assume not only did Israel get maybe a yellow light to do this attack, but actually got a full green light from the president of the United States to attack. We've seen that the United States has already moved military components into the region, has provided direct support for the defense of Israel, which includes the shooting down of drones and ballistic missiles that are flying from Iran to Israeli population centers. And the president saying earlier today that there is a possibility that they could get involved at some point in the future. But it is believed that Israel at this point has to continue doing the heavy lifting, taking out all of the ballistic missile capabilities. And then you may see the United States get involved at the end in order to use bombs that it has that Israel does not possess in order to take out some of the deep underground nuclear facilities that Israel simply cannot reach with the types of bombs that it has. Only the United States has bombs large enough to get these underground facilities, specifically at Fordo, which has not yet been attacked.
And Alex, I did want to share with our viewers a statement that President Trump made saying, quote, Iran and Israel should make a deal and will make a deal, just like I got India and Pakistan to make in that case by using trade with the United States to bring reason, cohesion, and sanity into the talks with two excellent leaders who were able to quickly make a decision and stop. And during my first term, Serbia and Kosovo were going at it hot and heavy, as they have been for many decades. And this longtime conflict was ready to break out into war. I stopped it. He goes on to say, there is peace, at least for now, because of my intervention, and it will stay that way. Likewise, we will have peace soon between Israel and Iran. Many calls and meetings now taking place. I do a lot and never get credit for anything, but that's okay. The people understand. Make the Middle East great again. You know, there have been, some talks between Israel and Iran when it comes to the nuclear program, along with the United States. Those talks have since stalled. Where do you see those talks going, if at all?
Well, I don't think there's going to be any more talks about de-escalation at this point. Israel is de-escalating the Iranian nuclear program on its own terms. It has already gone way too far in this campaign to turn back now before there is complete success. But it is believed that within the coming weeks that Iran will no longer be a nuclear threat. It will no longer have control of these terror proxies to terrorize the entire region. And we might see the overthrow of the Iranian regime, either with Ayatollah Khamenei taken out by an Israeli strike, or preferably even by the overthrow by its own people. But what I would say is that the Prime Minister of Israel has, on many occasions, including during these last several days, indicating that Israel is not the enemy of Iran, and the Israeli people do not consider themselves the enemies of the Iranian people. And should there be a different regime in place, no longer an oppressive Islamic republic that is hell-bent on destroying Israel, that Israel could in fact normalize relations with the Iranian people, and absolutely wants to do that if we can get past these next few weeks.
When it comes to the general sentiment and the mood of the Israeli people right now, it's an incredibly tense time. There have been lives lost in the conflict. Is it one of determination, one of hope? How would you assess the atmosphere?
The Israeli people are absolutely among the most resilient people in the entire world, and it was been understood for a long time that there would be a cost, in fact, a tremendous cost of fighting this war. And Israel's forced to fight this war because it allowed the buildup of these terror proxies and the Iranian nuclear program on its watch for so many years. And unfortunately, you know, that's the price that is being paid now for fighting this war. But again, the Israelis are resilient. They understand the cost, they understand the risk, but they also understand the opportunity that if Israel will succeed in completing this campaign along the trajectory it's doing now, that this could usher in decades of peace, in which Israel will no longer be forced to fight these types of wars, and a peaceful period can ensue.
And Alex, you answered my next question, but I was going to say, President Trump saying, make the Middle East great again. Do you feel as though that area, that region of the world is on the precipice of entering into a new era? And could the geopolitical landscape be forever changed because of what is happening right now?
Oh, absolutely. This is a historic moment for Israel and the entire region. And there was really two simple steps to define, two difficult steps to implement towards changing the face of the region. The first is defeating the terrorists. Israel is proving that it is not afraid to defeat terrorists, something which I think is a lesson for Western countries all over the world. But the second is to normalize relations with moderate actors. And Israel, with the help of the United States during the first Trump administration, did normalize relations with Bahrain, with the United Arab Emirates, with Morocco. It is understood that the Saudis could be a major component in future normalization elements. And then that final step will be, what happens with the people of Gaza? What happens to the drive to force a two-state solution? I do believe that that's the final step here in this regional conflict to find an alternative to this two-state solution, because I don't believe at this point that Israel is going to be willing to cede even 1 inch of territory to create a Palestinian state that would look exactly like Gaza looked before it was attacked on October 7th.
Alex, so much to discuss as this conflict continues between Israel and Iran. Before we let you go, what are you specifically keeping a very close eye on? What would you like our viewers to know about what is happening right now?
Well, again, I think it's the surprise of the Israeli technological superiority, their ability to attack at will inside Iran. I think it really demonstrates the emergence of Israel as a military superpower that is going to be able to redefine the region on its own terms in the coming weeks and years. And we have to see whether the United States ultimately does get involved in this conflict in an offensive capacity, and how long this lasts. Will this be a couple of days? Will this be a couple of weeks? And will the Islamic Republic be standing at the end of this, or will the Iranian people be part of a revolutionary process to take over the country and lead it once again in a pro-Western, pro-Israel direction?
As you mentioned, Alex, history in the making. We appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
Before we step away for a brief break, I did want to leave you with this live look right here of Tel Aviv in Israel as Israel and Iran continue to exchange airstrikes. Any development, any breaking news segment, we will be sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
What a hotel. Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh, yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago?
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
I am Polestar 3. I am designed to be driven. The drive of tomorrow. I am Polestar 3. Enjoy tariff-free pricing on Polestar 3, now through June 30th.
Hi, I'm Gary Player. I'm a professional golfer. I've won 165 pro tournaments, but what means more to me than all of this is my ability to give back and do good.
You're an incredible human being, but you joined the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. You see the work we're doing. I mean, what you do is fantastic. Tunnel to Towers is working every day to support America's greatest heroes. Please donate $11 a month at t2t.org.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a breaking news update as the search continues for the suspect in the shooting of two Minnesota state lawmakers. I did want to share the very latest with you. This is a look at Vance Bolter. He is the suspect still on the run for the shooting of two Minnesota state lawmakers. Hundreds of law officers now spanning across Minneapolis in pursuit of this man who authorities say posed as a police officer and fatally shot a Democratic state lawmaker in her home in what Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is calling, quote, a politically motivated assassination. Authorities said the suspect also shot and wounded a second lawmaker and was believed to be fleeing the area. So I did want to share the very latest update with you. This is from Fox 9 in Minneapolis saying that an emergency alert is in effect for an area in Sibley County where the Minnesota lawmaker shooting suspect vehicle was found. And we also wanted to share a little bit more information with you as well. This is from Seth Kaplan right here. That's a photo of the scene in Sibley County, and you can see heavy law enforcement presence set up and stationed there in that parking lot. We're receiving more information as well. Seth Kaplan also saying that Vance Bolter's wife was pulled over in Minnesota, along with other relatives who were in the car. So that is the very latest information as I bring you more updates right here. And we are learning a little bit more from our Fox 9 Minneapolis St. Paul team right there, saying that the vehicle was reportedly found near an intersection in Faxton Township. The suspect, 57-year-old Vance Bolter, has not been located, but his vehicle was. Law enforcement agents are now searching homes in that area. They are asking residents to keep their doors locked and their vehicles secured. So there is an emergency alert that was issued to residents in the area of Sibley County. The Minnesota shooter suspect vehicle was found. The suspect not located. They're asking everyone to keep doors locked and vehicles secured. Anything suspicious, please call 911. Law enforcement will be going through the area, asking residents to search their properties right there. So we did want to bring you the very latest information as an emergency alert currently in effect for an area in Sibley County where the Minnesota lawmaker shooting suspect's vehicle was found. If you're familiar with that area, this is near the intersection of Minnesota Highway 25 and 301st Avenue in Faxton Township. The suspect, though, 57-year-old Vance Bolter, has not been located. Law enforcement agents at the moment are searching homes in that area. They are asking residents to keep their doors locked and their vehicles secured. And as we do receive more information, we will pass that along to you. But we did want to share the very latest updates, as well as what we also just shared was the wife of the suspect, Vance Bolter, was pulled over in her vehicle along with other relatives. This is a look at the suspect. So if you're in that area, you are being asked to shelter in place. In a way, there is an emergency alert as law enforcement continue to try and find this man, they say, who posed as a police officer, fatally shooting a Democratic state lawmaker in her home in what Governor Tim Walz is calling a politically motivated assassination. And authorities said the suspect also shot and wounded a second lawmaker. He is believed to be fleeing in the area. The FBI is now part of this. They have issued a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to this man's arrest and conviction. So these are some surveillance photos of the suspect that police are currently searching for right here. And another social media post right here from a Fox 9 reporter. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see sheriff's vehicles and heavy law enforcement presence in this area. This is what Sibley County looks like right now. That is where law enforcement found the suspect's car. Officials are telling residents nearby to take precaution as they continue to search for him. We also wanted to bring you the very latest, as just moments ago, Senator Chuck Schumer spoke about the shooting of the two Minnesota state lawmakers, and I did want to play his brief remarks for you right now.
Who are working today. I hope you're going to have a good day. I just was on. All my grandchildren are out of town with their my respective in-laws, but I had nice Zooms on this morning with them, and they all wished me happy Father's Day, except for my little grandson, because he calls me Papa Fire, because he saw me when there was a fire somewhere. So he wished me a happy Father's Day as well. Anyway, it's a sad and somber day. It's a sad and somber Father's Day, because we're all shaken by the horrifying shootings, murders that occurred in Minnesota. When I heard it, it was like a punch gut to the stomach. When I heard it, it was like a gut punch to the stomach. And my deep thoughts, I think of those beautiful pictures of the two people who died and those who were injured. My thoughts go to their families and all who have been traumatized by this senseless act. Just a few minutes ago, I spoke to Senator Klobuchar. Earlier, I spoke with Senator Smith. They're in shock. These people were their friends, and they were with them at a dinner that ended like at 11 p.m. And the lives were taken of these two beautiful people, and the other two were injured shortly after the dinner broke up. It was the big Democratic dinner. So my colleagues are heartbroken. Minnesota's heartbroken. I'm heartbroken. This is just too damn much. In light of this attack, I've asked the Capitol Police, just as I did earlier in the week for Senator Padilla, to immediately increase the security for our senators. And I want to thank the Sergeant-at-Arms and the Capitol Police for responding quickly to protect our senators, just as they went quickly to protect Senator Padilla after he was so viciously, nastily, inappropriately treated. They're doing it for these senators as well. Now, yesterday, I also asked the Sergeant-at-Arms and our Republican colleagues yesterday I asked the Sergeant-at-Arms and my Senate colleagues that we convene a bipartisan classified briefing on security when we return to the Senate, and I'm happy to say today that we will have that briefing as soon as we return. A bipartisan classified briefing on security for both Senate members and for the whole country. We have to reevaluate how we are protecting members of Congress and staffs in the face of rising threats. But we also have to look at protecting all American people as that happens. We also must get to the bottom of why this happens. There's a lot of speculation about the motivations of the shooter. It's premature to say what they are until law enforcement has much more information. But this, make no mistake about it, this is more than a regional tragedy. It's part of a troubling pattern, a wave of political violence that threatens the very foundation of this republic. And let me be clear, violence has no place in our politics. No matter what your ideology, your party, your philosophy, attacks like this undermine democracy, endanger us all, make us all feel less safe. And that's not a good thing. Bad things happen when people aren't feeling safe. So I urge everyone to reject political violence in all forms. But condemning violence is not enough. We have to stop it. Look, we're not enemies. We may have different views, but we're all Americans. We may disagree on policy, but we must never disagree on the value of human life. To my colleagues in Congress, now is the time to speak out with moral clarity. Silence enables violence, and that's why I'm speaking out this morning. Violence is just so against the American way. To law enforcement and federal agencies, we must ensure that they have the tools to support, to track, to prevent threats before they turn into tragedy. And I will continue to work very hard for that. We must ensure, here's the bottom line, we must ensure that every citizen feels safe to speak, to serve, to live without fear. Thank you. Okay.
Senator Schumer, do you feel like the existing federal agencies under the Trump administration are doing enough?
Well, we are constantly on top of them to push them to do everything possible.
And are they doing that, you think?
Well, we're doing, that's one of the reasons we want our briefing on Monday, to see exactly what they are doing and whether it is enough. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
That was the very latest from Senator Schumer as he was discussing the ongoing search for the suspect in the shooting of two Minnesota state lawmakers. A live look there from St. Paul, Minnesota, as the manhunt continues right now. The breaking news development that police have found the suspect's vehicle in Sibley County. However, they have not located the suspect himself. This comes after an early morning attack on two state lawmakers. The shooting left two people dead and two others wounded. Police say the gunman posed as a police officer in a fake police cruiser and carried a manifesto identifying other lawmakers and officials. The search for the suspect led to the cancellation of No Kings demonstrations across the state. And for the very latest, we turn now to Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen.
Former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were shot and killed early Saturday in their suburban Brooklyn Park home just north of Minneapolis. A second state lawmaker, Senator John Hoffman, and his wife were also shot multiple times in nearby Champlin. Police believe both shootings were targeted and politically motivated.
We must all, Minnesota and across the country, stand against all forms of political violence.
Authorities say it all began around 2 a.m. in Champlin with a 911 call. As investigators responded to the Hoffman shooting, officers were proactively dispatched to the Hortman's home. That's where officers encountered the gunman dressed in a fake uniform. They exchanged gunfire, but the suspect managed to escape. Police later found the fake police cruiser and discovered a manifesto that identified several lawmakers and other state officials.
We are asking for the public's help at this point in time in locating
Vance Luther Bolter, who is a 57-year-old white male.
State authorities say security has been heightened for those mentioned on that manifesto. Capitol Police, as well as the president, have also been briefed. President Trump released a statement saying, in part, quote, "Our Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and the FBI are investigating the situation, and they will be prosecuting anyone involved to the fullest extent of the law. Such horrific violence will not be tolerated." Out of an abundance of caution, the governor is urging Minnesotans not to attend any political rallies in the state until the suspect is caught. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Thank you, Connor, for that report. And we continue to follow some breaking news developments in Minnesota, in Sibley County specifically, where law enforcement are there at the scene after having found the suspect's vehicle. Officials are telling residents nearby to take precaution as they continue to search for the suspect. And we will be bringing you all developments as they happen. Meanwhile, the family of Yvette Hoffman, the wife of Minnesota lawmaker John Hoffman, confirms to Fox 9 that she is awake and alert while recovering from being shot multiple times. John and Yvette Hoffman were both shot multiple times early Saturday morning at their home. Yvette Hoffman threw her body on top of their daughter to protect her in that shooting. Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were both shot and killed at their Brooklyn Park home Saturday morning, and authorities continue to search for the suspect in both shootings, 57-year-old Vance Bolter. We are going to step away for a brief break, continuing to provide all developments as they happen. We'll be right back.
I'm David Wright, former New York Mets third baseman, and I support the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. I've seen firsthand the great work they do helping our firefighters, our police, and our soldiers and their families. T2T is asking for your support for these brave men and women. Just $11 a month will go a long way and make a big difference. Go to t2t.org to find out more. Let's go Mets, and let's do good together.
What a hotel.
Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago.
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. We take a live look right here of the White House as President Trump will head to Canada to attend the G7 summit alongside with other leaders right here. They are currently gathering in Canada for that summit. And for more on this, we do want to head over to Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera with more as President Trump prepares to head to Canada to discuss trade with his counterparts from the G7 countries.
President Trump is heading north. The G7 summit kicks off in Canada on Sunday, and tariff talks are expected to dominate the discussions. The president will be meeting his counterparts from some of the world's 7 biggest economies, including Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, who says the future of the tariff war will be decided at the summit.
We're still facing and intensifying unjustified tariffs from our largest trading partner, and the best way to respond to that is to respond at home.
But on Thursday, the president doubled down on his trade policy, announcing an expansion of steel tariffs to include household appliances like dishwashers and refrigerators, and teasing a possible hike in auto tariffs.
Oil manufacturing is surging, and I might go up with that tariff in the not-too-distant future. The higher you go, the more likely it is they build a plant here.
President Trump says he's giving major trading partners another 2 weeks to make a deal, or he'll set his own terms.
He's just going to write them a letter and saying, look, here was your best terms, here's your rate. If you want to do this, you can have a better rate.
But with tariff uncertainty looming over the global economy, most experts are not predicting any major breakthroughs at the G7.
I think what allies are bracing for, or what they're hoping for, is to simply get through the summits with the alliances still intact.
The president has paused tariffs on most countries until July 8th. He says it's unlikely that deadline will be extended. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you, Madeline, for that as we take a live look here in downtown Calgary. Beautiful Sunday right there, as we are expecting world leaders to arrive today, including the Prime Minister from Britain, Keir Starmer. And in fact, really just moments ago, he and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney sat down to address the media just very briefly ahead of the G7 summit. We also want to let you know that we are expecting to get a live look at some of these world leaders arriving in Canada today, including French President Emmanuel Macron, also the Prime Minister of Japan and the President of South Africa. Should we have a live look from the airport with their arrivals, we, of course, will bring that to you. But I did want to play out just some remarks from British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, as well as Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, as they are preparing to welcome President Trump. One of the focal points will be tariffs. There's also going to be discussions about the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia.
Je voudrais souhaiter la bienvenue au Premier ministre Starmer. C'est une relation très importante pour le Canada. Donc, au fond, c'est notre héritage, notre gouvernance. Nous avons une histoire commune, des valeurs partagées. Mais c'est une fondation pour l'avenir de l'intelligence.
So that is Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. He is currently speaking in French, but as he does, he's also going to be speaking in English alongside United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer right here. So we are going to continue to listen in, but we did want to let you know that you might hear French followed by English as we're seeing these two world leaders sit down and discuss ahead of the G7 summit.
Westminster tradition, but it's much more than heritage. This is a foundation of prosperity for all our citizens going forward, and a prosperity based on those shared values expressed through the future: artificial intelligence, critical minerals, new partnerships in security and defense, but all in the pursuit of sustainable prosperity for our citizens. And if I may, just on a personal level, I've learned a lot from the Prime Minister over the years. I've been a great admirer of his and the values that he's bringing to bear to his government and to internationally, particularly as we go to Kananaskis for the G7, are those that we will be promoting.
Well, it's a real honour and a privilege, Prime Minister Mark, my friend, to be the first of your bilateral visits. And we've known each other for a number of years, and that mutual respect, I think, has been at the cornerstone of our relationship. And I think I'm right in saying it's the first time a British Prime Minister has been here since 2018 for a bilateral visit, so I'm very pleased to be able to be here for that. The history and joint working of our countries is phenomenal. For years we've worked together as Commonwealth members, as independent, democratic, sovereign countries working alongside each other on issues of security, defence, trade, the economy, you name it. And we think alike, we work alike, and I think that's not just a reflection on the past. I think it is very much needed in the here and now, and how I think we can forge our future together as we go forward from here. It is particularly timely with the G7 because it is the opportunity under your leadership at this G7 for us to work with our colleagues and other leaders on the most important issues of the day. Obviously, the conflict with Israel and Iran is centrepiece, and this provides the opportunity to talk to our co-leaders about the fast-moving situation and to make our strong case together that there must be de-escalation of this conflict in the interests of the region and of course the world. And so I look forward to working with you, not just in this bilateral where we'll have the opportunity to discuss the opportunities and challenges for our two countries as we go forward. I was so pleased to see about the fast-moving situation and to make our strong case together.
Put the ketchup bottle back in empty. I have a
conflict in the interests of the region. I look forward to
earthquakes. The San Andreas Fault, particularly in Southern California, you have granite. The question is, what else is in there?
Going moose hunting. We got here to the hunting cabin late last
to see if any were worth any money.
They were all worthless.
Well, Jeff, sounds like you've made a big la-boo-boo.
Someone tried to make that my freaking nickname this weekend.
What? Charles La-Boo-Boo?
Sounds like a great minor celebrity edition la-boo-boo.
Red? Sort of balding right up here, but there's no balding going on.
Don't worry, they're not going to make a version of you. Take it easy with the la-boo-boos, Jeff!
We've now given out 16 la-boo-boos.
So former Smallville actress Allison Mack, who was infamously in a cult, is married. We have confirmed with family sources that she got married in the last week here in Los Angeles to a new guy.
Not someone who was in the cult.
No.
What kind of cult was it again? Keith Raniere. It was a sex cult. A NXIVM cult.
Honestly, they have like a really sweet love story. They met at a dog park.
Oh, God.
Like how sweet.
Oh, Charles, you know you have eyes in the back of your head at a dog park.
It's the only reason he has a dog.
Exactly. How do you bring up to the guy that you were in a sex cult before?
Is that he definitely knew.
He's gonna Google, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't bother you?
Would that bother you?
It wouldn't be my favorite thing, but I can get over it. She has a brand on her from Keith Raniere. Everybody has a past. Oh,
This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation. And the president, he did it on purpose.
California Governor Gavin Newsom pissed off and launching a blistering attack on Donald Trump for his massive military response to LA protests over the immigration raids.
The situation was winding down and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. But that's not what Donald Trump wanted. He again chose escalation. He chose theatrics over public safety.
Deploying 700 Marines, having them at the ready to roll into LA is like, it's a different level, man.
These are the men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement.
This is fascism.
They are enforcing federal law, period. 60% of the country believes this is the right thing.
But 50% of them don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Trump is pulling a military dragnet. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners. That's just weakness masquerading as strength.
And Newsom offers a grim prediction for the future.
California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next.
We know that. Trump said this is the first of many. Maybe.
By the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th?
This is basically his campaign, his opening salvo to running for president. I'm going to be the guy who goes up against Donald Trump.
Gavin Newsom is not going to ever be president.
10 years ago, Donald Trump will never be president. 15 years ago, he said a woman will... Oh, wait, that doesn't...
America, still very much a work in progress. Hang in there, Governor.
Do not give in to him.
There
is a new viral snack. It's called the Bethany Frankel Supermodel Snack.
We got Kelly from Real Housewives of Atlanta, and we talked to her about this new trend going on TikTok. It's called the Supermodel Snack. 2 tomatoes, shaved turkey. She said it has to be shaved. Cottage cheese, mustard, and then the everything seasoning.
Isn't cottage cheese not great for you?
No, it's good for you.
I guess I just think of like, no one wants cottage cheese on their thighs. Why would you want to eat cottage cheese?
Kelly hasn't tried it yet, but she definitely wants to.
Any snack to keep us snatched, I'm here for it. So let's get into it.
I mean, I guess if that's the only thing you eat for a week, yeah, then you might get snatched.
It's only a tablespoon of cottage cheese. It's mostly just tomato.
The problem is the tomato falls apart. How does it stay together?
Yeah, and your hands get all gross.
The 2 slices of bread just aren't killing anything.
No, this is men. I am so tired of all of you.
Wow.
Yeah, just put bread on it.
It's 2 slices of bread.
That's 300 calories you're adding to your meal you don't need.
You do need it because it tastes good.
You stopped eating ice cream after dinner and lost 50 pounds.
But I went back to it, obviously.
Coming up.
Caitlyn Jenner at LAX. She's going to Tel Aviv.
I'm always curious what people wear when they fly international.
Oh, you wear sweatpants, huh?
Don't wear frickin' sweatpants.
What? I'm not wearing frickin' sweatpants in public because I'm not a 6-year-old.
For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall. Peacemakers, risk takers. For the optimists, pessimists, exhibitionists. For long distance love. For the farsighted, nearsighted. For introverts and extroverts. For the thinkers and the doers. For old friends. Coca-Cola. For everyone.
Ay, mamá, cómo cambian las cosas de un día para otro. Agüitado yo mirando nuestras fotos. Hasta cambié el celular, pensé que no había señal, pero tú andabas con otro.
Ay, no más, el que era mujeriego ahora es un loco. Pasa borracho de un lado para el otro.
Loqueando un viernes normal, miré a tu amiga y hasta me volteó los ojos. ¿Qué? hubiera sido si no te miro con otro? ¿Qué hubiera sido de nosotros dos? Allá anduviera el viejo mandilón.
¿Qué hubiera sido si el pendejo fuera el otro? No creo que te lo haga mejor que yo. Parece amiga tuya ese cabrón.
Y eso es Grupo Frontera.
Tito doble P. Ay, mamá.
Me la pasaba subiendo fotos contigo. El Instagram parecía más tuyo que mío. Ahora son puras canciones dolidas que canto con morras, pero aún me siento solo en el antro.
Hoy me cae una güera, mañana la morena y la neta no hay pedo, la que sea. Ando bien embroncado, viejito, y apenas son las 4:30. Ya me marcó mi compa y me dijo no hay pedo, que él me espera afuera. Que siga la loquera.
¿Qué hubiera sido si no te miro con otro? ¿Qué hubiera sido de nosotros dos? Allá anduviera el viejo mandilón.
¿Qué hubiera sido si el pendejo fuera el otro? No creo que te lo haga mejor que yo. Es más, parece puto ese cabrón.